Blue Star. The athletic field at Modu No. 1 High School. The enormous magic circle in the center was almost finished, and the entire senior class was packed in around it. Today, every 18-year-old on the planet would pass through the circle and enter the eternal world, becoming a rookie lord. This day was called Lord's Day. I stood in the crowd, and honestly, I felt pretty uneasy. I'm an orphan, and I'm also a reincarnator. I've lived 18 years carrying memories from a past life. But other than those memories and a good-looking face, I don't have a single cheat. No system, no golden finger, and definitely none of those pretty little sisters, older sisters, or young aunts. That's all somebody else's script. Our homeroom teacher, Tang Lon Lon, clapped her hands to quiet everyone down and gave us the last round of reminders. The circle's almost ready. Once you're in the eternal world, you have to survive the 30-day rookie period. This is your golden window for growth. Develop your territory and your troops with everything you've got. Even if you end up a lord who just grows vegetables, that beats turning back into an ordinary person. Know your limits. Troops are your weapon, but the territory is your foundation. Got it, the students answered together. The circle slowly lit up, and the first group of students dissolved into light and vanished. Then it was my turn. I took a deep breath, stepped forward, and the light swallowed me whole. Ding! Welcome to the eternal world, the arena of the gods, the starting line for godhood or destruction. Ding! First time Lord detected. Assist functions activated. Ding! Panel system loading. Ding! Trade system locked. Opens in 30 days. Ding! Chat system loading. Ding! Talent awakened. Supreme Sovereign, unique. Ding! Rookie gift pack delivered to your item space. Please check it. I was standing on a patch of grass, information streaming through my head. This so-called system was actually the will of the eternal world. It wasn't a game. It was a real, live-or-die Lord's world. I looked down at the grass under my feet and felt a wave of relief. Not bad luck. At least grass beats swamp or desert. A rookie's starting territory comes down to pure chance. There are no absolute death zones, but good land is just as hard to land on. Some people hit the jackpot and open with a forest or a mineral vein, and their growth speed leaves everyone else in the dust. I didn't rush to open the gift pack. First, I checked my talent. Talent is the thing that decides everything about how you play later. I stared at mine, and my heart jumped straight into my throat. Supreme Sovereign. First trait, Echo of Fortune. Any bound entry is guaranteed to be gold tier or higher. I was floored. If that's not a straight-up cheat, I don't know what is. I licked my lips. 18 years of experience told me this talent was as terrifying as having a dad who pulls strings for you behind the scenes. Open the rookie gift pack. Received. 1 Lord's Heart, 1 random barracks gift box, and 100 starting gold. An irregular white crystal floated on the panel. The Lord's Heart. This was the root of a Lord's power. Bind it. Bind. I didn't hesitate at all. The crystal melted into my body, formed a mark on my wrist, then slowly faded away. First binding of the Lord's Heart. You may select 1 entry. Proceed. Select. Entries come in 7 tiers: gray, white, cyan, blue, purple, gold, red. The next second, 2 gold lights and 1 red light appeared in front of me. My breath went ragged. Echo of Fortune really lived up to its name. The gears of fate had started turning. Gold, life's blessing. Gold, outer God's gift. Red, beyond divine evolution. I looked at the first one. Life's blessing. Troop entry. Your legion recovers all health, stamina, and mana every day, plus 1 death exemption. Note, life is free and noble, beyond price. Wow. My heart leapt, but I forced the excitement down and kept reading. Outer God's gift. Troop entry. Your legion undergoes unpredictable mutation and evolution, while falling into chaos and disorder, hearing unknown whispers, and slowly going mad. Note, the outer God will evolve you. I frowned. The mutation and evolution sounded strong, but the part after that, going mad and getting noticed by an outer God, no thanks. This thing was poison. The last one read, Beyond Divine Evolution. Barracks entry. The barracks can undergo 1 God tier evolution, and troop loyalty is permanently locked at 100. Absolute loyalty, regardless of faction. Note, loyalty that isn't absolute is just absolute disloyalty. Loyalty. Nice. The barracks evolution was the minor part. The key was the fixed loyalty. That's the single biggest headache for a rookie lord. Troops aren't lifeless objects. They have minds and emotions, and if you treat them badly, they'll mutiny and turn on you. No telling how many lords die to mutinies every year. Some troops even demand all kinds of things before they'll fight for you. Nothing but trouble. 3 entries in front of me, and I picked red without a second thought. Gold was great, but red would let me relax completely. Bind. Beyond Divine Evolution. Ding. Red entry Beyond Divine Evolution bound. Lord's Heart. Level. Black Iron, 1 star. Entry. Beyond Divine Evolution, red. Upgrade. 100 source crystals. An opening this sweet. Who else? Give me a cheer. I stared at the panel, buzzing with excitement. Being a lord is the path to godhood. Real divinity. Immortality. Eternal life. Now I'd finally gotten my hand on the ticket. How could I not be thrilled? I couldn't wait to pull out the random barracks gift box. Open it. Open. Ding. Obtained a Tier 3 barracks, the Blasphemous Cathedral. Blasphemous Cathedral? I looked it up right away. Chaos Faction, Tier 3 barracks, specializing in dark magic and blood rituals. Not bad. A model of a black building hovered in my hand. Evolve the Tier 3 barracks, Blasphemous Cathedral? Evolve. Blinding light wrapped the cathedral, and black and crimson light poured in like mad. The light scattered, and a brand new model appeared. Ding. The Blasphemous Cathedral has evolved into a god-tier barracks, the Fallen Sanctum. The Fallen Sanctum? I stared at the model of black and blood red and immediately opened its info. Name, Fallen Sanctum. Level, 1, God Tier, Chaos. Daily recruitment, 10 of 10. Cost, 1 gold, original price 1 million. Note, Miracle Tier Barracks. Can recruit fallen angels, common or hero, with a chance to obtain a variant fallen angel. Fallen angels? I'd heard the name in my past life, but in the Lord's world, nobody had ever truly owned one. Troop ranks run from Tier 1 to Tier 10, and above that come Holy Domain, Legend, Epic, Mythic, Demigod, and God Tier. God Tier only lived in the stories. Nobody had ever actually held one. And me, I had a whole barracks of them right out the gate. Only 10 a day, but at 1 gold each, thanks to the rookie perk. No matter how high the original price, everything cost 1 gold. Normally a single unit ran $1 million. Now it cost me $1. This deal wasn't just good, it was basically free. I planted the Fallen Sanctum right next to my shabby wooden shack. A massive black and red cathedral rose from the ground, topped with a giant inverted cross wrapped in crimson veins, holy and eerie all at once. I pushed the door open and stepped into the courtyard, where statues of fallen angels stood scattered around, seductive, alluring, furious, greedy, each with its own expression. Inside the main hall, at the very center, stood a statue of a fallen angel bearing 18 wings, strange and mysterious. Ding. Recruit? I held my breath and stared at the statue. Recruit. 10 units. 10 gold spent. Recruitment successful. Black and red light gathered before the statue, and out of the black mist rose 9 tall, alluring figures. Right then, a column of rainbow light shot straight up to the dome, and an even taller figure appeared inside it. The 9 figures dropped to one knee in an instant, eyes full of awe. Before I could react, I got yanked into a warm embrace, and a captivating fragrance washed over me. A voice, dripping with temptation, sounded right against my ear. "Are you my God Emperor?" I turned to look at the 9 kneeling figures. Black and purple wings, flawless bodies and faces, and an aura strong enough to scare you. "We greet the God Emperor," the 9 cried out together, staring at me with fanatical eyes, though not one of them dared look directly at the woman holding me. "You can all get up," I said. The gentle voice came again behind my ear. "Era, God Emperor, my name is Lilith." I turned my head and ran straight into a chest like a snowy peak. I nearly sprayed blood on the spot. I looked up into a face of peerless beauty, brimming with warmth and love. The God Emperor is just too adorable. Lilith smiled and held me tighter, like she wanted to knead me right into her body. I fought my way out of her arms and gasped for breath. I was screaming inside that I couldn't handle this soft, sweet embrace. It could honestly smother a man to death. "God Emperor, do you dislike Lilith?" She looked wronged, pitiful, and pleading. Only then did I really take a good look at her. Tall but not heavy, curvy in just the right way, delicate face, long legs. I'm 1.85 meters, and standing in front of her, I only came up to her chest. "God Emperor, are you stunned?" "As long as you're willing, Lilith is ready anytime." She walked over shyly and crouched in front of me, completely unbothered about being exposed in my line of sight. I coughed and quickly looked away. "We'll talk about that later. Let me check your stats first." Lilith just draped herself over me and pressed close to my ear. The God Emperor should investigate carefully. I cursed her as a little vixen under my breath, forced myself to focus, and opened her panel. Name, Lilith. Loyalty, 100, fixed. Level, Black Iron, 1 star. Troop, 7 Sin Fallen Angel Lilith, Hero Unit. Talent, 7 Deadly Sins. Skill, Flame of Original Sin. Artifact, 7 Sin War Scythe. Potential, Root. Note, the one and only miracle and legend, unmatched before and after. A miracle, a legend, the only one of her kind. I drew a deep breath. She'd only just been recruited and her level was still low, but she came with an artifact right out of the gate. That alone was extraordinary. Root? A troop's potential can reach that level. Troop levels run black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, holy domain, legend, epic, mythic, demigod, god. What lies above God, I still hadn't figured out. I looked over the 9 figures one by one. Name, Original Sin Fallen Angel. Loyalty, 100, fixed. Troop, pride, greed, lust, envy, gluttony, wrath, sloth, common units. Talent, 7 Sins. Potential, High Celestial. Note, a special variant of the 7 Sin Fallen Angel, wielding the authority of Original Sin. I let out a breath. Ordinary fallen angels were already strong enough, and these were variants with potential reaching High Celestial. In other words, once my so-called common troops grew up, they'd be beings above the gods. Conflict and crisis were quietly taking root right here. God Emperor, seen enough? Would you like them to come serve you? Lilith leaned into my ear, her voice soft and coaxing. The other fallen angels stared at me with burning eyes. One nod from me, and they'd offer up everything. Let's leave for later. I kept my voice low. Of course, God Emperor. Lilith obediently agreed, but the moment she turned, her eyes went ice cold. You will serve the God Emperor well, or don't blame me. Her tone was chilling. Fear filled the 9 women's eyes. Lilith's bloodline suppression was a hard fact. Unless I gave a direct order, they couldn't resist at all. Yes, the 9 answered together, tense. That's enough, Lilith. Don't be like that. Let's head out first, I said. Of course, God Emperor. Her face flipped in an instant to a brilliant smile. Let me lead the way for you. Before she'd even finished, she scooped me right up. I was speechless. Don't do that next time. I understand. She looked utterly satisfied, carrying me out of the fallen sanctum. I acted put out about it, but inside, honestly, it felt pretty nice. Big, sweet, and soft. Out of the cathedral, I looked at my lord's manor, practically falling apart, and I went numb. A rookie lord's manor, and it was this pathetic. Lilith pressed close against me, and the 9 Original Sin Fallen Angels stood a short distance off. My territory was bare, an unbroken view to the edge. Just a little circle 1,000 meters across, an initial mini-world. Only 30 days, so I need to set goals first, I calculated. Priority is upgrading the barracks. Expanding the territory can wait. The barracks only recruited 10 a day right now. Way too slow. Forget building a legion, I couldn't even scrape together a single company. Everything goes to the barracks first, then the Lord's heart, then upgrading the territory. The plan was set. I should be clear about this. Upgrading the territory just makes it bigger. Only upgrading the Lord's heart lets you get new entries. Other lords expanding their land first isn't wrong. But for me, with something as sweet as Echo of Fortune, who wouldn't get it? Strength is my lifeline. I opened the territory panel. No name, level 1, 1,000 meters across, 1 broken shack, the fallen sanctum barracks, and an empty 100 square meter warehouse. Upgrading needed 100 wood, 100 stone, and 10 source crystals. Dirt poor. I thought about it and named the territory High Heaven. Then I opened my own panel. Su Yi, Black Iron 1 star, Talent Supreme Sovereign, carrying space of 10 slots holding just 90 gold. Lordly authorities, Dominion and Decomposition. Dominion lets me freely reshape the territory. Decomposition lets me process monster corpses, and I can also grant authorities to my subordinates. I looked at Lilith, my first hero unit. Early on, I'd be leaning on her. The system chose that moment to ask me, begin the Void Trial? The Void Trial. A rookie lord's main way to farm resources, and also the most dangerous place. You could only open it once a day, and if you didn't, that whole day was wasted. I asked Lilith and the others, ready to fight? God Emperor, we've been ready. Lilith smiled. System, begin the Void Trial. Ding. Choose a difficulty, normal, hard, nightmare, purgatory, abyss. Higher difficulty, more resources. 5 options in front of me. Higher difficulty was more dangerous, but the resources were more tempting too. I wasn't a second-generation lord with backing, and I didn't have a big shot propping me up. 30 days of rookie period, and I could only fight it out on my own. There's a ton to grab during the rookie window. Miss this village, and there's no more in. It all came down to one thing. Did I dare go all in? I glanced at Lilith and the rest. All god-tier troops. No reason to chicken out. Abyss. I gritted my teeth. Ding. Void trial begun. Difficulty Abyss. Starting in 30 seconds. The sky turned blood red in an instant, so heavy it was hard to breathe. I looked at Lilith. I'll have to trouble you all. She gave a faint smile, crimson rising in her eyes, the great scythe in hand. Rest easy, my lord. The other fallen angels drew their artifacts, momentum at full tilt. 30 seconds went by in a blink. Space and time twisted around the territory, and vicious little demons crawled out one after another, surrounding the place with no gaps at all. Name: Abyssal Imp, Tier 3, Black Iron 5 stars to 8 stars. Note: the lowest of the Abyss demons, but a nightmare for rookie lords. My heart sank. This is the Abyss. Tier 3 right off the bat, Black Iron 5 to 8 stars. That's monstrous. Rookie troops were all Black Iron 1 star, a full 2 ranks below Tier 3. No matter how high your level, it wouldn't matter. There was pressure, but even more anticipation. I looked at Lilith. As long as the troops were strong enough, there might still be a chance. Madness flashed in Lilith's eyes. Black flames burst from the great scythe, and a single arcing slash swept across, crushing the imps in waves. They dissolved into pure source that she absorbed. That's how troops level up. The other fallen angels struck too, and the fierce little demons fell like mowed grass, row after row, unable to hold the line at all. I watched, fire rising in me. This is a god-tier troop. Absolutely top tier. They hadn't even used their skills. They were reaping with nothing but their weapons and physical strength. The gap was pure dimensional crush. I laughed. I'd probably underestimated god-tier troops. Maybe in the entire rookie world, I was the only one who'd gotten a god tier. I sat down cross-legged and opened the system interface. Chat, live stream, trade, private message, log. Trade was grayed out. The rest all worked. Trade was locked to protect the last shred of fairness among rookies. If they let people trade, the big shots with real gods in the family would take off immediately, and everyone else could go pound sand. I opened the chat channel first. Most people were showing off their troops. Ha ha ha. I'm about to take off. Tier 7 Wyvern. Who else has got that? Take off. You know how much a Wyvern eats a day? Can you even afford to feed it? Ugh. Why is my barracks a farm field? I can only recruit farmers. Weaker than me. What's even the point? Sour. Somebody rolls a good barracks and you all get jealous. Carry me, big shots. Interesting. Most people were still settling in. Barely anyone dared open a trial yet. Made sense. This wasn't just talk. Rookie period or not, the odds of wiping were far from zero. I closed the chat and opened the live stream. Rookies can't leave the eternal world for 30 days. Either you survive to the end or you get eliminated, mainly to stop cheating. The streams are half entertainment, half tutorial, and all paid. Want a freebie? No chance. I tapped into the hottest stream, and the second I got in, I froze. What the? A female lord from the German cat nation, troops all goblins, and the stream content went straight into the gutter. Figures. The German cat crowd always has the guts, and they've always been out front on this kind of thing. I sighed inwardly. A pack of greenskins crowded around a blonde female lord. The moment I said, her figure's really something, the screen went black. To see more you had to pay, 1 gold an hour. That was a savage way to make money. I tapped a few more at random. All kinds of variety. Goblins, minotaurs, orcs, trolls, even a tentacle monster, and some just streaming themselves chopping trees and mining. I watched for a bit, then closed it. I couldn't bear to spend gold yet. Somebody's 1 gold buys a few tiers of troops, but my 1 gold buys god-tier troops, even heroes. I couldn't waste this money. I pulled my mind back and looked at the battle. Time ticked by. Imps kept charging in at the edges of the territory, and treasure chests kept appearing on the ground, one after another. That's the rookie perk. Strong enough, and the resources just keep piling up. I did a rough count. Dozens of chests. An hour later, the system chimed. Ding. Void trial complete. Evaluating. Ding. 0 losses. 1,000 enemies slain. Rating, SSS. Ding. SSS Abyss difficulty chest obtained. God Emperor. Lilith appeared in front of me, all smiles. Well done. You all take a rest. I'm not tired. She leaned in, eyes sparkling. But God Emperor, how are you going to reward me? I was speechless. That later. Let me clear the loot first. I used my lordly authority and swept all the chests off the ground into the warehouse. For 100 Black Iron Abyss chests. Drop rate's decent. I went straight to decomposing. Decompose 1,000 Abyssal Imp corpses? Decompose. Keeping them was just letting them rot. Obtained 100 source crystals. A 10% ratio. Striking it rich in the rookie period is real. As long as you're strong, overnight riches aren't a dream. I couldn't help laughing. Open 400 black iron abyss chests. Open them all. 100 gold. 100 gold. 10 source crystals. 10 source crystals. The prompts kept popping up. When the count finished, 20,000 gold and 2,000 source crystals. My smile froze on the spot. Where was the wood? The stone? The resource cards? Then it hit me. I'd cleared abyss difficulty, and it was only day one. 20,000 gold and 2,000 source crystals in a day was a haul other people wouldn't dare dream about. An ordinary lord running an ordinary trial would count 100 gold as a blessing. Difficulty this high, so no basic resources? I felt a little exasperated, but I got it. If abyss difficulty handed you wood and stone too, that'd be the real crazy part. Looked like basic resources could only be bought. My grassland had no forest and no mines, so there was no way to develop them. I turned my eyes to the last chest, the rating chest. This one was tied to difficulty and rating. Higher difficulty and higher rating meant better rewards. Open the S abyss difficulty rating chest. Open. I licked my lips, eyes locked on it. Obtained 10 high-grade meat resource cards. Obtained 1,000 source crystals. Obtained 10,000 gold. Obtained a high-grade wonder building, the innate spirit source lake. Obtained a unique wonder building, the chaos spring. What the hell? That was the moment I truly understood how absurd the rookie period buffs were. The resource cards alone were outrageous. A single high-grade meat card was 1,000 tons, hard currency in the high-tier lord circle. Legions ran into the tens of thousands, and they could burn through a dozen cards in a single day. Gold and source crystals, the more the better. But the real bombshell was those two wonders. Wonder buildings come in 7 tiers: basic, intermediate, high-grade, rare treasure, exotic treasure, divine artifact, unique. An ordinary lord who scored a basic one in a whole lifetime should count himself lucky. There's an old saying in the lord's world, wonders are a lord's true depth. And that's no exaggeration. I hurried to check them. Name, innate spirit source lake, high grade. Area, from 100 meters across to 100,000 meters, adjustable. Trait, undying source, never runs dry. Function, soaking in it raises a troop's strength. Ridiculous. I stared at that function. As long as it wasn't destroyed, this lake stayed forever, and it directly boosted troop strength. Leveling troops normally came down entirely to killing monsters. Lilith and the others had fought high-level monsters for an hour and only reached black iron 3 stars. Don't scoff at that. God-tier troops need far more resources to level than common troops, so 3 stars was already solid. But this lake solved my biggest headache, the cultivation problem. No matter how strong a troop is, they come out as black iron 1 star and depend entirely on later training. With this thing, I'd never have to worry about leveling again. I looked at the Chaos Spring next. Chaos Spring, unique, 10 meters across. 6 traits, never runs dry, water of life, which repairs all wounds and curses, light of evolution, which gives territory creatures a chance to evolve, favorable weather, which means absolutely no natural disasters, chaos aura, which reduces elemental damage to territory troops by 99%, and devour and evolve, which gains new traits by devouring wonders. So this is a unique wonder. Top tier, love it. Every trait was useful, and the wildest one was that it could devour other wonders to evolve. I scanned my territory. Besides the grassland, there were only 2 buildings, one of them a broken shack. I decisively used my authority, and a lake 100 meters across took shape in the territory, its water crystal clear and brimming with spiritual energy. Right after, a fountain of chaos-colored jade appeared beside the manor, and I channeled the spring water into the spirit source lake. Chaos lights spilled across the whole territory, and the entire place gave off a mysterious aura. I nodded, satisfied. This was only the beginning. The Chaos Spring's power would take time to show itself. God Emperor, can we go swim? Lilith's eyes lit up as she leaned in. Of course. It was meant for you all in the first place. It'll raise your levels. Hearing that made her even happier. She'd only meant to bathe and relax, and now she found out she could get stronger while she was at it. I didn't have time to watch her reaction. I turned to the fallen sanctum. I'd gotten my source crystals, and I couldn't waste a single minute of the precious rookie period. You all go bathe first. Lilith, come with me. The other fallen angels shot Lilith an envious glance and headed off to the spirit source lake together. They'd just fought a battle with no suspense at all, and they were covered in sweat and blood. A bath was exactly right. God Emperor, do you want to reward me? I'm ready. Lilith smiled sweetly. I was speechless and tossed out a line. We'll talk about the reward tonight. Then I took her straight to the Fallen Sanctum. Upgrading cost 100 source crystals. I had 3,100 on hand. More than enough. Upgrade the barracks. Fallen Sanctum? Upgrade. 100 source crystals deducted. Fallen Sanctum raised to level 2. Name, Fallen Sanctum. Level 2. God tier, Chaos. Daily recruitment, 20. Next level requirement, 1,000 source crystals, 10,000 gold, 1 seed of darkness. 1 level jumps to 1,000 source crystals and 10,000 gold, plus a special material. Going from 2 to 3 is that harsh. I felt a bit helpless. The recruitment cap only went up to 20. A legion needs 10,000 units. At this rate, when would I ever get there? High-tier lords go to war with hundreds of thousands of troops as a starting point. My little count wouldn't even fill a gap between their teeth. But there was nothing to be done. The higher the rank, the bigger the restrictions. 20 it is. I can always make it work. I walked into the sanctum, Lilith trailing behind. Recruit? Recruit. 10 gold spent. Recruitment successful. Black-red mist churned in the main hall. Lilith glanced over, looking thoroughly uninterested. A moment later, 10 figures emerged, every one of them tall with a smoking hot figure. The mist scattered, and 10 original sin fallen angels knelt on one knee, eyes full of fervor. We greet the God Emperor. You can all get up. I smiled satisfied. Right now I only had 20 God-tier troops, but their growth ceiling was terrifyingly high. These 10 were all original sin fallen angels too, the variant type. The only hero I had was Lilith, and she happened to be of the original sin line, so everyone I recruited came out as original sin fallen angels. Without a hero from another line to anchor it, I probably couldn't recruit other types anyway. I wasn't surprised at all that I hadn't rolled a hero unit this time. Heroes are rare by nature. Lil, I'm leaving these ones to you. Of course, God Emperor. Lilith smiled at the 10 newly recruited original sin fallen angels. You, come with me. The 10 shot me a glance, then followed her out of the hall. The moment they left, I sat down cross-legged in the main hall and opened the Lord's Heart. Ding. Spend 100 source crystals to upgrade the Lord's Heart. Upgrade. Ding. Lord's Heart raised to black iron 2 stars. You may select a new entry. A warm current spread from my wrist through my whole body, strengthening it steadily. A Lord's strength is tied directly to the Lord's Heart. Want to get stronger? You upgrade it. 10 minutes later, I opened my eyes. My physique had improved dramatically, and spiritual power had formed inside me, which meant I'd officially stepped into the ranks of Lords. Lord's Heart. Level, black iron, 3 stars. Entry, Beyond Divine Evolution, red. Upgrade, 200 source crystals. System, select an entry. 2 red lights and 1 gold appeared. Supreme Order. Your troops absolutely uphold order and tolerate no darkness. Order faction strength doubles. Potential cap plus 2 levels. Loyalty fixed at 100. Note, absolute order, absolute justice. I stared at the first red entry, lost in thought. Order faction strength doubled. Potential plus 2 levels. Loyalty locked. Strong sure, but too restrictive, only good for a pure order faction. Troops split into 3 great factions, Order, Chaos, and Primal Chaos, and they don't get along. Most ordinary lords pick just one faction, but I don't care about any of that. My troops are all raised by me, loyalty maxed, and I never worry about infighting. So this entry was useless to me. The second, Supreme Primal Chaos. Your troops absolutely worship Primal Chaos. Primal Chaos faction strength doubles. Potential plus 2 levels, loyalty fixed at 100. Note, the world will return to primal chaos in the end. Same soup, different bowl. I frowned. Cast from the same mold as the first, just a different faction and the same problem. The last one gold. Crystal Palace. The territory can only recruit female troops. Female strength doubles, troop cap plus 1 level. Note, harem mode. Hope your kidneys are healthy. Me. All 3 entries came with a catch. The first 2 locked you to a faction, the last locked you to a gender. Red was no use to me, since binding to a faction gained me nothing. Gold restricted gender, but that barely mattered. If anything, it suited me. Who wouldn't want an army of goddess-tier fighters? The only regret was the potential only went up 1 level, but compared to the first 2, that was already sweet. Bind. Crystal Palace. The instant I finished, Lilith noticed from over by the lake. She turned her head toward the fallen sanctum. Potential, it grew stronger. The other fallen angels were still splashing around carefree in the lake, completely unaware they'd gotten stronger. The corner of Lilith's mouth curled up. I glanced at the panel. The new entry had already taken effect. Every level up came with only one binding chance, and skipping it meant the upgrade was wasted. 2,900 crystals left. I hesitated, then decided to hold off on upgrading for now. It wasn't that I didn't want more entries. It was that every time my level rose, the void trial difficulty rose with it. Lilith and the others were only black iron 3 stars right now, so I couldn't let the pacing slip. The Lord's World has an ironclad rule: rank suppression. Black iron fighting bronze deals at most half damage, and it only eases up gradually past diamond. Everyone understands this. The teachers at school hammered it home over and over. Don't rush to upgrade your Lord's heart early. Build up your troop levels first. I knew this cold. Lilith and the rest were unbeatable at their level right now. But the moment I leveled up and bronze monsters started showing up in the trial, that'd be trouble. Only 20 troops, still low level. No sense taking that risk. Play it steady, 1 level a day, and I was already leaving most people in the dust. Source crystals were more precious than gold, hard currency. Ordinary trials didn't drop them at all. Only nightmare difficulty gave you a shot, and even then only from chests. Decomposing corpses wouldn't yield any. For a rookie, upgrading once every 10 days was doing well. 1 level a day? Don't even dream about it. I opened the chat channel. Plenty of noise. Brothers, has anyone cleared the void trial? Don't pick high difficulty. Farm resources on normal. Take it slow. Picking high difficulty is straight up suicide. Tier 10 troops. What difficulty should I pick? Abyss? Obviously, you chosen one. Remember to carry me, bro. Still picking Abyss? You think I'm an idiot? You're not an idiot. You're a poser. Dumb dog. A big mess of people flaming each other. Some jealous, some who tried to show off, wiped, and got mocked, and some cursing that fate was unfair. Pretty real. Honestly, if I hadn't landed a good talent and a god-tier barracks, I'd probably have jumped into the flaming too. People are all a little two-faced, and I'm no exception. I switched to an alt account and posted. Otherworld Traveler, buying Seeds of Darkness. If you have one, message me. Price guaranteed to satisfy. Otherworld Traveler, buying Seeds of Darkness. If you have one, message me. Price guaranteed to satisfy. Who uses their real name out here? A Seed of Darkness is a rare treasure item, same tier as a wonder, and only the raiding chest from a void trial can produce one. With billions of rookies in this batch, somebody's bound to roll one. The trade hall was locked, but rookies could still swap resources through private messages. Call it the lifeline the eternal world left everyone. My only option was to spam the channel with this crude method and hope somebody reached out. Too bad the merchant lords haven't surfaced yet. But it's coming. By day 3 at the latest, the first wave of merchants will show. I calculated. Every generation of rookies has its merchant lords. These people have a talent for commerce, or they come straight out of the big trading guilds. Good for everyone, really. Strong lords buy whatever they're short on, and ordinary lords can offload their goods. Curse them as profiteers all you want. I only care about efficiency. If resources can solve it, no more talk. Speed is what I want. Otherworld Traveler, this guy, the infamous arms dealer. In another territory, a handsome man stared at the chat channel and let out a cold laugh. Yishio, his only reincarnation talent from the last life, and it only worked once. Now he was back, buying Seeds of Darkness on day 1. Looks like nothing's changed. His eyes were deep, a wicked smile at his lips. If I remember right, this guy starts selling Techside arms 20 days from now and causes a huge stir. Techside troops, thriving, and he ends up the number 1 of this generation. The Techside is fast early, but it runs out of steam. This life, though, I've got a tier 10 troop, the Dragonslayer champion, plus a king tier talent, kingship. Why can't the number 1 be me? Yishio brimmed with confidence. Foreknowledge, and I could still lose? I don't believe it. During the rookie period, he also scooped up a high Celestial's inheritance. This time I'll take it and turn him into a vassal lord. He started scheming. As someone who'd been a lord for 10 years before reincarnating, he might forget the small stuff, but he remembered every major event and special occurrence. Achoo, I sneezed in my territory. Who's cursing me behind my back? I rubbed my nose. God Emperor, you're not catching a cold, are you? Would you like me to warm you up? Lilith immediately pressed against me. Her soft body leaned in, her fragrance drilling straight into my nose. I shot her a glance. This woman just wanted to tease me. After the Crystal Palace boost, her potential had already shot up to Genesis, and the other original sin-fallen angels had climbed from High Celestial to Chief God. No need. Grill some meat first, I'm hungry. Understood, God Emperor. She gave me a resentful look and went to grill the meat. I lay on the grass by the Spirit Source Lake, soaking up the sun. 20 goddess-tier beauties swaying around in front of me. Saying I wasn't moved would be a lie. Once I can go back, I'll definitely find some dance videos for them to learn from. I looked at the original sin fallen angels and smiled. Time drifted by, and night fell. Other lords had been busy all day. Over here, I was bored stiff. Plenty of people messaged me privately, mostly stream links. Turns out adult content really is the #1 productive force. There are movie brothers and sisters everywhere. I watched with a critical mindset, free of charge, didn't spend a cent. Mostly just to broaden my horizons. Minotaurs paired with Lolas, trolls, tentacle monsters, flesh armor, combinations so bizarre I'd never even heard of them. I figured lords like to get creative, but it was more absurd than I imagined. Tonight I decided to make do in the fallen sanctum. That broken shack was less comfortable than the grass outside. Just as I was about to sleep, a sweet breeze drifted in, and a gentle embrace wrapped around me. God Emperor, the night is deep. Time to make good on my reward. Lilith's voice was soft enough to pierce the heart, her eyes able to melt a man. That night, I basically spent dreaming, barely slept at all. The reason? Those who know. The next morning I woke up aching all over, back sore, and let out a long sigh as I dragged myself off the ground. Day 2, Lilith. God Emperor, I know. She carefully helped me get dressed. I looked at the fallen angel statue, and a prompt sounded in my head. Ding. Begin daily recruitment? Recruit. 20 gold deducted. Recruitment successful. Black-red mist gathered, and 20 original sin fallen angels emerged, all kneeling at once, eyes full of fervor. You can all get up. Lilith, take them down to the lake, I'll wash up. Lilith led them away. Only then did I let out a breath, rubbing my back. I really couldn't hold up. My battles with Lilith were on a completely different level. I was Black Iron 2 stars now, still far too far behind her. Let's talk about upgrading after today's trial. I looked at the Lord's heart. Either wait, or learn a little restraint. Health first. Bracing my back, I walked to the Chaos Spring, scooped up a handful of water, and drank it down. Pretty sweet, easy to drink. My back felt a lot lighter right away, and my energy came back. I gulped a few more mouthfuls and felt fully restored. If other lords knew I was drinking holy water that could heal all wounds and curses as an aphrodisiac, they'd probably cough up blood and rage. I opened my private messages. This fast. I stared at the screen. I thought it'd take at least 3 days. A merchant's already contacting me. A lord named Little Merchant had sent a friend request, tagged Merchant Lord. I approved it without a second thought. In another territory, a little lowly was staring at her private message window, muttering as she replied. Do these rookies even understand what borrowing means? What my father is zhong'er means. Bunch of idiots, still trying to grab things for free, like I'm running a charity. She swept a disdainful glance over her list. Not one of them had potential, all just here for freebies. Just then a prompt sounded. Someone added her as a friend. Otherworld traveler, the one who wanted a seed of darkness right now. This person is either insane or genuinely capable. Hope it's the latter, or I'll be crying at how dumb they are. Lin Xiaoxiao thought it over and sent the first message. Little Merchant, big shot, you finally added me. What would you like to buy? I've got wood, stone, gold, source crystals. Need something else? I can help you find it too. I raised an eyebrow and replied. Got any seeds of darkness? A barracks works too. Any faction, rank doesn't matter. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Now this was a real big client. If that's what you need, big shot, I'll find it right away. Though the price. I replied directly. Relax, I won't shortchange you. Faster the better. I only need 1 seed of darkness. Any barracks will do. Got it. Barracks are hard to find, but the seed of darkness I should be able to nail down today. Wait for my message, big shot. Good. I replied with a single word and closed the private messages. If you want to be a merchant lord, the key is connections, and those connections aren't built after entering the eternal world, they're built beforehand. Ordinary people can't manage it. Only people from the big guilds can. This little merchant was probably the heir of some guild. Couldn't be bothered thinking about it. Nothing to do with me. I looked toward the territory. Lilith. God Emperor. She appeared at once. Tell the others, today's void trial is about to start. Get ready to fight. Of course, God Emperor. Crimson flashed in her eyes. Her black and purple wings spread, and she shot into the sky as a streak of light. Above the vault of the sky, the black-red figures assembled. 40 originals and fallen angels, all present. System, begin the void trial. Choose a difficulty, normal, hard, nightmare, purgatory, abyss. Abyss. No hesitation. Starts in 30 seconds. Difficulty abyss. Lord, please prepare. Dark red light surged out along the territory's borders. 30 seconds later, towering demons stormed in, roars shaking the heavens. Name: Abyssal Fiend, Tier 4, Black Iron 9 stars. Note: Abyss Cannon Fodder, ranked slightly above the Imps. All Black Iron 9 stars. Good thing I didn't level up, or running into bronze monsters would have been trouble. I quietly counted myself lucky. My highest was Lilith at just Black Iron 4 stars, and that was from soaking in the Spirit Source Lake. The ones recruited today were only 1 star. Run into a bronze monster, and I might well wipe and lose a unit, and any loss for me was massive bleeding. Even a common troop's growth ceiling was Chief God tier. Losing even one would hurt down to my bones. Above, Lilith looked down at the fiends with a cold smile, great scythe in hand, and dropped like a meteor into the horde. Flesh and blood flew instantly. The other fallen angels plunged down as streaks of light from all sides, and the slaughter began. I watched this newly recruited batch. The fight held no suspense, pure crushing. I'd just been worried they couldn't handle Black Iron 9 stars, and now I was completely at ease. Lilith's level climbed fast, up a full level in 10 minutes. The newcomers rose even faster, catching right up to the first batch. My territory became a bloody slaughterhouse, corpses piled into mountains, chests surfacing one after another. An hour later. Ding. Void trial complete. Evaluating. Ding. 0 losses. 5,000 enemies slain. Rating: Triple S. Ding. Triple S Abyss difficulty chest obtained. 5,000. My heart jumped. Yesterday, it was 1,000 imps, and today, it was 5,000 Tier 4 monsters. Count and level both surging, all because the Lord's heart went up 1 level. Higher difficulty, fatter rewards. Otherwise, how could a unique tier wonder possibly drop? Something even God tier lords would fight over. Decompose. Obtained 500 source crystals. Getting that much out of scrap left me satisfied. Lilith led the blood-soaked fallen angels down from the sky. Go wash up and rest. I'll handle the rest. They went to bathe. After an hour of hard fighting, Lilith had reached Black Iron 7 stars, and the others had all climbed too. Leveling God tier units was genuinely hard, but thanks to the Spirit Source Lake, slow as it was, they always went up. A thought, and I swept all the chests up. Exactly 800. Open the Black Iron Abyss chests. 100 gold. 10 source crystals. 40,000 gold for 1,000 source crystals. A fortune to others. To me, SOSO, nowhere to spend it right now. Then the rating chest. Open the Triple S Abyss rating chest. Obtained a Tier 1 barracks, the machine gun camp. Obtained an exotic treasure wonder, the pool of wine and forest of meat. Obtained a unique wonder, the Hall of Heroes. I sucked in a breath. 1 barracks, 2 wonders. The rookie period really is a game for the brave. No wonder everyone knows the Abyss is brutal and still wants a shot. Machine gun camp, level 1, Tier 1, Primal Chaos. Recruits 2,000 gunners a day, 1 gold each. Upgrade costs 1 source crystal. I looked at the panel, speechless. This was the most ordinary troop there is, its only merit being sheer numbers. You wouldn't even bring them mining, because they can't. They can only be used as temporary bullet catchers. Dead last in cost effectiveness among all troops, no exceptions. Even farmers beat them, since farmers at least have a specialty. I looked at that green army camp model in my hand and chose to upgrade. Ding. Tier 1 Barracks Machine Gun Camp upgraded to God Tier Barracks, Supreme Protocol. The model shifted from a green army camp into a skyscraper full of sci-fi flair. I checked its stats right away. Name: Supreme Protocol. Level: 1, God Tier Order. Recruitment: 10 of 10. Cost: 1 gold. Original price: 500,000. Note: a barracks that shouldn't exist, integrating every type of tech-side God Tier barracks. Can recruit all tech-side troops. Long live the Human Federation. Humanity supreme. Burn the sea of stars. Light up the galaxy. Humanity shall be immortal. Something stirred in me. Human Federation? Surely not the organization I know. Was this barracks trying to set me on a war criminal path? Uft. If you don't lose, you're not a war criminal. I licked my lips, used my authority, and set Supreme Protocol on the other side of the manor, flanking it opposite the fallen sanctum. On the left, the eerie and holy dark cathedral. On the right, the ultra sci-fi tech tower. God Emperor, what is this? Lilith appeared beside me, her hair still damp, and the next second it steamed dry. New troops. Your new companions. I smiled. She raised an eyebrow and glared at the tech tower with unfriendly eyes. I understood at once why she was so hostile. Lilith was Chaos faction, and the tech tower was Order faction, natural enemies. Put simply, Lilith was a Chaos troop, born evil. And Supreme Protocol, from its note, was absolute order, so righteous it turned sinister. With any other lord, the moment Supreme Protocol appeared, before a single troop was recruited, Lilith would mutiny and take him out. But I was different. The fixed loyalty came into play here. The hostility in her eyes was aimed at the tech tower, not at me. Toward me, she was still absolutely loyal, or she'd have acted long ago. Come on, Lilith. Whether it's you or the troops that come later, you're all people I trust absolutely. I won't force you to be friends, but at least don't be enemies. I looked at her. She was silent a moment, then finally smiled. Understood, God Emperor. I'd like to see what this new sister is actually capable of. I took her into the Supreme Protocol Hall. Inside it was all sci-fi, a huge ball of light hovering on a metal base, countless zeros and ones flowing through the sphere. Upgrade. Ding. Spend 100 source crystals to upgrade Supreme Protocol. Upgrade. Countless beams of light enveloped the tower. Supreme Protocol upgraded. Now level 2. Name, Supreme Protocol. Level 2, God Tier, Order. Recruitment, 20 of 20. Next level, 1,000 source crystals, 10,000 gold, 1 seed of technology. 20 a day now. As expected, the requirements were about the same as the Fallen Sanctum, and past level 2 you needed a special material. What tech side troops can it recruit? Psionic, gene, mechanical, or energy? I looked curiously at the sphere. Begin daily recruitment? Recruit. The great sphere burst with brilliant tech light, digits flowing wildly. The light of technology lit up the hall, as if unrolling the whole history of science before my eyes. Drilling wood for fire, the Industrial Revolution, machine guns, planes and cannons, from planets to the sea of stars, deep space fleets, gates through space-time, neutron annihilation, the void engine. The light scattered, and 20 figures appeared. At the very front stood a white-haired girl, 1.75 meters, in a form-fitting white futuristic combat suit, her eyes empty, locking onto me like a machine that had just booted up. We greet the Emperor. The 20 tech-side troops cried out together, all kneeling on one knee. Get up first. The white-haired girl rose, her eyes full of fervor, staring hard at me. Delicate face, perfect figure, clear curves under the white combat suit, skin white as milk. Name, Talus. Loyalty, 100. Level, Black Iron, 1 star. Troop, Ultimate Weapon, War God Talus, Hero. Rank, God Tier. Talent, Master of Genes, Void Engine. Artifact, Ultimate Armament. Potential, Root, Crystal Palace boosted. Note, an artificial god that should never have been born. For some reason her potential broke past the tech unit ceiling, and she can infinitely fuse and devour other creatures' genes to strengthen herself. The ultimate weapon of the tech side gene line, a war god who shouldn't exist. My heart jumped. The tech side gene line could actually devour and fuse creatures' genes to keep getting stronger? I glanced at Lilith and shook my head. That was a matter for later. The other new troops were all female too. The Crystal Palace entry, only females could be recruited. Name, Gene Guard, Gene Devourer. Potential, Low Celestial, Crystal Palace boosted. Note, confuse other creatures' genes. Each fusion evolves it and raises its potential up to 3 times. Beyond that it can't be sustained, so choose carefully. Only 3 fusions, so I have to pick the strongest. I made a note. 3 chances, absolutely can't waste them. Talus, this is Lilith. From now on your companions. Talus looked at Lilith, her cold face utterly expressionless, and only gave a nod. Lilith sized her up with interest. She hadn't expected this representative of absolute order to seem so unbothered by her own presence as a primal chaos power. The logic wasn't hard to follow. Talus's order was born of my will, so yes. My thoughts were the rules she was meant to protect. Once Lilith grasped that layer, her impression of this absolute order hero actually turned favorable. Lilith, take Talus to meet the others. Everyone get acquainted, and while you're at it, explain what each building in the territory does. Understood, God Emperor. I watched her lead Talus and the group of gene guards out of the hall. Whatever Lilith could figure out, of course I'd figured out too. Absolute order was really an extension of my will. Order troops used to be the embodiment of some ideal, and now that ideal had become me. That's why Talus reacted the way she did. To her, my thoughts were the highest order and rule. I set my mind fully at ease. In Lilith's eyes I was supreme primal chaos, and in Talus's eyes I represented absolute order, and the two didn't clash at all, because both of them were loyal only to me. So this is what fixed loyalty is. It's really nice. I smiled and walked out of the hall. Off by the Spirit Source Lake, Lilith had already gotten the original sin fallen angels and the gene guards along, and the mood was pretty harmonious. I turned to inspect the 2 new wonders. Name, Pool of wine and forest of meat, exotic treasure. Trait 1. Infinite food, unlimited output of diamond tier and lower food and drink. Trait 2. Auto cleaning. Trait 3. Loyalty plus 10. Trait 4. Happiness plus 10. Note: with this, you'll never worry about food again. Switch between ancient or modern styles anytime. Living up to an exotic treasure wonder. I couldn't help but marvel. Ordinary food has no tier, but black iron tier food can strengthen the body and spiritual power, let alone diamond tier, and its unlimited supply. Special food and drink are rare in the Lord's world, especially food, which spoils fast and barely circulates. Drink is hard currency, though, since it stores long-term. Should I sell it? I hesitated, then let it go. The drink market was monopolized by the big guilds, and moving in rashly was suicide. Either I'd get absorbed as a lackey or wait to die. The big guilds had god-tier lords sitting behind them, a huge coalition of interests among the great families, and they'd never tolerate an outsider muscling in. Forget it. This isn't a novel. Kill you by mistake here, and they still won't let you off. As long as there's suspicion, evidence or not, the big guilds won't be polite about it. I sighed and pulled my mind back on my own. Reality's like that. I didn't have the standing yet to touch these unwritten rules. Auto-cleaning would save me from dealing with filth. Loyalty was useless to me. My troops were absolutely loyal already. As for happiness, no use right now either. That'd have to wait until the rookie period ended and I had ordinary residence. I set the pool of wine and forest of meat behind the manor, and with a thought, turned the ancient building straight into a 500 square meter modern villa. I didn't rush inside, checking the last wonder first. A golden, illusory palace floated in my hand, giving off holy radiance, its murals covered in valiant Valkyries. Name: Hall of Heroes, unique. Trait 1. Valor, territory troop, stats doubled. Trait 2. Fearless, morale at its peak, never falters. Trait 3. Sacrifice, each troop that falls raises the rest stats by 1%. Trait 4. Loyalty, loyalty plus 20. Trait 5. Humility, stamina, spiritual power, and spirit recovery doubled. Trait 6. Undying, immune to 1 lethal attack, health force locked. Trait 7. Deathless, 1 resurrection chance per day. Valor, fearless, sacrifice, loyalty, humility, undying, deathless. All right, if you want to play rough, I'll oblige. I stared at the Hall of Heroes. It was absurd beyond belief. My troop stats were already off the charts, and with this set of mechanics on top, it was giving wings to a tiger. Immune to lethal blows, boosting teammates after death, a free resurrection every day. Anyone would be green with envy over that treatment. But on me, it just felt reasonable. I drew a deep breath and placed the Hall of Heroes in the territory. The Golden Palace turned into a streak of light and finally settled behind the manor, side by side with the pool of wine and forest of meat. Nice. After resurrecting, they can even swing by for a good meal on the way. That settles it. Crystal Palace plus Hall of Heroes, double boost. This isn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. A dim light flashed in my eyes, and I decided to upgrade the Lord's Heart. I'd been holding off on upgrading before, afraid of rank suppression. Small level gaps aren't a big deal, but the crushing power between major ranks can't be underestimated. But now, with the Crystal Palace and the Hall of Heroes double boost, plus the Hall of Heroes mechanics as a safety net, and the newly acquired God-tier troops and heroes, I decided to give it a try. Ding. Spend 200 source crystals to upgrade the Lord's Heart. Upgrade. 200 source crystals deducted. Lord's Heart raised to Black Iron 3 stars. You may select a new entry. A warm current flowed from my wrist through my whole body, and my strength rose another notch. Black Iron 3 stars. I let out a breath. Black Iron 3 stars in 2 days. This pace was unprecedented. Let's leave it here. I'll check the trial difficulty tomorrow before deciding. Today it was all Black Iron 9 stars. I'd gone up a level, so would bronze rank show up tomorrow? Play it safe, see clearly, then decide whether to keep upgrading. Anyway, first the entry. System, select an entry. 3 gold lights appeared. Why no red? I frowned. All gold this time, not 1 red. Call it the big pity floor. Absolute loyalty. Loyalty plus 30. I raised an eyebrow. Simple and direct, but strong. Don't underestimate that 30. A freshly recruited troop usually starts at 50, barely obedient, and the moment you do something they don't like, loyalty drops, maybe even to the point of betrayal. For a lord, any entry that adds loyalty is a top-tier entry, worth good money even with just 1 stat. Mutinies are no joke. Red entries are unique. Once someone picks one, it never appears again. Shame I can't use it. I shook my head. My troop's loyalty was maxed long ago, so this one was useless to me. Fate's guidance. The Lord may ask one question about his own fate each day. This one's nice. Isn't that just prophecy? I was a little tempted. One question about my own fate every day. Not bad. I nodded and looked at the last one. Bulwark of size. The territory space barrier is tied to the combined strength of your troops. The stronger the troops, the sturdier the barrier. I stared at this entry. Gold tier, but to me it was no different from red. The key was tied to the combined strength of troops. The stronger my troops, the tougher my territory's barrier. Flip it around, and if the troops are weak, the entry's worthless, which is exactly why it only reached gold. Kind of hard to choose. I wanted both Fate's guidance and the bulwark of size. Can I just have them all? Forget it. Take the bulwark of size. I made up my mind. I had to plan for the future. Fate's guidance was nice, but to me it was just icing. What I had to consider wasn't only the rookie period. The real challenge came after the 30 days, when every lord entered the eternal world and invasion could come at any moment. Monsters or other lords. Either way, the territory's safety was my lifeline. The stronger the barrier, the more anyone trying to get in would slam into the bulwark of size first. If they can't even tear open a space crack, what invasion? For future safety, I need to stack the strongest troops together with the space barrier. A gold entry like Fate's guidance I might get a shot at later. What I lacked most right now was defense. Bind. Bulwark of size. Lord's Heart. Level. Black Iron. 3 stars. Entries. Beyond Divine Evolution. Red. Crystal Palace. Gold. Bulwark of size. Gold. Upgrade. 300 source crystals. I glanced at the panel, closed it, and turned to tally my resources. 7,100 source crystals, 70,040 gold, 10 high-grade meat resource cards. Gold was the most, but recruiting only cost 40 a day, and I had basically no other expenses. All right, done. I stretched. Today's work was wrapped up, nothing urgent left. Upgrade the territory? Not yet. I had only 60 troops. Upgrade the territory, and the Void Trials Guard perimeter got bigger, and my forces couldn't cover it at all. Upgrading now was just asking for trouble. Just as I was about to head to the pool of wine and forest of meat to relax, a friend's private message popped up. Little merchant. Big shot. I found the seed of darkness you wanted. Price is 1,000 source crystals or 20,000 gold. How's that sound? I chuckled. That price was dirt cheap. A rare treasure item like a seed of darkness wasn't top tier, but 1,000 crystals or 20,000 gold was genuinely cheap. Why is a rare treasure item so cheap? Rookie period treasures aren't really treasures. They only matter once you convert them into your own strength. If you can't even hold your territory, all the treasures in the world are useless. The people willing to sell low come in 2 types. One type has problems in their territory. They picked too high a difficulty, tried to power through, lost all their troops, and now they're even short on recruitment resources, so they sell off treasures cheap to pay for their own recklessness. Very common in the rookie period. The other type knows how to make trade-offs and has a long-term plan, swapping treasures they can't use for the resources they actually need. I thought it over and replied. Otherworld Traveler. Fine, but I only have gold, no crystals. Let's use gold. On the other end, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes shifted. 20,000 gold he can hand over on day 2. So either his territory has a gold mine or his troops are beasts. No source crystals, though, might not mean much. Still, he looks like a potential stock, just not sure which kind. Little merchant. Of course, big shot. Trade request sent. Please confirm. I clicked confirm. An Azure trade window popped up. Both sides uploaded their items, and the deal closed. I got the seed of darkness. She got 20,000 gold. Little merchant. Pleasure doing business. Reach out anytime you need Xiao Xiao. Otherworld Traveler. Turns out you really do have a seed of technology. If any come up, keep an eye out for me. Little merchant. Okay, got it. Big shot. I closed the panel. 20,000 gold. And how much she made off it was her skill. Without her I couldn't have gotten a seed of darkness this fast either. Looks like there are capable people among the rookies too. I looked at the seed of darkness in my hand. On her end, Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the gold that had landed in her account and smiled into crescents. Seed of technology? First a seed of darkness, now a seed of technology. What is this guy even after? Stockpiling, or whatever. The customer is king, and gold is the lifeline. As a merchant, just do the deal. Don't ask about the background. Knowing too much is more trouble than it's worth. She started contacting the merchants under her. Whether Suyi was a big shot, she didn't know, but right now he was her biggest client, and that was enough. I couldn't be bothered thinking more about it. First I'd upgrade the Fallen Sanctum, or today's recruitment slots would go to waste. The Black Cathedral stood there, cold. Ding. Spend 1,000 source crystals, 1 seed of darkness, and 10,000 gold to upgrade the fallen sanctum? Upgrade. Clean and decisive. A black column of light shot to the heavens, running through the entire territory. Lilith led the original sin fallen angels and Talus led the Gene guards, appearing one after another and lining up behind me. Lilith watched the cathedral's transformation and breathed out in relief. She'd thought something had happened, and it turned out to just be an upgrade. The lights scattered, and the fallen sanctum was deeper now, the space around it seeming to twist and collapse, swallowing light like a black hole. Name, Fallen Sanctum. Level, 3, God Tier, Chaos. Recruitment, 10 of 30. Cost, 1 gold, original price 1 million. Aura, Eternal Primordial Dark. Upgrade, 10,000 source crystals, 100,000 gold, 10 seeds of darkness. Gained an aura, but the upgrade materials are getting more absurd. I stared at that string of numbers. Wild. Auras are exclusive to barracks and only appear once they reach a certain level. Eternal Primordial Dark. God Tier Aura. Troops recruited by the Fallen Sanctum will not truly die. Upon death, they return to the Primordial Dark and are reborn, as long as the barracks isn't destroyed. Note, the origin of all things, the end of all things. May you be as eternal and towering as the Primordial Dark. Wasn't this just infinite resurrection armor? The Hall of Heroes could only resurrect once a day, and this one had no cooldown. Eternal Primordial Dark was completely unreasonable. A god-tier barracks with a built-in aura, basically invincible. My laugh grew wilder. A small regret was that this aura only worked on Fallen Sanctum troops, useless for the others. Forget it, can't be too greedy. I looked at Lilith and Talus. Lordly stats can stack. In other words, Lilith now had 2 sets of resurrection armor, one with a cooldown and one without. Lilith, Talus, come with me. I took the 2 of them into the Fallen Sanctum. I had 10 recruitment slots left today, and not using them would be a waste. Slots refresh daily and expire if unused. A lot of lords sell off treasures cheap for resources mainly because slots can't be saved up. Ding. Spend 10 gold for daily recruitment. Recruit. Every recruitment was like opening a blind box, nerve-wracking and addictive. Dark power began to gather. Lilith's and Talus's expressions changed as they stared at that mass of black mist. Deeper and purer than the black-red mist from before. The black mist scattered, and 10 figures knelt on one knee. We greet the God Emperor. Get up. The fallen angel at the front had long, bright silver hair, wore dark red battle armor, delicate of feature, her eyes full of devotion and fervor. The armor covered only the breastplate, the skirt guard, the gauntlets, and the war boots, the rest bare, skin white and gleaming, a pair of pure black wings behind her. The other 9 were the same, completely different from the original Sin Fallen Angels. Name, Ishtar. Loyalty, 100. Level, Black Iron, 1 star. Troop, Fallen Primordial Dark, Ishtar. Rank, God Tier. Talent, First Darkness. Skill, Light of Primordial Dark. Artifact, Blade of Primordial Dark. Potential, Genesis, Crystal Palace boosted. Note, the most ancient of fallen angels, an orthodox primordial dark fallen angel, pure of bloodline, in command of the First Darkness. A hero unit of the fallen angel line, capable of recruiting new fallen angel troops. My heart jumped. This was the true orthodox fallen angel, pure of bloodline, an entirely different breed from a variant original Sin Fallen Angel like Lilith. I glanced over the remaining 9. Loyalty maxed, Black Iron 1 star, God Tier, Talent Dark Divine Body, Skill Dark Erosion, wielding the Blade of Primordial Dark, potential pulled to Chief God Tier by the Crystal Palace. Orthodox troops of the Fallen Angel line, pure of blood. Ishtar, from now on you command the Fallen Angel line. Yes, God Emperor. She agreed, then looked behind me. This is Lilith, commander of the original Sin Fallen Angel line. This is Talus, commander of the Gene Guard line. Ishtar nodded. The corner of Lilith's mouth curled up. Talus stayed cold as ever. She only cared that she was the Emperor's guard. Come, Ishtar, have your people get acquainted with Lilith's and Talus's. Ready to start a banquet. A banquet? Does the Lord have wine? Lilith asked, licking her lips. Of course. I led the 3 out of the Fallen Sanctum, bringing their respective subordinates to the modern villa beside the pool of wine and forest of meat. A thought, and all kinds of Black Iron Tier wine and drinks appeared inside the villa. Let the revelry begin. Take whatever you want to eat and drink. Long live the God Emperor. The original Sin Fallen Angels were the liveliest, cheering right away. I sprawled on the sofa with a body-strengthening bottle of wine, a Pride Original Sin Angel on my left, a Jean Guard on my right. Looking around at a whole room of goddess-tier figures and faces, I kept feeling something was missing. Suddenly it hit me, a pool party. Right, almost forgot, there's no pool. A thought, and I moved the pool of wine and forest of meat over beside the Spirit Source Lake. How can a banquet have no pool? Everyone, have fun, do whatever you like, just don't touch the wine and food above Black Iron Tier. Cheers rose, and the revelry officially kicked off. The whole morning passed. I crawled out of the pile of women and shook my foggy head. Drank too much. Wine really shouldn't be overdone. No harm done, but still a bit rough. I left the villa and went to the Spirit Source Lake to catch some air and clear my head. A figure appeared behind me without a sound. Talus, Talus, it's safe here. You don't have to follow me all the time. Go have fun. She was expressionless. Protecting the Emperor is my duty. I gave a small smile and said no more. That was Talus. Lilith was warm, teasing me now and then. Talus was calm and steady, never muddled. Ishtar had just arrived, and I couldn't read her character yet, but this was good. Each with her own temperament, as long as they were loyal. I flopped back. Then give me a massage. Talus quickly knelt behind me, propped up my back, let me lean against her legs, and gently pressed my head. Eyes closed, enjoying it. I asked, Talus, who will you pick for your gene selection? Lilith or Ishtar, either works. No hesitation. Then how should I arrange the gene guards? Emperor, the gene guards exist to protect you. How to choose is your decision. Same for me. Her voice was even. I'll think about it more then. The breeze drifted past, and I dozed off again. Talus patiently kept massaging. Night fell. I woke, looked at the bonfire, and stretched. Thank you for the trouble, Talus. This is what I should do, Emperor. Still expressionless. I opened the chat channel. All movie brothers and sisters messages, blacklisted and deleted them straight off. Nothing important in the private messages either. I opened the friend panel. Right now I had just one friend, Little Merchant. Messaged again. Found the seed of technology. I opened it, a flicker of surprise in my eyes. Little Merchant. Big shot. Are you interested in troop refresh recruitment cards? Little Merchant. Not around? If you're interested, message me privately. Troop refresh recruitment cards? I drew a deep breath. Someone was already offering these. With billions of rookies this generation, such a huge base, rolling something like this wasn't strange. To some lords a refresh card was worth less than a resource card. Their daily recruitment slots went unused anyway. Troops need to eat, and an ordinary lord doing well just to cover daily recruitment costs. Most people couldn't even manage that. So to them, this card was less practical than a high-grade food card. They weren't short on troops, they were short on supplies. I sent right away. Otherworld Traveler, around? How much for these? How many do you have? The moment Lin Xiaoxiao saw my message, she immediately set aside the other lords. Little Merchant. Here, I'm here, big shot. I've got 5 refresh cards, 1,000 gold each. How's that, big shot? My mind lit up. 5 cards, if I refreshed the Fallen Sanctum with all of them, that'd be 150 extra Fallen Angel troops. Otherworld Traveler, I'll take as many as you've got. Please help me source more. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes turned into gold coins. Little Merchant, of course, no problem, big shot. I'm still hunting down the seed of technology you want. It'll be here soon. Trade requested, please accept. Good. 5 troop refresh recruitment cards, in hand. Just as I was about to close the panel, I remembered I still needed Seeds of Darkness. Otherworld Traveler, right? Help me source Seeds of Darkness too. Price is no issue. Little Merchant, got it. On her end, Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the 5,000 gold that had landed and grinned wide. She'd bought the cards at 500 and turned them over at 10 times that. Making that money was her skill too. Sui didn't have her connections, and even knowing the channels he couldn't buy this many. This guy's troops aren't simple. Holy Domain. Legendary. Or Epic, Legend, she wondered. Only with high-tier troops like those was a refresh card most worth it. Plus, Sui had plenty of gold on hand, so Lin Xiaoxiao knew full well his troop level wasn't low. Not that it was a big deal to her, though. Every year, a few top geniuses cropped up among the rookies. Nothing new. By comparison, the one calling himself Autumn Leaf was so dumb it left her speechless. I'm running a business, and he actually wants to buy on credit, plus some kind of wager agreement. Read too many novels? He wants freebies while putting on airs to negotiate terms. Who's going to play the wager game with him? Lin Xiaoxiao decided the guy was a lunatic. Without a moment's hesitation, she deleted and blacklisted him. On the other side, Yi Xiu was in his own territory staring at the message he'd sent Lin Xiaoxiao, a little puzzled. Why'd she suddenly stop replying? He remembered that in his past life, this little merchant was a famous big merchant, deeply tied to otherworld traveler, a steady stream of resources keeping that guy always ahead. This life, he wanted to replicate his past life playbook. First win over little merchant, then ally with otherworld traveler, and turn these two resource powerhouses into his own vassals. Lock down these two, and the resources would never dry up. But after waiting a long while, no response from her end. He sent another and got a system prompt. You have been blacklisted by little merchant. Private messaging and trading unavailable. Yi Xiu's face stiffened, completely bewildered. Didn't otherworld traveler say in the past life that he'd also connected with her through a wager agreement? Was that guy just bragging? He rubbed his brow, thinking back. Otherworld traveler always claimed he didn't care about money, had no interest in it, was face-blind and couldn't tell who was pretty, and reminisced daily about his carefree school days. That guy was probably all talk, totally unreliable. Yi Xiu smiled bitterly. Being blacklisted by the biggest merchant lord meant he couldn't do business with her during the rookie period, and that wasn't good for him. Luckily, she wasn't the only merchant, but a shame, she was the biggest one this generation. Achoo! I sneezed and rubbed my nose. Who's talking about me again? I turned to look at Lilith and Ishtar. Lilith beamed. God Emperor, I've been thinking of you the whole time. Ishtar curled her lip in disdain, with no fondness for that vixen Lilith. She was just as loyal, but her temperament was worlds apart from Lilith's. Lilith was seductive by nature. Ishtar was like a warrior, blunt and direct. Sweet nothings rolled off Lilith's tongue effortlessly, while Ishtar couldn't squeeze out a single one. Only think them secretly in her heart. I teased her on purpose. Ishtar, don't you miss me? Lilith joined the fun. That's right, God Emperor. It seems Ishtar doesn't really miss you. Ishtar flushed red, her mouth opening and closing, but she just couldn't get the words out. All right, stop teasing Ishtar. I quickly backed off, honestly afraid she'd get so worked up she'd draw the blade of primordial dark and cut Lilith down. Ishtar looked at me, cheeks scarlet, her tone both wronged and anxious. I patted her. Okay, I know, just teasing. Come on. Only then did she nod hard and glare at Lilith. Lilith didn't care at all, swaying over to hug my arm, shooting Ishtar a provocative glance. Ishtar stared at the arm Lilith was holding, then at her own steel breastplate, itching to cut Lilith down on the spot. Inside the fallen sanctum, Lilith and Ishtar stood behind me. 5 troop refresh recruitment cards appeared in my hand. Ding. Use a troop refresh recruitment card. Use recruit. Black red and pure black light rose in alternation 5 times in a row. Lilith and Ishtar watched the original Sin fallen angels and pure blood fallen angels emerge in the hall, their eyes shining. 150 fallen line troops, in hand. The only regret, no hero came out. Of the 150, half were original Sin, half pure blood. The original Sin fallen angels split into 7 series, the 7 deadly sins, all under Lilith's command. Only if I later recruited an individual hero of one of the 7 sins could I split off an independent legion, like the Pride Fallen Angel Legion. No such fine division yet. We greet the God Emperor. The 150 knelt on one knee in unison. The Fallen Sanctum's main hall was especially large, its interior space fully independent and not counted toward the territory's area. Forget 150, it could hold 1,500. I waved for them to rise and told Lilith and Ishtar. From now on, I'm leaving them to you two to lead. The two nodded. I didn't plan to meet these new troops personally, nor to arrange their duties in detail. How exactly to manage them was up to those two. I just needed to hand out the authority. There'd be plenty of time, and chances to get to know them slowly. As for why all 5 cards went to the Fallen Sanctum instead of Supreme Protocol? Simple. The Fallen Sanctum could recruit 10 more units. I told Talus too, and even if I hadn't, she wouldn't have objected. But I still wanted to look fair, so no one felt I played favorites. 10 more God-tier troops was no small number. Now my forces stood at 200 fallen angels and 20 gene guards, 220 total. Pitifully few. Other lords started at 500 minimum. And this was the result of using 5 refresh cards, or I might be sitting at 70 right now. Gold was down to 34,882. Way too few. I have to stockpile troop recruitment cards during the rookie period. Otherwise, once it's over, recruiting a single unit will cost 1,000,000 gold, and there'll be no way to keep up. I looked around the Fallen Sanctum and Supreme Protocol, sighing inwardly. Without the rookie buff, I couldn't afford a single unit right now. Luckily, making money wasn't a problem for me. Every void trial brought in piles of gold and source crystals, and the longer it went, the more I gained. Tomorrow I'd know whether Lilith and the others could handle bronze rank enemies. Should be fine, depending on efficiency. The rating chest was the top priority. Only a high rating unlocked good stuff. I couldn't just focus on whether they could beat bronze and blindly upgrade the Lord's Heart, since that'd be the biggest loss. I only cared about pulling an SS rating every day. That was the key. If they could clear it, but the rating chest tier dropped, I'd rather upgrade slowly and not rush upward. Rating chests only exist during the rookie period. Miss them and they're gone. Every day had to count. Ding. The third day of the Rookie Lord trial period has arrived. The following rankings are now open. The top 10 receive a daily reward pack. Ding. Combat rankings, wealth rankings, territory rankings, and Lord's Heart rankings are now open. Ding. You have topped the combat rankings. Hide your name. I sat up groggily from Lilith's arms, brain still not caught up. Hide. I got dressed, left the fallen sanctum, went to the chaos spring to wash up, and slowly came around. 3 days, and all 4 rankings are open. I opened the system panel. Combat rankings. First, name hidden, troops hidden, combat power 100,000. Second, name hidden, troops hidden, combat power 1,000. Third, I paused. First was me, combat power 100,000. This number was calculated from combined territory facility and troop combat power. It was only day 3 and I hadn't built any boosting facilities, which meant it was pure troop combat power. Good thing I hit it. Fame was no good thing, especially in the Lord's world. Plenty of high-tier lords like to use divination-type troops to scout rookies, then invade and rob them. The rules forbade it, but plenty did it privately. Plunder was the fastest path to accumulating resources. This wasn't playing the pig to eat the tiger. People really died here. The chat channel had blown up. Damn, combat rankings first is 100,000? Who is that? 100,000 in 3 days? Is the system bugged? Only tech-side troops can pull that off. With good luck, 100,000 in 3 days really is possible. High-tier tech barracks are fierce. Tech-side troops? Give it up. They're only strong in the rookie period, nothing notable after that, not worth the hype. And here I thought it was something impressive. Yeah, my tier 10 troops combat power isn't even 100. Besides tech-side, I really can't think of anything else. What if it's a god-tier troop? God-tier troop? Stop dreaming, that's a legend. God-tier barracks don't even exist. I watched the channel, feeling a lot more at ease. Tech-side barracks. With enough resources you could crank out troops like mad, so 100,000 combat power was nothing. It made for perfect cover. I glanced over the other rankings. Aside from Little Merchant, first on the wealth rankings, who I knew, the rest were unfamiliar. Territory rankings first was called Great Landlord, and Lord's Heart rankings first was Apocalypse. My level 3 Lord's Heart didn't even crack the top 10. Everyone ranked was level 5 or above. Absurd. A few monsters cropping up among billions of rookies is normal. Topping one ranking was enough, the rest didn't matter. The wealth rankings were hopeless, no beating Little Merchant. I could compete on others, but there was little point. The ranking packs were just ordinary supplies. Not interested. I closed the rankings and went to the Fallen Sanctum. Lilith and Ishtar were already waiting. Ding. Spend 30 gold for daily recruitment. Recruit. Black-red mist churned, and 30 fallen angels appeared, half original sin, half pure blood. We greet the God Emperor. You can all get up. Lilith, Ishtar, they're yours. Understood, God Emperor. Lilith, lazily. Yes, God Emperor. Ishtar, dead serious. One casual, one an iron-blooded soldier, temperaments at opposite extremes. I left the Fallen Sanctum and went to Supreme Protocol. Talus was already waiting for me. Walking into the hall, the great sphere flowed with zeros and ones, tech light weaving and flashing. Ding. Spend 20 gold for daily recruitment. Recruit. I stared at the sphere, hoping a new hero unit would come out. A flash of white light, and 20 Gene guards appeared all at once. We greet the Emperor. Their eyes were full of fervor. You can all get up. Talus, they're yours. Yes. Talus, crisp and clean. I walked out of the hall and flipped idly through my private messages. Nothing useful. Lilith, Talus, Ishtar. The 3 came before me at once. Today's void trial is about to start. The difficulty will be fairly high. I lowered my voice. Understood, my lord. Lilith looked relaxed. Talus and Ishtar looked grave and nodded seriously. Right now Lilith was black iron 9 stars, Talus black iron 7 stars, Ishtar still black iron 3 stars. She was riding entirely on the pool of wine and forest of meats wine and the spirit source lake, or she'd still be at 1 star. Inside the territory, I didn't worry about them coming to harm. The Hall of Heroes guaranteed every troop could resurrect, plus the aura, the Crystal Palace buff, and the Chaos Springs damage reduction. Inside the territory, troop combat power jumped several tiers. The only thing that gave me a headache was the rank gap, possibly knocking the rating chest out of Triple S. System, begin the Void Trial, difficulty Abyss. Ding. Void Trial begun, difficulty Abyss. You have 30 seconds to prepare. Lilith, Talus, and Ishtar led their respective troops and quickly took up defensive positions around the territory. I stared at the territory's edge, blood-red light writhing, terrifying whispers echoing endlessly. Fish-headed, human-bodied monsters charged in one after another, eyeballs bulging, wielding long blades, war spears, or scepters. Some flesh-fused things crawled and squirmed along the ground, so twisted they turned the stomach. Name, Deep Diver Fishman, Priest. Level, Bronze 1 star, Tier 4. Note, kin of an unnameable god. Lifespan infinite, but strength on the weaker side. Name, Flesh Aberration. Level, Bronze 1 star, Tier 4. Both are Bronze 1 star. Good thing I didn't act on impulse. I drew a deep breath. Crimson rose in Lilith's eyes. In front of me, she was always charming and delicate, but at her core she was chaos faction, bloodlust carved into her bones. The war scythe appeared in her hand, and with a beat of her wings, she became black light streaking toward the deep divers, black-purple halos flickering on the blade. A crescent slash tore through the air, ripping several to pieces at once. I frowned. Rank reduction. High rank against low rank comes with damage reduction, and from Black Iron 9 stars to Bronze 1 star was only a single minor rank apart, yet Lilith's destructive power shrank dramatically. Back at Black Iron 9 stars, she could cut down a huge swathe with one blade. Now she could only tear apart a few. The gap was stark, but excitement flashed in Lilith's eyes instead. Now this is interesting. Black-purple flames ignited across her body. Her wings turned to wings of fire, and the war scythe wrapped itself in black-purple flame too. The flame of original sin sprang from the desire of the 7 deadly sins. Once it touched anyone carrying sin, it wouldn't die out until they were utterly dead. It was my first time seeing her use a skill. One swing of the scythe, and countless flames of original sin fell like heaven's punishment. I watched with my mouth agape. So this is your true strength. The other original sin fallen angels unleashed their skills too. The gene guards were a special case. No skills, and they hadn't fused genes or awakened their potential yet. But on the foundation of God-tier troops, while they couldn't clear the field en masse, individual slaughter was no problem. The slaughter began, much like yesterday, the only difference being they used their skills this time. Whether they were going all out, I couldn't say. It didn't look like much effort. As the killing went on, my troops' levels shot up fast. The ones recruited just today had climbed to Black Iron 3 stars, and this was only the beginning. Looks like I can upgrade the Lord's Heart another level. Troop level caps are tied to the Lord. My Lord's Heart was Black Iron 3 stars, and I was Black Iron 3 stars myself, so troops could rise at most to Bronze 9 stars. Troops and Lord can differ by at most one major rank. In other words, until I hit Bronze, the most Lilith and the others could reach was Bronze 9 stars. Only if I upgraded could they keep climbing. Time passed slowly, the battlefield situation barely changing. An hour later, the trial ended. Ding. Void trial complete. Evaluating. Ding. 0 losses. For 1,000 enemies slain. Rating, Triple S. Ding. Triple S Abyss difficulty chest obtained. Not bad. Triple S Abyss chest, pretty nice. Lilith and the others all climbed to Bronze 1 star. Off these 4,000 invading monsters, all my troops, including the newly recruited ones, reached Bronze 1 star too. Lilith's contribution couldn't be overlooked here. After breaking through to Bronze 1 star, she led the assault, and the others finished off kills to reap experience. Once they leveled up, it was the turn of those who hadn't to finish off kills. Everyone took turns racking up points. Go rest first. The 3 nodded and led the troops off to wash up. Decompose. I used my authority and decomposed all the corpses covering the ground. Ding. Decompose 4,000 Bronze 1 star creature corpses. Obtained 1,000 source crystals. 1,000 crystals, nice. This stuff was the hardest currency in the Lord's world. A thought, and I summoned the chests before me. 600. I looked at the mountain of chests, a little surprised. Bronze tier Abyss chests. Should open some good stuff. I was full of anticipation. Open. Obtained 10 high-grade meat resource cards. Obtained 10 high-grade wood resource cards. Obtained 10 high-grade stone resource cards. Obtained 10 high-grade iron or resource cards. Why no gold or source crystals? I looked at the bronze tier chests, a little disappointed. The Abyss chests dropped 4 kinds of resources. Not bad, but I felt they were less practical than just handing over gold and source crystals. Each high-grade meat resource card was 1,000 tons, and I now had 1,010 of them. High-grade wood and stone, 1,000 each, 10,000 units per card. High-grade iron ore was the most, 3,000 cards, also 10,000 units each. Each high-grade resource card could sell for 100 crystals, but right now nobody could afford it. Ordinary lords who got crystals prioritized upgrading their lord's heart, so who'd spend money buying resource cards. Resources mattered, sure, but at the moment rookies valued crystals more. I shook my head self-mockingly, put the resource cards away, and didn't plan to sell. Building the territory would need these basic materials sooner or later anyway. The raiding chest was the focus. I opened the Triple S Abyss chest directly. Purple blueprint, lightning tower. Purple blueprint, windchaser bow. Tier 1 barracks, green lizard nest. Unique wonder, tower of eternity. 2 purple blueprints, 1 barracks, 1 wonder. Blueprints came in 7 tiers, and purple represented a sustained resource flow. I checked the lightning tower first, a defensive tower blueprint any troop or lord could learn, and once learned you could build infinitely. I held the blueprint and hesitated. Learn it. A purple defensive building carried real significance. In theory, it could be built without limit, but I didn't see the need. Resources were too precious, and if the troops couldn't hold the line, stacking towers was useless. Besides, this thing started at level 1, and upgrading demanded huge resources. Not worth it. Forget it. Hold on to it for now. Deal with it later. I couldn't get a good price selling now, and I wasn't short on money. Next one. Windchaser bow, purple, weapon. Requirement. Artisan-type troops can learn. A purple weapon blueprint, pure hard currency. Archers were in high demand, and as long as you could forge them, you'd earn a steady stream of resources. A real cash cow. Too bad I had no artisan troops right now, so I couldn't use it yet. Even with artisans, I'd be short on resources. A purple weapon burns through plenty. I put the blueprint away carefully. This thing was worth far more than the lightning tower. Forge them, and even an ordinary small lord could rocket straight to high rank, never having to worry about resources. Last, the barracks. Green lizard nest, level 1, tier 1, chaos. Recruitment 2,000 of 2,000, cost 1 gold. Note, can recruit tier 1 troops green lizard scouts, warriors, mages, and archers. Hero tier includes the venomous green lizard and the great green lizard. I held the wooden nest model, satisfied. Green lizards were tier 1, but fairly strong. For troop types could be mixed and matched, and there were heroes too. Upgrade. I activated it, full of anticipation. Ding. Tier 1 barracks green lizard nest evolved into a god tier barracks, the origin dragon nest. Golden light enveloped the model, the wood turning to a golden palace covered in ancient dragon scale patterns, countless dragon phantoms roaring, poised to fly, ferocious, solemn. Origin dragon nest. I narrowed my eyes and checked the stats. Name, Origin dragon nest, level 1, god tier, primal chaos. Recruitment cap 10 of 10, cost 1 gold, original price 1 million. Upgrade, 100 source crystals. Description, a special barracks able to summon all primordial dragons. It shouldn't exist, yet was born by accident. Now it can recruit primordial dragons. Primordial dragons? Never heard the name. I stroked my chin. Some lords had dragon troops too, but all were holy domain or above, with the occasional demigod tier. Primordial dragons? First I'd heard of them. Upgrade and try first, sounds decent. I raised it to level 2. Name, Origin Dragon Nest, level 2, god tier, primal chaos. Recruitment 20 of 20, cost 1 gold, original price 1 million. Upgrade, 1,000 source crystals, 1 seed of primal chaos, 1 gold. I set the Origin Dragon Nest beside the fallen sanctum. A golden palace rose from the ground. Lilith, Ishtar, and Talus soon sensed the commotion and appeared one after another. Come, let's meet your new companions. I smiled. The 3 nodded and followed me into the golden palace. The great hall's huge pillars were carved with dragons, and at the center stood a giant dragon statue, its horns ferocious as a crown, wings spread, its pressure blanketing the space. Ding. Spend 20 gold for daily recruitment? Recruit. I stared at the statue. Within the scarlet light, huge creatures gradually took shape. The light scattered, and 20 dragons appeared. The one at the front was 5 meters long and 3 meters tall, black scales laced with black gold patterns, its young horns showing kingly authority, its dragon eyes clear, yet carrying natural majesty, 8 wings behind it, golden patterns and holy symbols flowing across the black wings. The other 19 lay whimpering on the ground, black gold scales, but no patterns, just a single pair of dragon wings, half the size, only a bit taller than a standing person. Like smaller versions of the lead dragon. The lead dragon spoke in a tender girl's voice. Pangelia greets the Dragon King. The other dragons lowered their heads and prostrated too. Get up first. I wasn't surprised she could speak. A hero unit, after all. Name, Pangelia. Loyalty, 100. Level, Black Iron, 1 star. Rank, God tier. Troop, Doom Ultimate Dragon, Pangelia. Talent, Annihilating Doom. Skill, Doom Dragon Breath. Potential, Genesis, Crystal Palace. Note, one of the Doom Dragon breeds, in command of the power of annihilation, her body invincible, immune to all elemental damage, born amid annihilation. As an adult, she can destroy worlds. Currently still in the juvenile stage. My heart jumped. Immune to all elemental damage? Meaning any elemental attack was useless against her. The power of annihilation, an invincible body. To kill her, you'd have to go melee or harm her soul. But melee against this monster? Pure suicide. Terrifying strength, and still growing. I reminded myself quietly. Hold steady. Turtle up, and you're invincible. Then I looked at the other dragons. Name, Primordial Black Gold Dragon. Level, Black Iron 1 star, God tier. Talent, Power of Annihilation. Skill, Doom Dragon Breath. Potential, Supreme God, Crystal Palace. Note, the Doom Ultimate Dragon's exclusive legion, born amid annihilation, bodies mighty, shouldn't exist, but born for a reason. Exclusive legion? Potential Supreme God. I sighed. Their levels were a bit low, but their strength was already absurd. Still a tier below Pangelia, though. She was a hero. Pangelia, the Black Gold Dragon Legion, is yours. These are Lilith, Ishtar, and Talus. Get acquainted. I said in a low voice. Yes, Dragon King. She looked at the 3 behind me, able to sense their same rank aura. Lilith, Ishtar, Talus, take Pangelia and the Black Gold Dragons to meet the others. The 3 nodded. This was the routine. I watched them leave, unconcerned. Troops getting acquainted was a good thing, and even if they didn't cooperate, at least they wouldn't drag each other down. Now my own forces cover all 3 great factions: Order, Chaos, and Primal Chaos. If other lords knew. I felt a bit smug. The Fallen Sanctum was Chaos, Supreme Protocol was Order, and the Origin Dragon Nest was Primal Chaos. 3 great factions crammed together. On anyone else's turf, it'd have blown up long ago. Troops slaughtering each other, loyalty plummeting, and in the end the Lord getting killed. Plenty of that happened. Many proved with bloody lessons that troops of the 3 great factions almost can't coexist peacefully. Calm on the surface, all scheming underneath. Just as I was about to check the last item, a private message popped up. Little merchant, big shot, want a barracks? A barracks? I was surprised. Anyone who could produce a barracks to sell definitely wasn't weak, and the only reason to part with one would be a faction clash. Even a tier 1 barracks, nobody would casually sell. A barracks meant unlimited troops, recruitable every day, extremely valuable. I checked my resources and replied. Otherworld Traveler, what barracks? What price? The moment Lin Xiaoxiao saw my message, her eyes lit up. This barracks wasn't sourced by her. It was on consignment from someone else. She knew only one buyer capable, me, so she'd asked on a whim, without much hope. Little merchant, consigned by someone. A tier 3 barracks, cross nuns, order faction, pretty strong. She wants to trade for a tier 3 chaos barracks, or valuable blueprints, secret treasures, or wonders. That's daylight robbery. I rubbed my brow. A tier 3 barracks really wasn't much. The cross nuns were strong, but only tier 3, nowhere near worth a purple blueprint. Even a cyan blueprint wouldn't trade for it. Why? First, that the other party could sell it meant they couldn't use it. Second, a cyan blueprint was a gold mine, worth far more than a tier 3 barracks. Let alone secret treasures or wonders. This was just opening the lion's mouth wide. Otherworld Traveler, too high. No blueprints, no secret treasures, no wonders. The moment Lin Xiaoxiao saw that, her eyes lit up. It meant I had other things. Little merchant, big shot, business is business. We've got to negotiate. How much can you give? I'll go ask for you. I did the math. Not too pricey. 3,000 crystals, fine. Otherworld Traveler, fine deal. The trade request popped up, and I transferred 2,000 crystals plus 10 high-grade meat resource cards in exchange for a tier 3 barracks, the Nun Cathedral. A white Gothic cathedral model. In hand, a pure white cross, holy radiance flowing, completely opposed to the fallen sanctum. Upgrade, I said in a low voice. Ding. Tier 3 Barracks Nun Cathedral evolved into the Holy Sanctum. The model turned into a pure white sanctum, angel statues distinct, hymns lingering. Upgrade. I spent 100 crystals to raise it to level 2. Name. Holy Sanctum, level 2, God tier, order. Recruitment 20 of 20, cost 1 gold, original price 1 million. Upgrade. 1,000 source crystals, 1 seed of holiness, 10,000 gold. Note. The main force of the order faction, upholding absolute order and justice. Your will is order. Absolute order? Same as supreme protocol. I smiled and walked out of the dragon nest. Good luck today, 2 barracks. The territory should have gone up quite a bit. I looked around the territory. White light flared, and a pure white cathedral stood beside supreme protocol. Lilith and the others immediately sensed the commotion and gathered over. God Emperor. Lilith's voice carried hostility as she stared at the new cathedral, her eyes cold for the first time. She hadn't reacted this way even when supreme protocol appeared. This hostility wasn't aimed at me, but at the Holy Sanctum. I looked at her, helpless. They're all companions, Lilith. Lilith's hostility faded a little after hearing that. God Emperor, I'll listen to you. But as for them, that's hard to say. I understood she meant the yet-to-be-recruited Holy Angel Legion. I only asked that they not fight. Competition was fine, just don't drag each other down. I entered the Holy Sanctum courtyard and found it completely at odds with the fallen sanctum. That side had fallen angel statues. Lilith, Ishtar, and Talus followed me into the great hall. Pangelia was too large and waited outside. At the center stood an 18-winged angel statue, both hands gripping a war sword, its expression solemn and holy, full of compassion for the world. Holy power wove across the dome. Lilith stared at the statue with an amused look. Ishtar wore full disdain, and Talus silently stayed behind me. Ding. Spend 20 gold for daily recruitment? Recruit. I stared at the statue. Holy light wove together. Hymns echoed. Countless little angel phantoms played music, and 20 figures emerged in the holy light. A war blade appeared in Ishtar's hand, and Lilith, though restrained, was visibly displeased. As the holy light scattered, 20 angels in silver-white armor, white-winged and golden-haired, knelt on one knee. We greet the Lord. Their voices loyal and firm. I had them rise. The lead angel, eyes full of fervor, looked at Ishtar and Lilith behind me, a pure white blade appearing in her hand. I frowned. The holy angels and the fallen angels were at daggers drawn the instant they met. Stop, I barked. The darkness dispersed from Ishtar's body, and she gave a cold snort. The holy power on the angels dissipated, and the blade vanished too. I rubbed my brow and checked the lead angel's stats. Keisha, Loyalty 100, Black Iron 1 star, God tier, Troop Holy Order, Talent Holy Order, Skill Flame of Order, Artifact Sword of Order, Potential Genesis. A sovereign of the pure order faction, terrifying in both strength and potential. I sighed inwardly. Keisha's and Ishtar's stats were complete opposites, one pure light, one pure darkness. Then I looked at the other 19. Loyalty 100, Black Iron 1 star, Troop Holy Angel, Talent Holy Power, Skill Fire of Judgment, Artifact Sword of Judgment, Potential Chief God. Subordinate to Keisha, holding absolute authority of judgment over evil creatures. I paused. Wasn't this the legendary, as long as I deem you evil, you are evil? I looked at Keisha and slowly spoke. Keisha, this is Lilith, an original sin fallen angel. Ishtar, a pure blood fallen angel. You've met them all. Keisha hesitated, then nodded. I went on. This is Talus, and Pangelia is outside. I hope you all get along peacefully. You're all people I trust most, and I don't want to see infighting. The words were for Keisha, and also a warning to Lilith and Ishtar. Keisha knelt solemnly on one knee. Lord, your will is the direction. Lilith smiled and leaned close to me. God Emperor, we listen to you too. Ishtar only nodded. So it was settled. The holy angels became part of my forces. Objecting was useless. I'd made my stance clear, no infighting allowed. However unwelcome the thought, Lilith and Ishtar could only obey. This was the benefit of fixed 100 loyalty. Otherwise, however high the loyalty, it would drop. Two extreme faction troops crammed together was simply unimaginable. I gave my instructions. Ishtar, Lilith, Talus, take Keisha to meet the others, and no trouble. Tonight we hold a banquet to welcome Pangelia and Keisha. Lilith smiled and agreed. Understood, God Emperor. Keisha responded devoutly. Yes, my lord. Ishtar said nothing, and Talus was expressionless. Watching them leave, I let out a breath. As long as they didn't fight, they'd work things out over time. Now I had 4 barracks: fallen angels, holy angels, dragons, and gene guards. The gene guards were the weakest, the dragons the strongest, especially Pangelia and her Black Gold Dragon Legion. At the same level, Pangelia was the strongest, even Lilith couldn't match her. I got my thoughts in order, opened the private messages, and sent Little Merchant a note. Otherworld Traveler, keep an eye out for seeds of primal chaos and seeds of holiness for me, same as the seeds of darkness and technology. Right price and I'll take them all. Lin Xiaoxiao replied instantly. Okay, big shot, leave it to me. A few days at most, and I'll find them. Good, thanks for the trouble. I closed the chat and left the holy sanctum. I didn't know the chat channel had already blown up. Damn, did you all see the combat rankings? Is this even human? Way too absurd. You just got online, huh? That guy ranked first. His combat power jumped straight from 100,000 to 200,000. Absolutely ridiculous. Definitely a high-tier tech side barracks. No other explanation. Right? Only the tech side can mass-produce equipment, so combat power surges that fast. No way troops could. What if it is troops? Contrarian above me. What troops can climb that much? My holy domain tier troops are only SOSO. The channel soon veered off track. I was unaware of this storm, and even if I'd known it wouldn't matter. The combat rankings were compiled by the will of the eternal world, and I'd hidden all my info, so however off the charts my combat power, no one could find me. Unless I exposed myself, divination-type troops couldn't calculate it. I walked out of the holy sanctum and looked around the territory. The gene guards were chatting by the spirit source lake. The original sin and pureblood fallen angels were frolicking in the water, and the black gold dragons plunged into the lake like cannonballs and leapt back out, splashing water everywhere. Talus sat quietly by the lake, Pangelia at her side, Ishtar and Keisha walking shoulder to shoulder, and Lilith lounged lazily by the water. Harmony all around. I smiled, and a golden tower appeared in my hand. A unique wonder, the Tower of Eternity. Name, Tower of Eternity, unique. Trait, Light of Eternity. Description, a single trait unique wonder that can gather the light of eternity, allowing troops to evolve endlessly. Miracle type, a unique wonder with just one trait. I stroked my chin, looking at the model, then checked what the light of eternity did. The light of eternity holds the power of the deathless and undying, able to keep strengthening a troop's physical body, ultimately granting them an eternal, immortal divine body. Nice, very strong, simple and direct, but extremely effective. It could raise the physical body and forge a divine body, enough to make the Tower of Eternity one of a kind. Troops were recruited, but each was a living being, and physical strength varied widely. Take Pangelia and Lilith. Pangelia was only Black Iron 1 star, yet her body far surpassed Lilith's. An eternal, immortal divine body meant every one of my troops could hold eternal divinity, and that was the most terrifying part of the Tower of Eternity. Even the weakest troop, under the light of eternity, would transform completely, eventually becoming an indestructible divine body with eternal divinity. A thought, and the golden tower turned into a golden sun, hovering above the territory. The whole territory bathed in it. Lilith and the others soon noticed, and the golden sun then hid itself. My territory had gained an aura hard to put into words. The light of eternity, deposited by time alone. Any troop in the territory would sooner or later hold eternal divinity. Finally done, I stretched and leaned against Lilith. She sensibly gave me a massage, and I narrowed my eyes and enjoyed it. Meanwhile, Yishio stared hard at the combat rankings, first place. Just as I thought, this guy's already started expanding troops like mad. As a TechFlow troop user, he and that little merchant are cooperating too fast. Yishio felt bitter. He'd figured he could at least crack the top 10, and he hadn't even made the top 500. But he wasn't discouraged. The situation matched his memory exactly, the only difference being himself. There's still a chance. If I can turn things around when the dimensional rift opens on day 7, maybe I can push into the top 10. He stared at the top of the rankings. First place he didn't dare dream of. Suye's combat power was climbing too absurdly to catch. No comparison, truly no catching up. Whose combat power climbs in jumps of 100,000. 4 days left. Hold steady these days, build up troop strength, and take a shot when the rift opens. He made up his mind. Steady for now. Taking risks might mean not even being able to keep playing. The rookie period was the only stage where commoner lords competed fairly. Past this village, and the second-generation lords would fully flex. With family backing and ample resources, their development speed left ordinary people in the dust. Commoners had to fight desperately during the rookie period, offloading resources cheap for development speed. As long as the territory grew, it wasn't a loss. Once the rookie period ended, all kinds of problems would come one after another, and catching up again would be nearly impossible. That was why plenty of people sold treasures cheap. It wasn't that they didn't understand the value, they had no choice. I took a nap, stretched, sat up, and opened the Lord's Heart. Ding. Spend 300 source crystals to upgrade the Lord's Heart? Upgrade. I confirmed, and the mark on my wrist lit up, a warm current surging through my whole body. Ding. Lord's Heart at 4 stars. Select an entry? Select. 2 red and 1 gold appeared before me. End of Dharma era, infinite evolution, mechanical ascension. 2 red and 1 gold. Good luck. I checked them one by one. End of Dharma era. Red territory entry. No transcendent power exists within the territory, which becomes a transcendence forbidden zone. All transcendent things are utterly annihilated. I was stunned. All transcendent power gone. Transcendent things doomed to annihilate. No going demonic after the nation's founding? Completely unacceptable for me. This entry cut off all transcendent existence, and even gods would fall. I shook my head. Incredible, but not for me. Among my forces, only the Gene Guards counted as tech side, and even they carried transcendent factors, so it was flat out unusable. Next, infinite evolution. Red troop entry. Troops break through their potential caps and grow without limit. How far they go depends entirely on how you develop the territory. I looked at my troops. This entry was good. Troops no longer bound by a potential cap, and how far they went was all up to how I led them. Paired with the Tower of Eternity I'd just gotten, their potential could be brought to the extreme. What level they'd ultimately reach, I didn't know, but it would definitely be higher than before. The last one, gold. Mechanical ascension. Gold troop entry. Troops convert to the tech side. Tech research doubled. Production speed surging tenfold. Flesh fragile. Mechanical ascension. 3 entries. The first and third both have problems. Only the second red one suits me. I bound it decisively. Infinite evolution. Lord's Heart. Level, black iron, 4 stars. Entries. Beyond divine evolution, red. Infinite evolution, red. Crystal palace, gold. Bulwark of size, gold. Upgrade. 400 source crystals. 2 gold and 2 red, decent enough. I closed the panel and looked around. Only Pangelia was left, lying there quietly. Pangelia, why aren't you playing with the others? Dragon King, I would rather stay by your side. She opened her golden dragon eyes, full of loyalty. I smiled and patted her head, cool and smooth, a nice feel. Come on, banquet time. Night had fallen. The Tower of Eternity was tucked away in a space, normally unseen unless I activated it myself. Over at the pool of wine and forest of meat, the fine wine and food were endless. Bronze tier, black iron tier, all of it. As troops grew in number, food consumption surged. Fine early on, but once troops numbered in the thousands and tens of thousands, feeding alone could devour vast resources. I carried a black iron vodka, which strengthened the body when drunk long-term. Lilith and Keisha kept me company. The bonfire banquet was lively. The black gold dragons chomped on meat. The Gene Guards and holy angels raised their cups. The original sin and pureblood fallen angels performed their talents, and dragon roars punctuated it all. Laughter echoed everywhere. I lost myself in the atmosphere and drank who knows how much, finally collapsing dead drunk into the pile of beauties, out cold. Early the next morning, the system woke me. Ding. You have topped the combat rankings for 1 day. Combat reward pack obtained. Please check it. I pushed aside the soft, fair leg draped over me, shook my head, and crawled out of the pile of women. A new day? Day 4 today, right? Groggily, I made my way to the Chaos Spring and opened the system log. A reward pack had appeared in my personal space, lying there quietly. I didn't rush to open it, staring at my reflection in the spring water. Pale face, lifeless eyes, like I'd been hollowed out. Worn down to this by wine and women. From today on, no more drinking. I resolved firmly. I gulped down several mouthfuls of spring water, and my dried-out body instantly felt injected with vitality, every cell clamoring. So good. I let out a long breath, feeling fully restored. System, open the combat reward pack. I said in a low voice. 1,000 gold, 100 source crystals, 1 troop refresh recruitment card, 1 barracks upgrade card. Damn, I actually got a barracks upgrade card. I was surprised. This thing wasn't rare for ordinary lords, but for Holy Domain tier or higher barracks, it was far more precious. I put the upgrade card away, still undecided which of the 4 barracks to use it on. The refresh card I planned to use on the level 3 Fallen Sanctum, most cost-effective. The troop distribution's getting a little lopsided now. I glanced around the territory. Over 200 fallen angels, and only a few dozen of the others. Too big a gap. Forget it. Today's just getting started, no rush. I opened the private messages. Sure enough, Lin Xiaoxiao had sent a message at 11 last night. Little merchant. Big shot. I found the seed of technology you wanted. 10,000 gold. Need a reply. Hard hands, JPG. Seed of technology. Something stirred in me, and I replied at once. Otherworld traveler. Around? Little merchant. Here, big shot. Otherworld traveler. I'll take it. Let's trade now. Little merchant. Okay, trade request sent. Please accept. I accepted straight off. Seed of technology, in hand. Perfect. Today's recruitment hasn't started yet. I looked at the 4 barracks, ready to begin. I headed to the Fallen Sanctum first, my first barracks after all. Lilith and Ishtar were already waiting there. As hero units, they naturally wouldn't miss out. Come. I called the 2 and entered the Fallen Sanctum. Ding. Spend 30 gold for daily recruitment. Recruit. I stared at the statue. Black mist churned, and 30 fallen angels emerged. We greet the God Emperor. They knelt on one knee in unison, eyes fervent. You can all get up. Lilith, Ishtar, they're yours. I instructed. Understood. Lilith agreed with a smile. Ishtar nodded. I left the Fallen Sanctum and came to the Origin Dragon Nest. The Fallen Sanctum was on the left, the Dragon Nest on the right, so naturally the Dragon Nest came first. The barracks positions need adjusting. I looked at the 4 barracks. Recruit first today, adjust later. Pangelia, good morning. Rest well last night. All is well, Dragon King. Her golden dragon eyes watched me. I nodded and entered the Dragon Nest. Ding. Spend 20 gold for daily recruitment. Recruit. I said in a low voice to the statue. Black gold light rose, and young dragons popped out lively one after another. Compared to the other troops, these black gold dragon hatchlings were clearly more mischievous. Young dragons, after all, their childishness not yet worn off. The light scattered, and 20 primordial black gold dragons lay on the ground, bodies trembling slightly, clearly suppressed by Pangelia's bloodline. Pangelia, these young dragons are yours. I smiled. As you wish, Dragon King. She gave a low roar, and the young dragons immediately fell obediently in behind her, still looking around curiously. I didn't mind. A little liveliness in the territory wasn't bad. Next I came to Supreme Protocol. Talus was already waiting. Emperor. Her eyes full of devotion. No rush yet, Talus. She stood beside me, expression cold, doing whatever I told her. I looked up at this sci-fi tower. Ding. Spend 1,000 source crystals, 1 seed of technology, and 10,000 gold to upgrade Supreme Protocol. Upgrade. The Fallen Sanctum gained an aura at level 3, and I wondered what Supreme Protocol would produce at level 3. Ding. Supreme Protocol upgraded. Now level 3. Name, Supreme Protocol, level 3, order. Recruitment 30 of 30, cost 1 gold, original price 1 million. Aura, light of technology. Upgrade. 10,000 source crystals, 10 seeds of technology, 100,000 gold. Just as I thought, the price is insane. Level 3 and already as expensive as the Fallen Sanctum. How much would leveling to the teens cost? I couldn't help complaining. Light of technology, kindle the fire of civilization. Research speed plus 100%, tech production speed plus 100%. This ore is nice. I nodded, satisfied. For tech side troops, it was practically a god tier boost. Come on. I entered the tower. The Great Hall's central sphere hovered, zeros and ones flowing. Ding. Spend 30 gold for daily recruitment. Recruit. White light rose, and 30 gene guards in combat suits stood before me. We greet the Emperor. You can all get up. No hero, but 30 gene guards was decent too. Talus, they're yours. Yes, Emperor. I left Supreme Protocol and turned to the Holy Sanctum. Keisha was already at the door. Lord, her eyes full of fervent faith. Come on. I took her into the sanctum. Ding. Spend 20 gold for daily recruitment. Recruit. Holy lights spread across the Great Hall, hymns encircling, and 20 angels appeared kneeling on one knee. We greet the Lord of Heaven. You can all get up. I put Keisha in charge of training the new troops and the territory's rules. Leaving the sanctum, I checked my resources. 3,600 source crystals, 15,690 gold. Money's almost gone. I frowned. And this was without frantically upgrading the Lord's heart, or I'd be even poorer. Hopefully today's trial would haul in more, or I'd have to sell off resource cards. Troop numbers had grown, but were still too few. Fallen Angels 260, Gene Guards 70, Dragons 40, Holy Angels 40. a long way from a true legion. An ordinary legion was at least 10,000, some in the hundreds of thousands. My handful was nothing. Recruitment done, I went to the pool of wine and forest of meat for a meal. Once the other troops had eaten and drunk their fill, I appeared in front of the manor. The 5 great heroes, Lilith, Talus, Ishtar, Pangelia, and Keisha, assembled with their respective troops. The Void trial starts soon. Prepare to fight. Lilith's original sin-fallen angels were at the front, Talus's gene guards on the left, Ishtar's pure-blood fallen angels on the right, and behind them Pangelia's black gold dragons and Keisha's angel legion. The black gold dragons and holy angels were still black iron rank, most around black iron 3 stars, so Pangelia and Keisha jointly held one flank. Lilith, Ishtar, and Talus were all bronze rank, and today's task was to bring the new troops up to bronze as fast as possible. Ding. Begin the Void trial? Begin difficulty abyss. I looked toward the territory. Dark red mist roiled like clouds along the edges, and monsters crawled out one after another. Aberrations, deep divers, bronze 3 stars to 5 stars. I sat on the grass in front of the manor, expression calm. These bronze monsters posed no threat to me. Even Pangelia and Keisha, whom I worried about most, could fully hold their respective zones. Pangelia spread her 8 wings, her dragon body soaring, destruction light gathering in her mouth. Doom dragon breath. The other black gold dragons followed with their breath, dragon flames sweeping across the monster tide. Holy light shone on the holy angels, one judgment sweeping the aberrations and deep divers. The black gold dragons and holy angels leveled fast, light and fire weaving, the whole territory blooming. The territory should be upgraded too. I looked at it, still at the initial level, while others had gone up 2 levels or more, and I was stuck at the starting point. Before, with few troops, there was no need. Now with hundreds of troops, plus giants like dragons, the area was clearly insufficient. Upgrading was inevitable. After the trial, I hadn't upgraded before because a bigger territory meant more defensive pressure, and with limited troops there'd always be weak points. Ding. Void trial complete. Evaluating. Ding. 0 losses. 8,000 enemies slain. Rating, SSS. Ding. SSS Abyss difficulty rating chest obtained. I let out a long breath. This time the monsters were double yesterday's, a full 8,000, all bronze 3 to 5 stars. Good news, more chests. Bad news, upgrade the Lord's Heart again, and the monsters might climb to bronze 9 stars, maybe even silver rank. That would be hard. I understood I had to find a balance between advancing and safety. This time Lilith and the others barely leveled, still bronze 1 star. All the monsters were fed to the new troops, who caught up to bronze 1 star. Now every troop in my territory, even those recruited today, was at bronze 1 star. The cost was that veterans like Lilith stayed in place, essentially a wasted day. Nothing to be done. To level the new troops, the veterans had to give way. Now I faced a choice. Upgrade the Lord's Heart, and I'd have to give up Abyss difficulty. Otherwise, at this rate, 2 more upgrades at most, and the Abyss monsters would turn silver rank. 1 rank across was still fightable, 2 ranks was far too hard. Suppression and reduction stacked, and whether I could even clear it was uncertain, let alone pull a SSS rating. I already had the answer in my heart. Decompose. 8,000 corpses turned into 2,000 source crystals, replenishing my strained resources. 1,000 chests, bronze tier abyss. Open. Continuous prompts. High-grade meat, wood, stone, iron ore, and copper or resource cards, 2,000 of each kind, each occupying 200 chests. Copper ore came out too. I looked at the 2,000 copper ore cards. High-grade copper ore and iron ore, 10,000 units each, hard currency essential to a lord. For the tech side to develop, basic materials were key. Right now I only had gene guards, but sooner or later I'd recruit other tech troops. If I could recruit a hero with research capability, these materials would come in handy. I put the resource cards away and turned my eyes to today's biggest haul, the SSS Abyss rating chest. Ding. Open. Open. 1 troop refresh recruitment card. 1 barracks upgrade card. 1,000 source crystals. 10,000 gold. Lord exclusive unique tier secret treasure. Divine King's Vault. I fell silent a moment. Refresh cards and upgrade cards, 2 each now. Gold and crystals were routine. The key was the Lord exclusive unique secret treasure. Secret treasures ranged from white, cyan, blue, purple, gold, orange, red, 5-color, 7-color, 9-color, with unique at the top. Wonders were building type, while secret treasures covered everything. and among them Lord-exclusive ones were the rarest, usable only by the Lord. Name: Divine King's Vault. Unique, Lord-exclusive. Trait 1. Copy. Can copy any secret treasure, weapon, or equipment it touches, except unique tier. Trait 2. Upgrade. Secret treasures, weapons, or equipment collected or copied are raised 1 tier, except unique tier. Trait 3. Projection. Can project a projection of a collected secret treasure or weapon, holding the original's traits. I couldn't help complaining. Wasn't this about the same as a certain lamppost king's ability? Even more absurd, actually. Ding. Soul bind the Divine King's Vault. Once bound, it can't be traded, and it vanishes entirely upon death. Bind. No hesitation. My first unique secret treasure, no reason not to bind it. 3 traits, each defying the heavens. Copy. Wonder if I can copy Lilith and the others' weapons. I looked at Lilith and the rest. Their weapons were mostly unique attribute exclusive artifacts. Copying them would be a huge win. A lord didn't need to fight on the front lines, but being unable even to protect oneself was too useless. Lilith. A black shadow descended from the sky, hair still beaded with water, quickly steaming dry. Show me your weapon. She was slightly startled, but didn't ask, a war scythe appearing in her hand. The 7-sin war scythe, an exclusive weapon. Let me try. I reached out and touched it. The next moment, greed, lust, and malice surged into my heart like a tide. Lilith immediately withdrew it. I came to my senses, still shaken. God Emperor, mine is an exclusive weapon, full of the power of the 7 sins. She explained calmly. I licked my lips. The result was, it couldn't be copied at all. This kind of exclusive weapon, neither I nor the Divine King's Vault could do anything with it. Understood, just testing. I rubbed my brow. Being hit by original sin was no big deal, mainly because Lilith was present, so the effect was limited. Lilith, call over one of each type of original sin fallen angel. Exclusive ones couldn't be copied, but what about ordinary original sin fallen angels' weapons? Soon all 7 arrived. Bring out your weapons. Yes, God Emperor. The 7 each revealed their arms. Pride, a sword. Greed, a dagger. Lust, a whip. Envy, a saber. Gluttony, a hammer. Wrath, an axe. Sloth, a scythe. I touched them one by one. Ding. Copy the pride sword. I brightened. Copy. Copy successful. The pride sword cannot be upgraded. I paused. It could be copied, but not upgraded. After upgrading it would become unique attribute and couldn't be raised further. I copied all 7 weapons into the Divine King's Vault. Thank you for the trouble. God Emperor, this is what we should do. The 7, though not understanding my intent, responded respectfully. Then I went to the pure blood fallen angels and the holy angels and copied the blade of primordial dark and the sword of judgment. The gene guards I left alone for now. They hadn't fused genes and evolved yet, and their artifacts hadn't changed either. I played with the weapons in hand, now a long sword, now a long saber, each with its own attributes. Take the pride sword, carrying the power of one of the original sins, pride. Not bad. I put them away, satisfied. Talus. She appeared at once, cold as ever. Emperor. Like a shadow, coming the moment she was called. Talus, it's time for you all to fuse genes. I'd never decided what they'd fuse. Now, besides the gene guards, my forces had fallen angels, dragons, and holy angels, and the fallen angels split into pure blood and original sin. What do you need to fuse genes? And them? Emperor, I need only a single drop of fresh blood. As for them, I can transmit the gene factors directly. That's simple. Lilith, Ishtar, Pangelia, Keisha. A giant shadow descended from the sky. Pangelia had broken through to bronze rank, 10 meters long, 5 meters tall, already a giant, but still juvenile. A child, when it came down to it. Lilith, Ishtar, and Keisha arrived too. Talus is a gene guard. She has to fuse other creatures' genes, or she can't bring out her true strength. I explained. The 4 looked at the silent Talus, only now understanding she'd been holding back her full power all along. God Emperor, what do you need us to do? A flicker of guessing crossed Lilith's eyes, but she still asked me. Talus needs a drop of your fresh blood. Fine. Lilith didn't hesitate, forcing a drop of deep purple blood from her fingertip to hover in the air. Ishtar, Keisha, and Pangelia forced out blood too. 4 colors of blood hovered: black-purple, holy, dark red annihilation, pure black deathly stillness, interweaving with each other. Talus. I looked at her. She nodded and stepped forward, giving a soft cry. Void engine. A peculiar power erupted, and the 4 drops of blood fused straight into her body. Radiant light enveloped her whole body, for colors weaving, swallowing her figure. Emperor, I need to sleep for a while, to use the biological engine to analyze and adjust these powers and genes, she said in a low voice. Her voice gradually faded, and Talus turned into a giant cocoon, hovering quietly. For patterns surfaced on the cocoon, an inverted cross engraved with the 7 deadly sins, Lilith, a blood-red inverted cross, Ishtar, a holy cross, Kesha, and a dark red dragon, Pangelia. Each pattern held terrifying energy. I looked at the sleeping Talus and said nothing more. Go have fun yourselves, I've got something to do. The 4 nodded and left, but each couldn't help glancing back at the giant cocoon. The power flowing through Talus was their own. Anyone else pulling this, and they'd have acted long ago. It amounted to stealing their power, absolutely intolerable. But this was Suyi. After everyone left, I sorted my resources. I couldn't bear to use the refresh card, and the upgrade card even less. Right now, the only barracks I could upgrade were the Fallen Sanctum and Supreme Protocol, both only level 3. Too few. Upgrade cards grew more precious the further along, so using one now was too wasteful. I figured I'd use it before the rookie period ended. Upgrade early and I'd have more troops, but I worried it wouldn't be enough later. Real headache. If only I had more resources. I muttered. 2 high-grade resource cards appeared in my hand, 1 wood, 1 stone. System, upgrade the territory. Ding. Spend 100 wood, 100 stone, and 10 source crystals to upgrade the territory. Upgrade. White light enveloped it. The territory rapidly expanded, then stopped. Territory Supreme Heaven, now level 2. The next level needed 200 wood, 200 stone, 20 crystals. Upgrade. White light surged again, the territory expanding once more. Territory Supreme Heaven, now level 3. I hesitated and held off for now. Name, Supreme Heaven. Level, 3. Area, 1,200 meters across. Buildings, Stonehouse Manor. Wonders, Innate Spirit Source Lake, High Grade. Chaos Spring, Unique. Pool of Wine and Forest of Meat, Exotic Treasure. Hall of Heroes, Unique. Tower of Eternity, Unique. Barracks, Fallen Sanctum, Supreme Protocol, Origin Dragon Nest, Holy Sanctum, All God Tier. Warehouse, Wood 9,700, Stone 9,700. Upgrade, 300 wood, 300 stone, 30 crystals. Enough for now. The diameter surged 200 meters, the space noticeably roomier. Level 3 territory, that'll last a few days. I looked at the black gold dragons flying overhead. Large-bodied troops needed a large territory, or they'd have no room to even turn around. The dragons had advanced to bronze, each 6 or 7 meters long, 3 or 4 tall, smaller than Pangelia, but 39 of them, and I could recruit more tomorrow. Couldn't have dragons crammed like pigs in a pen. The wood and stone in the warehouse came from resource cards, 10,000 units each. Used 300, the rest stored in the warehouse. Good thing the warehouse upgraded too, storing the same type of resource without limit, where 120 square meters couldn't hold it all. Today's work is done. I stretched and walked to the Spirit Source Lake. God Emperor, come play. A fallen angel walked out of the water, figure charming, inviting me without any concealment. I took off my clothes and jumped into the lake. Before I even surfaced, a group of voluptuous goddesses surrounded me in the center. Sensible fallen angels even brought over fine wine and grilled meat. I leaned against the shore, enjoying the food and a massage, occasionally glancing at the sleeping Talus. The whole morning passed in pleasure. Suddenly, radiant light rose in the territory from Talus's side. I got dressed and walked over. Lilith, Ishtar, Pangelia, and Kesha were all there, and all the gene guards waited quietly. On the light column, the 4 great marks wove and shattered, finally forming a spiral gene symbol. The column broke apart. Light rained down over heaven and earth, and Talus stood in place with her eyes closed. Name, Talus. Level, Bronze, 1 star. Talent, Master of Genes, Void Engine. Skills, Original Sin Form, Fallen Form, Holy Form, Annihilation Form, Ultimate Form. Artifact, Ultimate Armament. Potential, Genesis, Entry Affected, No Cap. My heart jumped. From no skills to mastering the 4 great genes, plus an ultimate form, potential leaping straight to Genesis. Emperor, Talus opened her eyes and knelt on one knee, eyes full of devotion. I had her rise, and she faced everyone, knowing they all wanted to see her abilities. Try your new powers. I said, curious. Yes, Emperor. Black-red mist enveloped her. Original Sin Armament. A muffled voice came from the mist, and Lilith's expression turned complicated. The mist scattered, and Talus's white hair had turned black-red, her aura shifting from cold to seductive, streamlined armor woven with black-red patterns, a red inverted cross, and the 7 sin marks on her chest, a pair of black-red wings behind her covered in armor, a war scythe in hand. In this form I can command the power of original sin, but I can't match Lilith. Call it borrowing, she said calmly. I understood she was being modest. Compared to Lilith, it was borrowing, but compared to the other original sin fallen angels, it was absolute suppression. Then she displayed the fallen form, holy form, and dragon form. In the dragon form, she was a dragonkin, not a giant dragon like Pangelia. Each form commanded different power. Talus, can I see the ultimate form? She nodded, and a light column enveloped her. The ultimate form didn't produce a fusion body like Lilith's, but added a divinity. Her white hair grew longer, her eyes brilliant gold, holy and primordial dark power in her left and right hands. Original sin power circling her whole body, golden streamlined armor covering her, illusory 8 wings appearing, the ground cracking beneath her feet. The expressions of Lilith and the others turned grave. Before, Talus had only earned a second look from them. Now they had to face her seriously. That's enough, Talus. Stop here. She nodded. The light dissipated, and she turned back into a cold, white-haired girl. How the Gene Legion develops next is up to you. I smiled. Yes, Emperor. Her eyes full of loyalty, she nodded to everyone and turned to gather the Gene Legion. You all go about your business too. Everyone dispersed. As for which 3 lines they'd fuse, I didn't know and didn't care. Since I'd entrusted the troops to her, that was her responsibility. God Emperor, come quick. Coming. I smiled and walked toward the Spirit Source Lake. Fallen angels on the left, holy angels on the right. The original sin fallen angels even specially handing over wine and meat. System, upgrade the Lord's heart, I said while gnawing on grilled meat. Ding. Spend 400 source crystals to upgrade the Lord's heart? Upgrade. A warm current surged from my wrist through my body, strengthening it, quickly fading. Black iron rank gains were just SOSO. Ding. Lord's heart at 5 stars. You have 1 entry selection chance. I grabbed the original sin succubus beside me and took a deep sniff, catching the fresh scent of facial cleanser. System, select an entry. 3 red lights flared. Damn, facial cleanser really works. Red entry, Twilight of the Gods. Red entry, God-slaying power. Red entry, Forbidden Land. Twilight of the Gods. The territory becomes a divine forbidden zone. Any god that enters will fall, turning it into a divine graveyard. Note, neither your troops nor you can become gods. I fell silent. The cost was too great. Any god that came would die, but I and my troops couldn't become gods either, utterly cutting off the path to godhood. Impressive, but the cost is too high. Forget it. What I wanted was the future. I didn't want to cut off hope from the start. I waved for a lust-fallen angel to hand over a glass of imported wine, enjoyed it a while, then looked at the second. God-slaying power. Troops gain power that specifically counters gods, but it only works on gods, useless against creatures below God. God-slaying power. I narrowed my eyes. Gods really existed in this world, and if this news leaked it would definitely blow up. The moment this thing appeared, it'd be the mortal enemy of all gods. No god would tolerate it. You could even say it flat out shouldn't exist. Have to be careful. Check the next one first. Very tempting, but the moment I used it, I'd be the public enemy of all gods. And the premise was both sides being close in strength. With a big gap, this thing would be a life ender. The last one, Forbidden Land. The territory becomes a forbidden land, carrying 4 entries: twisted, chaotic, unnameable, and unviewable. Both I and my troops will silently twist and evolve, becoming forbidden existences. I drew a deep breath, expression grave. Forbidden Land, put plainly, was becoming an evil god, evolving toward the unnameable. If you only pursued power and eternity, this entry was absolutely top tier. But the premise was giving up the bottom line of being human. Humans have limits, so I'll stop being human. That line was the very portrait of the Forbidden Land. Of the 3, the strongest was undoubtedly God-slaying power, but it was a bomb, and I didn't know whether it'd end up blowing up others or myself. Pickett and all my troops would carry God-slaying power, and I wouldn't dare let them see the light. Not picking it, I could still disguise. But now, I looked at Supreme Protocol. I urgently needed to recruit a tech-side hero or a talent capable of making tech weapons. Then I could call myself a tech-side lord. Not only would no one envy me, I'd be welcomed. The tech side had an obvious ceiling, so no one would be jealous. Everyone just treated them as tool people providing cannon fodder and weapons. But among high-tier lords there were plenty of tech-side ones too, with the fastest development speed, flying along with enough resources. Forget it, this it is. Bind entry, God-slaying power. Ding. God-slaying power, red bound. Black iron 5 stars, 5 entries, 3 red and 2 gold. I smiled. Right now I wasn't the strongest rookie, hadn't even cracked the top 10, but my entries, other lords couldn't compare. The instant it bound, all the troops in the territory felt an unfamiliar, powerful force. Lilith felt it most clearly, her eyes full of confusion. God-slaying power? They were god-tier troops to begin with, destined from birth to become gods. Just too low-level now to command divinity yet. God-tier troops' divinity was innate. No need to comprehend or gather, no need to risk igniting a divine fire. As long as their strength rose, they'd naturally command it. A group of gods commanding god-slaying power, what would happen? I didn't know. Right now I was enjoying the close attendance of 3, original sin fallen angel, pure blood fallen angel, and holy angel. As for the primordial black gold dragons, I never had any such thoughts. They were all female, but at least I'd wait until they could take human form. However starved I was, I wouldn't lay hands on non-human creatures. I wasn't the kind of lord who takes all comers. The lord's world had all kinds of bizarre troops, and people's tastes were the same, each to their own. I couldn't be bothered to mind it. Night fell, and I entered the Supreme Protocol space. The Gene guards were transforming, zeros and ones jumping ceaselessly in the white sphere, Talus standing focused beside them, giant cocoons arranged in the center of the hall. Emperor, Talus greeted in a low voice. Thank you for the trouble. This is my duty. She shook her head. What genes did they choose? Pangelia as the base, the other 2 Ishtar and Keisha. I was surprised. I'd thought Lilith's genes were better. Why this choice? Pangelia's genes make the body stronger. Ishtar brings the power of darkness. Keisha commands light. With Pangelia as the core, the power can be maximized. Lilith's genes are strong, but too complex, unsuited to the gene guards. I nodded. Leave the professional work to the professionals. I understood nothing, and saying more was pointless. Light columns rose one after another. The giant cocoons split open, and tall figures walked out one by one. We greet the Emperor. Name, Gene Guard, Light Dark Dragon. Level, Bronze 1 star. Talent, Gene Devouring, Biological Engine. Skills, Light Angel Armament, Dark Angel Armament, Dragon Armament, Gene Liberation Mode. Artifact, Gene Armament. Potential, Chief God, Entry Boosted, No Cap, Floor at Supreme God. I nodded, satisfied. The name had gained a Light Dark Dragon suffix, the new gene after fusion. You can all get up. Talus, they're yours. She nodded and accepted. I walked out of the hall, still turning the Legion matter over in my head. Why did you have to break 10,000 to be called a Legion? Once the number hit that scale, it triggered a qualitative change, and the exclusive Legion aura was born. I was rather curious what kind of aura my own Legion would have someday. The 5th day of the rookie period arrived. I woke in the pool of wine and forest of Meat Villa. Beside me lay fallen angels, holy angels, original sin fallen angels. Exactly who? I could no longer tell, and I didn't care. I crawled up, stretched, and walked out of the villa. A new day? Why do I feel hollowed out every time I wake up? I felt my waist. Black iron 5 stars, and I still couldn't quite handle it. From today on, no more drinking. I resolved firmly. It had to be the wine, definitely not any other reason. I walked to the chaos spring, gulped a few mouthfuls, and my condition instantly recovered. I felt like I was good again. Start recruiting. I headed straight to the Fallen Sanctum. Lilith and Ishtar were already waiting in front of the hall. Come on. Ding. Spend 30 gold for daily recruitment. Recruit. Black-red mist churned, and original sin fallen angels and pure blood fallen angels emerged one after another. Lilith, Ishtar, they're yours. Understood, God Emperor. Lilith smiled, Ishtar nodded. I left the Fallen Sanctum and went to Supreme Protocol. Yesterday, I'd already set the barracks order. Fallen Sanctum, Supreme Protocol, Origin Dragon Nest, Holy Sanctum. Row by row, recruit in sequence. At Supreme Protocol's door, Talus was already waiting. This was exactly a hero unit's duty. I took her in and started recruiting. Ding. Spend 30 gold for daily recruitment. Recruit. In under 10 minutes, all 4 barracks had been recruited once. The only shame was no hero came out today. Heroes were all down to luck. A barracks guaranteed won the first time, but after that it was pure gotcha, and sometimes several times in a row yielded nothing. Today's tally: Original Sin Fallen Angels 290, Gene Guards 100, Dragons 60, Angels 60. Good news, The total broke 500. Bad news. This was 5 days' work, plus 5 refresh cards thrown in. After breakfast, nearly 10 o'clock, about time to get moving. Lilith, Ishtar, Talus, Pangelia, Keisha. The 5 great heroes appeared in an instant. The void trial's about to start. Same rules, new troops level first. Go. I waved, and the 5 each led their troops to hold a flank. Exactly how to divide it was their business. System, begin the void trial, difficulty abyss. Ding. Void trial beginning, difficulty abyss. You have 30 seconds to prepare. Endless black surfaced around the territory, monsters walking out of the black missed one after another. A tall, flesh-bared, skinless monster appeared, accompanied by a stomach-turning aura. Flesh abhorrent, bronze 5 stars to 8 stars, tier 5. Note, from a ruined world, warped into this by a catastrophe. It utterly loathes flesh, yet cannot escape its craving for it. Tier 5 troops, bronze 5 to 8 stars. I calculated inwardly. One more Lord's Heart upgrade at most. Lilith and the others hadn't reached bronze 9 stars yet, and if I upgraded too much, silver monsters would show up. Invading monsters weren't just about level, but even more about rank. The gap from tier 3 to tier 5 was huge. At the same level, tier 5 could crush tier 3 and 4. To my troops, tier 5 was no different from demigod. Below god tier, all were ants, the only issue still being level. Looking at the rank reduction, I still played it safe. Accumulation mattered, but there was no need to accumulate through risk. The Lord's Road had only just begun, and steady development was key. 1 SSS Abyss rating chest a day was enough. The great battle erupted. Against same-rank creatures, Lilith and the others were basically slaughtering one-sidedly, and if not for raising the new troops, they could have killed even faster. I sat cross-legged on the grass, a bloody slaughterhouse right beside me, like 2 worlds. System, open the daily combat reward pack. 1,000 gold, 100 source crystals, 1 barracks upgrade card. I nodded, satisfied. Not much, but all urgently needed, especially the upgrade card. 3 upgrade cards now. I opened the private messages. Little merchant, big shot, want troop refresh recruitment cards? I found the seed of primal chaos you wanted, the other materials not yet. Sent this morning. I thought it over and held off replying. Money was tight. Wait until the trial ended. I grabbed a bottle of black iron tier wheat juice from the pool of wine and forest of meat and sipped it slowly for a pick-me-up. An hour later the trial ended. All my troops had climbed to bronze 1 star, and Lilith and the others reached bronze 2 stars. Seeing the upgrade cost, I could only feel that upgrading god-tier troops was a bottomless pit. Ding. Void trial complete. Evaluating. Ding. 0 losses. 10,000 enemies slain. Rating, SSS. Ding. SSS Abyss difficulty rating chest obtained. More and more monsters. 10,000 tier 5 bronze. All bronze 5 stars or above. Absurd. Decompose. I took a sip of juice and used my authority directly. Ding. Decomposed 10,000 bronze rank corpses. Obtained 3,000 source crystals. 3,000, barely. 10,000 tier 5 monsters for just this many crystals, really not much. The chests gathered over 3,000 of them. Open all. The system scrolled. High-grade meat, iron, ore, copper or resource cards, low-grade fire elemental crystals, water elemental crystals, mithril resource cards, 5,000 of each. Fire and water elemental crystals could be used for forging, alchemy, and enchanting, 100 units per low-grade card. Mithril was a high-grade metal too, also 100 units. These resources, a normal rookie would have to wait until the late stage to get, and I had them in hand on day 5. Getting this many at once was all thanks to the rookie buff plus Abyss difficulty. Not many people could hold on through the late stage of Abyss, and for any other rookie, it'd be flat-out cruel. Opening them would be meaningless anyway. My eyes fell on the rating chest. Open. The system rang out in a chain. Seed of darkness, seed of primal chaos, seed of holiness, seed of technology, seed of elements, barracks upgrade card, troop refresh recruitment card, and a unique wonder, the dimensional gate. I froze completely. This time both the quantity and the value shocked me, and it had actually produced another unique wonder. The 5 rare treasure seeds were all urgently needed, plus an extra seed of elements, perfect for upgrading the Origin Dragon Nest and the Holy Sanctum. I put them away, satisfied, but I couldn't help complaining. The higher the chest quality, the less gold and crystals. For others it might be a good thing, but for me it was trouble. Upgrade 2 barracks and my gold would bottom out. I hesitated over the refresh card and the upgrade card, held off for now. My attention turned to the unique wonder, the Dimensional Gate. Dimensional Gate, unique. Trait 1. Anchor. Bind the coordinates of dimensions or territories you've visited. Trait 2. Gate of time and space. Sacrifice source crystals to randomly open a gate of time and space. Cost scaling up with quality. Trait 3. Seal. Isolate the domain. Outsiders can't detect it or enter and exit. Trait 4. Immortal. Cannot be destroyed. I drew a deep breath, my eyes shining. Sacrifice crystals, and I could open a gate of time and space, meaning I could explore dimensional worlds outside the territory at any time. In the eternal world, a lord's territory was like a lone island floating in the darkness, unconnected to the others, rarely colliding unless there was an invasion. Besides territories, there were countless dimensional worlds of varying tiers, the higher the more dangerous, and the richer in resources. Some were already destroyed and empty, some still held native creatures. Endless variables. This was a dark forest of the weak as prey to the strong, where every lord was both hunter and, at any moment, potential prey. Rookies scrambled to hoard resources during the rookie period precisely because past this village, a lord could only grow through plunder. Dangerous worlds were generally diamond tier or above, out of my reach for now. Of course, if I insisted on going, I could. Willing to sacrifice 100 million source crystals outright would open one. Way too money-burning. I looked at the model, a little heartsick. I casually placed it on the east side of the territory, and a huge, ancient gate rose from the ground, space-time ripples flowing ceaselessly across its doors. Lilith and the others looked at it curiously for a while, found no danger, and didn't pay it much mind. I decided to leave it for now and think later about whether to open it. I opened the private messages. Otherworld Traveler. Boss, around? Instant reply. Little Merchant. Here, big shot. I got straight to the point. Otherworld Traveler. How much for a seed of primal chaos? How much for troop refresh recruitment cards? Little Merchant. Seed of primal chaos is 1,000 crystals, and I've got 12 refresh cards total, 3,000 crystals for the lot. How's that? Decent price. Refresh cards were useful to me, and 1,000 each was cost-effective. Otherworld Traveler. Works. Anything else? Barracks upgrade cards or special resources? Little Merchant. I've got upgrade cards too, but they're pricey, 10,000 crystals each. As you know, this thing's market price has never been stable. I mulled it over. Pricey indeed, but I needed them. Otherworld Traveler. Help me source more. I'll take as many as you've got. I'm short on crystals right now, trade later. Little Merchant. No problem, big shot. I've got 5 on hand. I'll give them to you right away if you want, and you can pay me the crystals once you have them. I paused. Otherworld Traveler. Why are you helping me? Little Merchant. Big shot. We've worked together a while. I trust you. I understood. This was an investment. Otherworld Traveler. Thanks. Little Merchant. Trade request sent. Accepted. I accepted. 1 seed of primal chaos, 12 refresh cards, 5 upgrade cards, 3,000 crystals total. The money for the 5 upgrade cards owed for now. Little Merchant. Big shot. Still want those materials? Otherworld Traveler. Materials aren't urgent. Help me source more refresh and upgrade cards. I'll get you crystals as soon as I can. Thanks. Little Merchant. Okay, you're busy. Big shot. I'll go for now. Still owe 50,000 crystals. I looked at the 5 upgrade cards, feeling complicated. This thing was useful, but not too pricey. Could only upgrade barracks below level 10. Cheap only during the rookie period. What was truly priceless was always barter. If something could be bought with money, it meant its value was limited, but that didn't mean you could buy it just anywhere. 9 upgrade cards. A flicker of anticipation crossed my eyes. Enough to take 1 barracks straight to level 10, with 1 to spare. Think about it more. I put the cards away and went to the Origin Dragon Nest. Resources were limited, so upgrade the Dragon Nest and the Holy Sanctum first. On her end, Lin Xiaoxiao closed the chat. Handing Suyi upgrade cards outright had a simple purpose: investment. As her biggest trading partner, she was betting on his potential. Failure was just a few tens of thousands of crystals, which she could bear. Success meant grasping a potential stock lord. For a merchant, connections mattered most. In this world, a merchant's connections far surpassed an ordinary lord's, provided the other party was reliable, not like Autumn Leaf, who only wanted something for nothing. Potential, but too flighty, and a merchant wouldn't waste resources. As for what Suyi wanted upgrade cards, Seeds of Darkness, and all that for, it was none of her business, and she couldn't be bothered to mind. She only cared whether it was worth investing. Besides him, there were plenty of potential lords, and she spread her bets across all of them. Standard operating procedure for a merchant lord. I returned to the dragon nest, the golden building especially eye-catching. Pangelia appeared at my side. System, upgrade the origin dragon nest. Ding. Spend 1,000 source crystals, 10,000 gold, and 1 seed of primal chaos to upgrade. Upgrade. Golden light rose, a dragon phantom coiling overhead with a roar, then turning into a golden beam that sank into the dragon nest. Ding. Origin dragon nest upgraded. Now level 3. Name, Origin dragon nest. Level 3, primal chaos. Recruitment 10 of 30, cost 1 gold, original price 1 million. Aura, dragon god's favor. Upgrade. 10,000 source crystals, 100,000 gold, 10 seeds of primal chaos. Level 3. What's dragon god's favor? Dragon god's favor. All dragon troops of the origin dragon nest. Strength boosted 100%. Very strong. Simple and direct, with an explosive effect. Add the Hall of Heroes and Crystal Palace boosts, and it was absurd. The strongest now is the Dragon Clan. The original Sin Fallen Angels had long since been completely outclassed by the dragons. Pangelia and I entered the dragon nest. After the upgrade, I could recruit 10 more today. Ding. Spend 10 gold for daily recruitment. Recruit. Primordial Black Gold Dragon plus 10. No hero, but decent. Pangelia, these young dragons are yours. She nodded and took over. I left the dragon nest. Just out the door, a splash of red caught the corner of my eye. I walked toward that patch of grass, covered in vivid red fruit, a full 200 square meters. Strange. My territory had always been grassland. So where did the fruit come from? Spirit grass, bronze tier spirit herb. The fruit can slightly raise the potential of troops below tier 5. Evolved from mutated ordinary grass and plants, the fruit is fresh, sweet, and delicious. Interesting. I looked toward the chaos spring not far off. Its third trait, light of evolution. I'd nearly forgotten it, always just treating it as a health recovery potion. As for taking chaos spring water to sell, I'd never do something so suicidal. That water could heal all wounds and curses, and if it got out, I'd become a target everyone coveted. I picked the spirit grass fruit, cherry-sized, carrying an exotic fragrance. I bit it open, the juice bursting in my mouth, sweet with a hint of sour. Not bad, cuts the grease nicely. I'm sick of meat every day. Plenty of fruit, perfect to eat at tonight's banquet. Sell it. Never considered it. The boost was limited, high price and no one would buy. Low price, and it wasn't worth it. Lords used troops below tier 5 as cannon fodder, so who'd pay a big price to raise them? Better to just get a tier 5 or above barracks. Bronze tier still too low. I picked a handful and stuffed them in my pocket, then strolled toward the holy sanctum. Keisha was already waiting there. System, upgrade the holy sanctum. Ding. Spend 1,000 source crystals, 100,000 gold, and 1 seed of holiness to upgrade. Upgrade. The sanctum was enveloped in holy radiance, an angel phantom hovering overhead, then turning into golden light and sinking in. Ding. Holy sanctum upgraded. Now level 3. Name, Holy Sanctum. Level 3. Order. Recruitment 10 of 30, cost 1 gold, original price 1 million. Aura, Holy Immortality. Upgrade. 10,000 source crystals, 100,000 gold, 10 seeds of holiness. All the barracks are level 3 now. I smiled. Holy Immortality. All troops recruited by the Holy Sanctum will not truly die. Even if they fall, they can be reborn in the Sanctum. Exactly like the fallen Sanctum's eternal primordial dark, both resurrection armor. The only difference was 1 chaos and 1 order. That was all. Come on. Keisha and I entered the Sanctum. Ding. Spend 10 gold for daily recruitment. Recruit. Holy Angels plus 10. Keisha, arrange these angels. She nodded and left the Sanctum with me. I sat on the grass and tallied my resources. 4,570 source crystals, but gold was almost bottomed out. Only 5,570 left. To an ordinary rookie, this was a fortune. To me, far from enough. And I still carried a 50,000 crystal debt. Huge pressure. I looked toward the distant dimensional gate. That might be the fastest path to resources. Relying on the daily void trial alone could no longer feed me. Need to plan this out carefully. I glanced at the dimensional gate again. Lilith, Talus, Ishtar, Pangelia, Keisha, come over. 5 figures quickly gathered. Sit. I have something to ask you. I sat on the ground. The 5 exchanged a glance and sat across from me. Pangelia lying down, curiosity written all over her head. If I wanted to conquer a dimension, what's a good way? Lilith, kill. Talus, kill. Ishtar, kill. Pangelia, destroy. Keisha, purify. I was speechless. All warriors, not one who could offer an idea. I get it now. You're all warriors. Any other methods? Lilith smiled sweetly. God Emperor, you know me. Take out the creatures over there, and the rest is ours. Ishtar followed. God Emperor, I agree. Talus was even more blunt. Emperor, loyalty that isn't absolute is disloyalty. The Empire doesn't need them. Pangelia said in a low voice. Dragon King, I support Lilith. I fell into complete despair. My forces were all warriors, not a single strategist. All war criminals. My last hope rested on Keisha. Keisha said calmly, Lord, all heretics should be purified. My heart died. Counting on them for ideas was completely unrealistic. To them, anything solvable by force wasn't a problem. But the reality was that a dimensional world, at its smallest, was as big as my past life Earth, and that was the lowest tier. Relying on killing alone, what could a few hundred troops do? Monsters themselves were resources too, able to raise troop strength. Killing recklessly was a waste, especially high-tier troops slaughtering low-tier monsters. A sheer squandering of good things. How to efficiently gather resources was the key. In a dimensional world, the undeveloped areas were all minerals, wood, even rare metals. Who would mine them? Have the troops mine ore and chop trees? Setting aside whether they even could, even if they could, how much could this handful of people produce? Killing was only the lowest means. Of course, for a dead world with no resources at all, killing without counting the cost really was the most direct. If I wanted to mine that world's resources, do you have any ideas? I looked at the 5 great generals. Dead silence. No one spoke. Even the air seemed to freeze. I rubbed my brow, helpless. Sure enough, having them fight was fine, but for this kind of thing they hadn't a clue. Forget it, I'll figure this out myself. Go have fun. I waved, flopped back, and stared blankly at the deep blue sky. Sure enough, I still had to recruit new heroes. My hope rested on Supreme Protocol. I needed a research-type tech hero to have any chance of developing a new dimension. Anchoring a world but being unable to develop it was busy work. Keisha, you're not going to play? I looked at her sitting beside me. A rare blush surfaced on Keisha's face, and she shook her head. I looked at her, then glanced at Lilith laughing in the distance, and instantly understood. In the territory, the one I paid most attention to was Lilith, my first recruit after all. Ishtar and Talus got some attention too. Pangelia and Keisha were about even, except Pangelia was still in dragon form. I looked at Keisha again. Let me lean on you. And I laid my head straight onto her lap. Yes, my lord. A little flustered, she caught me, her silver armor turning into a white, gauzy dress, letting me rest on her soft, fair thigh. Smelling her fragrance, seeing the blush on her face, I smiled and closed my eyes for a nap. Keisha looked down at me and smiled too. The breeze brushed her golden hair, the sky deep blue, dragons soaring, angels playing in the distance. Days like this, really nice. That sleep went straight through to dusk. I woke, still soft and warm beside me, Keisha still there. How long? My lord, past 6:40 in the evening, nearly 7. She answered softly, gently stroking my face. I sat up and rubbed my face. I'd meant to just doze, and hadn't expected to sleep until now. Right, haven't upgraded today. Only then did I remember. System, upgrade the Lord's heart. Ding. Spend 500 source crystals to upgrade. Upgrade. White light flared on my wrist, a warm current flowing. My body strengthened once more. Ding. Lord's heart upgraded. Now black iron 6 stars. 6 stars. Next I have to wait for Lilith and the others to reach bronze 9 stars. Then consider continuing. Ding. Select an entry? Select. I buried my head straight into Keisha's chest and took a deep breath, full of a milky scent. Keisha blushed, but didn't stop me, instead letting me nestle more comfortably. 3 red entries surfaced. 3 reds. I got a little excited. Red entry. Favor of the gods. Origin. Spend freely. Favor of the gods. The territory is favored by the gods and gains blessings, everything developing toward the good. Note, the probability of gods discovering your territory is greatly increased. Too vague. I frowned. Developing toward the good sounded nice, but the catch was getting eyed by gods. This world's gods were no symbol of goodness. On the contrary, they were extremely greedy, stepping onto the path of godhood by plundering countless dimensional resources. And I carried god-slaying power, destined to be God's mortal enemy. Getting eyed would be big trouble. Rule it out next. Origin. The territory becomes a land of origin, able to nurture ancient, powerful, eternal life, the starting point of all things. Note, want to become a creator god? This is your chance. This one. I stared at the note, deep in thought. Strong indeed, able to evolve life into ancient, powerful, eternal beings. But limited use, and it still had to evolve slowly on its own. Too long, who could wait? Look at the last one. Spend freely. Red Lord entry. Recruiting troops costs only 1 gold. Master Su is picking up the tab today. I froze completely. Hadn't expected such a good thing. Recruiting troops for just 1 gold sounded absurd. Hardly even like a red entry. But to me it far exceeded the red tier. My troops were all god tier. I'd been worrying that once the rookie period ended and the buff was gone, recruiting a single troop for over 1,000,000 gold would be impossible to bear. Even maintaining daily recruitment would be hard, an absolute killer. Now, with this, recruiting troops was no worry at all. Good, good, good. I couldn't help laughing out loud. System, bind entry, spend freely. Ding, spend freely, red bound. Lord's Heart. Level, black iron, 6 stars. Entries, beyond divine evolution, red. Infinite evolution, red. Spend freely, red. God-slaying power, red. Crystal Palace, gold. Bulwark of size, gold. Upgrade, 600 source crystals. I looked at the fully packed stats panel, brimming with a sense of achievement. Reach bronze, and I wonder what second talent I'll awaken. Getting to today was all the talents doing, the first trait being echo of strong luck. At each new rank, the talent would derive a new trait. Now black iron 6 stars, just 1 step from bronze. If not for the daily SSS Abyss rating chest, I'd have upgraded long ago. This was a necessary trade-off. Lilith and the others couldn't reach bronze 9 stars within a day, so I couldn't upgrade the Lord's Heart at full tilt. I could only wait. Abyss difficulty would grow stronger in sync with the Lord's Heart. Unless I completely gave up the SSS Abyss rating chest, I could only bide my time. Talk about it when resources are ample. The next upgrade had to satisfy 2 conditions at once. 1. Upgrade the Lord's Heart to bronze rank in a single push, so Lilith and the others' cap could rise to silver. Lord and troops differ by at most 1 major rank, an ironclad rule. 2. Enough resources to let them reach silver right away to handle the next day's Abyss difficulty. Only when both were met would I upgrade, or upgrading would be pointless and instead cost me the SSS chest. I rose from Keisha's chest and stretched. Come on, Keisha, banquet time. She followed behind me with a smile, walking toward the pool of wine and forest of meat. Banquet time. My voice rang out across the whole territory. Whoa! Cheers erupted. Night fell, and my own revelry officially began. Early the next morning, I crawled groggily out of a pile of women, propped up my waist, and made my familiar way to the Chaos Spring, gulping a few big mouthfuls before coming back to life. So good. That mouthful of spring water every morning was like a rebirth. System, open the combat reward pack. 1,000 source crystals. 10,000 gold. That's it. I curled my lip. Normal though. Combat reward packs were all luck. Most of the time, just some resources, and only occasionally something good. Then the daily recruitment. Fallen Angels plus 30. Gene Guards plus 30. Dragons plus 30. Holy Angels plus 30. No hero, but decent. 120 God-tier troops a day, 1,200 in 10 days, 12,000 in 100 days. Closer and closer to forming a legion. Day 6 today, 24 days left until the rookie period ends. Time really flies. Lilith, Talus, Ishtar, Pangelia, Keisha. The 5 great generals appeared at once. Today's void trial's about to start. Get ready. Same rules. New troops level first. They nodded. This was already routine. System, begin the void trial. Difficulty Abyss. Ding. Void trial beginning. Difficulty Abyss. You have 30 seconds to prepare. Go. The 5 flew silently to the territory's edges, each holding a flank. At the territory's edge, blood-red void writhed and spread, Abyss demons walking out one after another from the border of nothingness, the smell of sulfur washing over. Their bodies were tall, and though wingless, each stood 2 or 3 meters, brimming with a sense of power. Name, Abyss Horn Demon, bronze 9 stars, tier 5. Note, the backbone of the Abyss's lower ranks, high-tier cannon fodder troops, mighty in brute strength and physique. Bronze 9 stars, sure enough. As the Lord's Heart rose, the invading monster's rank climbed higher too. At this stage, I can only wait. For a daily SSS Abyss chest, I had to make trade-offs. The Lord's Heart couldn't rise for now. The killing began. I sat cross-legged on the grass, gnawing a spirit grass fruit, and opened the chat channel to browse idly. Selling cheap, bronze tier weapon Bone Crusher hammer, 10 gold each. Someone tell me how hard the nightmare difficulty void trial is? Buying resources, Wood and stone both wanted. PM me. Can barely feed my troops anymore. Any big brother willing to help? Count your blessings. I nearly got eaten by a troll's underlings. 4 nightmare difficulty. Recommend fully recruiting Holy Domain tier or above troops. Below tier 10, don't even dream about it. I muttered to myself. Was nightmare really that hard? Watching my own troops effortlessly slaughter the abyss monsters, I felt this was just brain-dead easy. Fully recruiting meant filling every daily recruitment slot. Having satisfied a bit of vanity, I closed the channel and opened the live stream module. Entering the stream rooms, there were far more new types than day one. No longer just those fast-action movie brothers and sisters. Some taught territory development, some explained entry selection, some showed off troops and talents. Don't think showing off troops had no audience. This type was the hottest, even more popular than the movie brothers and sisters. Put plainly, it was soliciting investment, flaunt troop levels, and potential to attract second-generation lords, who'd promise resources and pull people into their families or factions. In the lord's world, this sort of thing was common. An ordinary lord's lead during the rookie period was really an illusion. Getting by on your own was too hard, which was why they used this method to solicit investment. But the price was that once the rookie period ended, you had to sign a rules contract, harsh as an indenture. Don't sign, and you could only grind it out alone, with no one to escort you. And the result was easy to imagine. Those lords who showed off talents usually had good talents, but mediocre barracks, and needed such contracts even more. As long as a rookie lord wasn't second generation, walking out on their own was basically very hard, especially that huge sense of contrast. During the rookie period, you feel like a genius, and once it's over, you're like a stray dog on the roadside. Who could stand that? Of course, I wasn't that kind of person. The ordinary rookie's road is really hard. I looked at the livestream module. Most streamers were like hand-picked pets, waiting for a master to appear. If not for a heaven-defying talent, I probably wouldn't be any better off. I counted myself lucky and closed the stream. Need to find a way to make money. I rubbed my brow. The rookie period held no difficulty for me, practically a vacation. What I needed now was a path to gain a foothold in the Lord's world, one that could keep the blood flowing. God-tier barracks absolutely couldn't be exposed. Exposure meant death, and I wouldn't gamble on someone appreciating me. I understood clearly. The moment the barracks were exposed, I'd be finished. My very existence was a challenge to the old order, and only by wiping me out would those profiting classes rest easy. They allowed upstarts to appear, but they'd never allow someone capable of reshaping the rules to exist. Growing to where I was now, I'd already become intolerable. Even without ambition, as long as I had the ability and potential, others wouldn't allow me to keep growing stronger. Time ticked by, and the system prompt suddenly rang out. Ding. Void trial complete. Evaluating. Ding. 0 losses. 20,000 enemies slain. Rating, SSS. Ding. SSS Abyss difficulty rating chest obtained. I snapped out of my thoughts. I was still pondering how to develop, and it cleared in one go. 20,000 this time. A full 10,000 more than yesterday. Lilith, Talus, Ishtar, Pangelia, and Keisha all climbed to bronze 5 stars, and the ordinary troops reached bronze 1 or 2 stars. The new troops the same, all fed on corpses. Leveling god-tier units grew more absurd the further along. The Spirit Source Lake was basically useless now. I just treated it as a swimming pool. Decompose. Ding. Decomposed 20,000 corpses. Obtained 5,000 source crystals. 5,000 was already a lot, given the rookie buff. The chests gathered over 6,000 bronze tier abyss. Hope it opens some crystals and gold. Open all. 100 source crystals. 1,000 gold. 10 high-grade meat resource cards. 10 high-grade iron or resource cards. 10 high-grade copper or resource cards. 10 low-grade gold resource cards. 10 low-grade silver resource cards. 10 low-grade steel resource cards. The system scrolled, and I began sorting the spoils. 100,000 source crystals, 1 million gold, 10,000 steel, 1,000 silver. These consumed 1,000 chests. Meat, iron ore, copper ore, and gold cards, 5,000 each, used 500 chests. Woohoo, taking off. I looked at the chests piled with materials, in a great mood. This time it opened 3 new resources too: gold, silver, and steel, 100 units per low-grade card. Crystals and gold aren't short for now. I looked at the balance and couldn't help laughing out loud. Still, I owed little merchant 50,000 crystals, which nagged at me. Should I just pay it off? I hesitated, but still felt I couldn't be too high profile. Pay it slowly day by day, 1,000 crystals a day, neither eye-catching nor unnatural. Resources sorted, I opened the private messages. Otherworld Traveler, free? Lin Xiaoxiao was still handling her trial, replied instantly. Little Merchant, yes, big shot. Otherworld Traveler, accept the trade. I'm repaying. Only 1,000 crystals a day for now. Little Merchant, okay, big shot. No rush if you're strapped for cash. Otherworld Traveler, thanks, just accept it. Little Merchant, okay. I transferred 1,000 crystals over. Lin Xiaoxiao received it, in a particularly good mood. Pulls in over 1,000 crystals a day. With that strength, at least nightmare difficulty void trial. She wasn't just happy about the repayment, she felt she'd bet on the right stock even more. Whether continuing to cooperate or winning him over, both were sure profits. Though she was heir to a great merchant guild, there was never just one heir, and with fierce competition, no one dared put all their eggs in one basket. On my end, debt paid, I felt light and turned my attention to today's SSS Abyss rating chest. What good stuff can it open today? Open. 1 troop refresh recruitment card. 1 barracks upgrade card. Tier 3 barracks. Amazon camp. Tier 4 barracks. Starlight Hall. Unique tiers secret treasure. Divine artifact summoning hall. I raised an eyebrow. 2 barracks. 1 secret treasure. Refresh and upgrade cards were of no use for now. Right now resources were only enough to barely feed my existing troops, and any more I couldn't afford at all. I hadn't upgraded the Lord's Heart precisely because I was stuck with both troop level and resources short. So even with upgrade cards, I couldn't act. Resources were limited, and how many troops I could feed each day was the ceiling. 2 barracks. My eyes lit up. To others, just a bit more strength. To me, 2 god-tier barracks. The Tier 3 Amazon camp recruited female warriors, female hunters, and Amazon elites, a rare, all-female camp. The Tier 4 Starlight Hall recruited Starlight envoys, mages, and assassins, all strong. System, upgrade the Amazon camp. Light wove together. The camp slowly turning into a temple, its reliefs all valiant, fearless Valkyries. Ding. Amazon camp evolved into a god-tier barracks, the Valkyrie Sanctum. Valkyrie Sanctum? I stared at this Greek temple-like building and hit upgrade directly. Ding. Valkyrie Sanctum upgraded. Now level 2. Seed of War. I noticed level 3 required a Seed of War. This thing was the same tier as a Seed of Darkness, extremely rare, and I didn't have one. Barracks reaching level 3 was a qualitative change, gaining a special aura. It'll have to be used sooner or later. Upgrade first. System, use a barracks upgrade card to upgrade the Valkyrie Sanctum. Ding. Spin 1 barracks upgrade card to upgrade. Upgrade. Dazzling light rose. A Valkyrie Phantom riding a white Pegasus appearing in the territory, then flowing into the model. Ding. Valkyrie Sanctum upgraded to level 3. Name, Valkyrie Sanctum, level 3, order. Recruitment 30 of 30, cost 1 gold. Aura, Glory of the Valkyries. Upgrade, 10,000 source crystals, 100,000 gold, 10 seeds of war. Glory of the Valkyries. All troops recruited by the Valkyrie Sanctum, strength boosted 100%. Similar to the Origin Dragon Nest Dragon God's Favor, 1 strengthening Valkyries, 1 strengthening dragons. This upgrade card wasn't wasted. I placed the model beside the Holy Sanctum. A golden Greek temple rose from the ground, the Valkyries' radiance spilling across the territory. Lilith, Talus, Ishtar, Pangelia, and Keisha all rushed over, ordinary troops gathering curiously too. They all knew a new companion was coming. I walked in. At the center of the great hall stood a Valkyrie statue, riding a single-horned, dragon-scaled Pegasus, gripping a spear, a longbow on her back, a sword at her waist, majestic in bearing. The 5 great heroes came in one after another. Keisha and Talus together, Pangelia a lone dragon, Lilith and Ishtar paired, splitting into factions, the alignments distinctly divided. With me present, they didn't erupt into infighting, which was already extremely high loyalty. Ding. Spend 30 gold for daily recruitment. Recruit. The first recruitment guaranteed a hero. Golden light spilled across the great hall, a martial air of iron cavalry pervading. Tall Pegasi draped in white dragon scales, single-horned, took shape one after another. A tall Valkyrie standing beside each, spear, longbow, and waist sword all present. The one at the front was similar in height to Lilith, slender and full of a sense of power, skin fair, also riding a tall Pegasus. We greet the Dragon King. The lead Valkyrie was first to kneel on one knee, the rest following, fervor showing in their eyes. Get up. The lead one stood, wrapped in golden armor, her gaze fiery as she stared at me. Name, Aortus. Loyalty, 100, Black Iron 1 star, God tier. Troop, Sky Patrol War Goddess, Aoritas. Talent, Way of Sky Patrol. Skills, Sky-Piercing Spear, Sky-Shattering Arrow, Sky-Rending Blade. Artifacts, Sky Patrol Spear, Sky Patrol Bow, Sky Patrol Sword. Potential, Genesis, Crystal Palace Boost, No Cap. Note, Master of the Way of Sky Patrol, a Valkyrie who patrols time and space. Shouldn't appear, but born for certain reasons. Her exclusive troop is the Sky Patrol Hunt. Absurd. Same god tier as Lilith, and carrying 3 artifacts, even able to patrol time and space. This is the main force for patrol duty from now on. I looked at Aoritas. None of my troops were suited to patrolling, and she and the Sky Patrol Hunt Legion fit perfectly. Name, Sky Patrol Hunt. Loyalty, 100, Black Iron 1 star, God tier. Talent, Heart of the Patrol Hunt. Skills, Patrol Hunt Spear, Arrow, Blade. Artifacts, Patrol Hunt Spear, Bow, Sword. Potential, Chief God, Crystal Palace Boost, No Cap. Note, Aoritas' exclusive Legion, terrifying in strength, skilled at Legion warfare. I drew a deep breath, a smile I couldn't hide. I'd gained a Legion skilled at team combat. Whether Fallen Angels, Gene Guards, Holy Angels, or Black Gold Dragons, they all leaned towards solo brute force, with basically no team coordination. The Holy Angels were slightly better, but limited. Aoritas, these are Lilith, Original Sin Fallen Angel, Talus, Gene Guard, Ishtar, Pure Blood Fallen Angel, Pangelia, Doom Ultimate Dragon, Keisha, Holy Angel. Get acquainted. Understood, Your Majesty the Dragon King. She looked at everyone, counting as a formal meeting. This is Aoritas, your new companion. Same rules, get acquainted in the territory, it's up to you. Lilith and the others nodded and left together. Aoritas and the Sky Patrol Hunt led their dragon-scaled Pegasi out. From now on, the territory patrol is up to you and your Sky Patrol Hunt. All at your command, Your Majesty the Dragon King. She answered with a smile. The Sky Patrol Hunt mounted their Pegasi, gave a long cry, and hooves rose as they flew into the sky and began patrolling. In truth, my territory wasn't large yet and didn't need patrolling, but it was their duty. Building the habit did no harm. The rookie period would always end, and then there'd be the danger of invasion. Though the bulwark of size protected me, I couldn't be careless. This entry wasn't invincible, essentially still limited by my troops' level. Don't underestimate patrolling. Many lords' territories were destroyed precisely because the enemy slipped in while they were unaware. The system wouldn't proactively warn of invasion, relying entirely on your own vigilance. That was the meaning of a patrol squad. After resting a while, I took out the new barracks model, Starlight, glinting on the building. Tier 4 Barracks, Starlight Hall. System, upgrade the Starlight Hall. Ding. Starlight Hall evolved into a god-tier barracks, the Starfall Sanctum. Starfall Sanctum? The ordinary Starlight building turned straight into a galactic temple, countless stars crisscrossing and flowing, dazzling. Upgrade. Ding. Spend 100 source crystals, Starfall Sanctum, now level 2. The upgrade material required a seed of stars. Even the Valkyrie Sanctum got upgraded, no skimping here. System, upgrade with a barracks upgrade card. Ding. Spend 1 barracks upgrade card, Starfall Sanctum, now level 3. Name, Starfall Sanctum, level 3, Primal Chaos, God tier. Recruitment 30 of 30, cost 1 gold. Aura, stars shining through the ages. Upgrade, 10,000 source crystals, 10,000 gold, 10 seeds of stars. Stars shining through the ages. Troops recruited by the Starfall Sanctum will not truly die. Like the stars, even if they fall, they'll return to the Starfall Sanctum. Another resurrection, Aura. A god-tier barracks' first aura was either a strength boost or resurrection armor. The Techside Supreme Protocol belonged to the Tech faction, essentially completely different from the Mystic Side barracks. Try recruiting first. I placed the barracks in the territory, and the territory instantly darkened. Then starlight erupted, surging toward the Starfall Sanctum. Another new companion. Lilith smiled. Ishtar nodded and walked without hesitation toward the Starfall Sanctum. Talus, Pangelia, Keisha, and the newly recruited Aoritas drew near too. I stood at the door. Inside the palace, starlight glimmered, the mural's countless stars seeming alive, serene yet dazzling. Aoritas was full of curiosity, wearing only a layer of white gauze, no golden armor or weapons. Her Pegasus left in the territory. Beside her was Keisha, also order, so a bit closer. Talus had a cold personality, so Aoritas struck up conversation with Keisha. Are we welcoming a new companion again? Aoritas asked in a low voice. Keisha nodded and brought her behind me. I glanced over the 6 heroes behind me. Everyone's here? Come on, let's meet your new companion. Inside the hall was like a vast starry sky, a void universe underfoot, star points glimmering, stars whirling in disorder across the dome, each shining with immense radiance. At the center of the great hall was a vortex deep as a black hole, as if it could swallow everything. Ding. Spend 30 gold for daily recruitment? Recruit. Countless stars cast down their radiance, spilling across the great hall. Suddenly, chaotic evil red light spread, twisting and shifting, and several figures appeared. At the front was a girl in a white dress, skin snow white, aura cold and detached, a blood-colored bright moon mark on her face, silver hair to her waist, as if untouched by mortal life. We greet the Lord of Stars. A cold, clear voice echoed. I stared at the kneeling troops, a little surprised. Get up. Besides the lead hero, the rest of the soldiers wore blood-red armor, a blood-red crescent mark between their brows, completely unlike what I'd imagined. Though the Starfall Sanctum was primal chaos, it recruited troops this evil. The ones before me were all wrapped in an evil, chaotic, ominous aura, the source being that hero. Though the Primal Chaos faction could produce such troops, it still felt jarring to me. The Primal Chaos faction split into neutral, evil, and order branches. Primal Chaos Evil? This was my first time getting a true Primal Chaos Evil troop. I collected myself and checked the stats. Name, Delmas. Loyalty, 100 God tier. Troop, Doom Red Moon, Delmas. Talent, Doom Red Moon. Skill, Moonfall. Artifact, Doom Moon Staff. Potential, Genesis, Crystal Palace Boost, Entry Affected, No Cap. Note, Doom Moon, Delmas, represents the end of all things, commanding the Doom Red Moon, one of the sources of chaos, evil, and ill omen, able to plunder all life. I drew a deep breath. If the territory had an evil rankings, Delmas would sit firmly at first. Lilith and Ishtar at least had a bit of humanity, but she carried only pure evil and chaos. Name, Doom Moon Solemnity. Loyalty, 100 God tier. Talent, Red Moon. Skill, Rite of the Red Moon. Artifact, Doom Moon Sword. Potential, Chief God, Crystal Palace Boost, Entry Affected, No Cap. Note, Delmas's exclusive legion, commanding the power of the Red Moon, born for slaughter and plunder, a monster legion. I understood. A true legion of evil had finally been born in the territory. I'd thought it would come from the Fallen Sanctum, and instead the Primal Chaos Barracks produced it first. It felt absurd, yet reasonable. Recruitment was impossible to control. What came out in the end, even I couldn't say. Delmas, their Lilith, Ishtar, Talus, Pangelia, Keisha, and Aeordis, all companions of the territory. I hope you get along well. Her stats were special, so my tone was especially grave. Lord of all stars, your will is my everything. Delmas answered in a low voice. I looked at Lilith and the others. Besides Pangelia, who didn't care, everyone else eyed Delmas warily, that ominous aura giving them all pause. This kind of rift couldn't be solved with a word. It had to be worn down by time. I understood clearly how terrifying this kind of troop was. If not for the fixed 100% loyalty, I wouldn't dare use her. They were born for destruction, bringing only chaos and ill omen. Come on, banquet first. Welcome the new companion. My territory's troops, fallen angels, holy angels, dragons, gene guards, valkyries, and star gods. 6 great types, all present. Lilith, Talus, go to the pool of wine and forest of meat to arrange the banquet. Delmas, Aeordis, go meet the others. Come back when the banquet starts. Yes. Lilith and Talus went to prepare wine and meat. Delmas and Aeordis followed Ishtar, Keisha, and Pangelia to meet the companions, at least to avoid friendly fire. I opened the territory panel. System, upgrade the territory. Ding. Spend 300 wood, 300 stone, and 30 source crystals to upgrade. Upgrade. White light enveloped it, the territory expanding steadily. Territory now level 4. Continue. Upgrade. Upgrade. I pushed straight to level 7 before stopping. The diameter expanded to 1,600 meters. Name, Supreme Heaven. Level, 7. Area, 1,600 meters across. Buildings, high-grade Stonehouse Manor. Wonders, Innate Spirit Source Lake, high-grade. Chaos Spring, unique. Pool of Wine and Forest of Meat, exotic treasure. Hall of Heroes, unique. Tower of Eternity, unique. Dimensional Gate, unique. Barracks, Fallen Sanctum, Supreme Protocol, Origin Dragon Nest, Holy Sanctum, Valkyrie Sanctum, Starfall Sanctum, all God tier. Warehouse, with 7,900, stone 7,900. Upgrade, 700 wood, 700 stone, 70 source crystals. Reaching level 7, I'd spent only 180 crystals and 1,800 wood and stone total. Effortless. I opened the Lord rankings. First place's territory was already level 15, and even 10th was level 12. No comparison, forget it. Territory upgrading wasn't the most important thing. A smaller territory meant a smaller guard perimeter during the Void trial. Enough for the current stage. From tomorrow, upgrade the territory once a day. I decided quietly. The units I could recruit each day were limited, and unless I used refresh cards, a too large territory was useless. If not for the dragon troops, I wouldn't be in a hurry to expand at all. A black shadow descended from the sky, black-purple wings gradually vanishing. God Emperor, the banquet's ready. Lilith looked at me with a smile. Come on. We went together to the pool of wine and forest of meat, black iron tier and bronze tier wine, and food long since prepared. All the troops gathered here waiting for me. I raised my cup. Welcome the new companions. Everyone cheered, and the banquet began. I sprawled on the sofa watching the fallen angels sing and dance, enjoying the fine wine and food. This is life. A piece of meat came to my lips, and I opened my mouth and ate it. The banquet gradually became a large party, and I was the center. Lilith walked up to Eoridis, who sat out of place on the edge, clearly not adjusting well. She drew a deep breath. It's true I'm not used to it, but since your majesty the Dragon King does this, I'll try. Lilith laughed softly. No need to force it. The God Emperor won't hold this kind of thing against you. Just be yourself. Eoridis found her more approachable than expected, and never imagined she'd one day drink and eat with someone from the Chaos faction. Lilith's gaze turned to the lonely figure not far off. Compared to you, that one is the truly lonely one. Delmiz was even more of a loner than Eoridis. Perhaps her nature, perhaps something within herself. The banquet ended, and I was dizzy with drink. Supported by Lilith, I gulped a few mouthfuls of Chaos spring water before sobering. Thank you, Lilith. Lilith reminded me seriously. God Emperor, what do you make of her words? She pointed at Delmiz, who'd stood quietly by the Spirit Source Lake since the banquet began. I'll go take a look. I walked toward Delmiz. Hearing footsteps, she turned and was about to kneel on one knee. Don't. I reached out and stopped her. Her lonely gaze gained a hint of confusion. You don't like the excitement? It's not that, Lord of Stars. I just don't know how to get along with them. She said in a low voice. Is that so? I smiled and took her hand. If you don't know, then try. We're all family. Spend more time together. If it doesn't work, get Lilith or Keisha to help. I pulled her to sit on the grass. She looked up in surprise. Is that really okay? Of course, you're all my people. What wouldn't be okay? I understand, Lord of Stars. She nodded. Good then. Let me lie down a bit. Call me if anything comes up. And I laid my head straight on her lap. Delmiz gently held me, watching me gradually fall asleep. Night fell. I opened my eyes to the night sky. What time is it? 8 in the evening, Lord of Stars. I sat up. Sure enough, a nap after drinking is the most comfortable. I moved my body a bit. Everyone else was busy with their own affairs. Then a model appeared in my hand, the Divine Artifact Summoning Hall, a unique tier's secret treasure. I hadn't looked closely before, and now finally had the time. Name, Divine Artifact Summoning Hall, unique, summoning secret treasure. Summon count, 1 of 1 daily. Cost, none. Note, can summon once free each day, with a chance to obtain artifacts, secret treasures, exotic treasures, blueprints, and more. For free. I stroked my chin and placed it beside the Chaos Spring. A bronze-colored hall appeared, about 100 square meters, looking like an ordinary room. Come on, Delmiz, keep me company and take a look. The hall exuded an ancient aura, an ancient altar at its center. Ding. Perform the daily summon. Summon. Scarlet light surfaced on the altar, a heavy bloody smell pervading, a blood-colored column shooting straight to the hall's ceiling. A scarlet longsword suddenly appeared, killing intent spilling over. Ding. You obtained the demon's sword, Bloody Slaughter. The blade was scarlet throughout like crystal, a blood-colored gemstone set in the hilt, scarlet patterns wrapping the blade like blood vessels, the whole sword seeming alive. I reached out and grasped it. A mad will instantly struck my soul, thoughts of slaughter and destruction sweeping in. The next moment, Delmiz grabbed my arm, and the mad will slowly receded. Relying on her strength, I could finally look closely. Name, Demon's Sword, Bloody Slaughter, Artifact. Trait 1, Self-Repair, absorbs fresh blood to repair automatically. Trait 2, Plunder, kill an enemy, and plunder their life force. Trait 3. Bloody Evolution. Devour fresh blood to raise the demon sword's abilities. Note: the weapon of an evil god 5,000 years ago, holding the evil god's divinity. Only by resisting the mad will can one wield it. It vanished 5,000 years ago, and why it appears now is puzzling. I fell silent and looked at Delmas's hand. If not for her, I'd probably have fallen into madness. Too careless. Lately things had gone too smoothly, and I'd actually forgotten caution. I decisively put the demon's sword into the Divine King's vault, both storing and copying it. The moment the sword vanished, the bloody and mad aura receded with it. Just now Delmas had suppressed the evil god's residual divinity with a single move, which meant her rank was extremely high. Even now at merely black iron rank, she could easily suppress it. Rank had nothing to do with strength, it was an innate foundation. Not just her, Lilith and the others were the same. All now like newborn infants, their power far from developed, needing to raise their levels to unleash their true potential. Come on, Delmas. I led her out of the bronze hall. In the night, the two of us ate a simple meal and went to the Starfall Sanctum to rest, sleeping there tonight. The 7th day of the rookie period finally arrived. Ding. System announcement. Today is the Rookie Lord's 7th day, and the Authority Dimensional Rift is unsealed. Each day a Lord has one chance to choose whether to enter the Dimensional Rift. The chance cannot be accumulated, and the rift opens randomly. Not yet awake, I opened my eyes groggily, face blank, sat up, and flopped back softly into Delmas's arms, finding a comfortable spot to keep sleeping. Soon I woke again and opened the system log. Dimensional Rift. I finally remembered what this was. This was one of every Lord's core authorities, and also key to developing the territory. With one opening chance a day, the rift's tier bound to the Lord's heart. A Black Iron Tier Lord's heart could only open a Black Iron Tier rift. The Dimensional Rift was an important means of invading other worlds. A Lord's essence was plundering other worlds to grow, and once a day was your chance to grab resources. But remember, the rift was two-way. You could go invade, and life from other worlds could counterattack you too. This wasn't one-sided plunder, but a back-and-forth slaughter. Ordinary Lords struggled to grow after the rookie period precisely because resources could only be seized by yourself, at extremely high risk. The Void Trial's difficulty could still be chosen, but the Dimensional Rift couldn't. Though the rift's tier was similar to yours, you were only one Lord, facing an entire dimensional world. Even the lowest tier Black Iron world was as big as Earth. Whether you invaded or were invaded came down entirely to strength. In a Black Iron tier world, the cap on living beings was bronze, and higher tier ones even had gods holding court. It was too hard for an ordinary Lord to rise. The rookie period's only perk was one void invasion a day, gone once it passed. For resources, you could only fight desperately to seize them. Higher tier worlds' native gods and demigods were even more full of hostility toward Lords. You were the invader, and no one would welcome you. Dimensional Rift. I stretched and walked out of the Starfall Sanctum. System, open the combat reward pack. I said while walking toward the Chaos Spring. 10,000 gold. 1,000 source crystals. Better than nothing. I didn't think much of it and splashed some water on my face at the spring. Feeling refreshed, I started my daily recruitment. Fallen Angels plus 30. Gene Guards plus 30. Dragons plus 30. Holy Angels plus 30. Valkyries plus 30. Star Gods plus 30. Still no heroes. Getting a hero on the first pull is asking too much. I stared at the results. No disappointment though. Every unit was God tier. What was there to complain about? Then I brought Lilith along to the Divine Artifact Summoning Hall. This place always gave me the creeps. Never knew what it would summon, so having someone by my side felt safer. Ding. Do you wish to perform the daily summon? Summon. A pillar of golden light shot up from the altar, lighting the entire hall. As the glow faded, a suit of golden armor appeared. Ding. You have obtained the armor of the Immortal King. The armor of the Immortal King. I didn't dare touch it right away. I checked the stats first. Name, Armor of the Immortal King, half Divine Artifact. Trait 1, Immortal Bulwark. Can block demigod-level attacks. Trait 2, Protection of the Immortal King. Can block one lethal attack. Cooldown of 30 days. Trait 3, Reinforcement. Boosts the wearer's physical strength. No effect on god-tier beings. Note, there once was a mighty immortal dynasty whose king was invincible. When the War of Gods erupted, the dynasty fell and the armor was lost. This thing is a lot more reliable than that demon sword. I bound it with a drop of blood right away and stored it in the Divine King's vault. Why didn't the demon sword accept me as its master? Could that thing even be bound at all? I knew perfectly well I was just a mascot. In a real fight, it would never come down to me swinging a blade. The demon's sword was strong, sure, but the after effects were too severe. It backfired easily. This armor suited me far better. Let's go, Lilith. I led her out of the summoning hall. I surveyed my territory and decided to wait until the trial was over before upgrading. Today's dimensional rift opportunity couldn't go to waste. I only got one a day. I looked toward the dimensional gate. It was basically the key to unlimited rifts, hugely useful, and it had other special abilities too. Lilith, same as always. Let the new companions level up first. Understood. Her wings spread wide, and she vanished into a streak of light. Above, the units gathered one after another, the 6 main types falling into their positions. The Valkyries and Star Gods had only been recruited yesterday, mostly 2- and 3-star Black Iron. The rest were the 1-star Black Iron units I'd just recruited today. Resources were short, so I couldn't upgrade yet. I had to wait for every unit to hit 9-star Bronze. And I definitely didn't dare touch the Heart of the Lord, or the SSS treasure chest would be at risk. System, begin the Void Trial, Abyss difficulty. Ding. Void Trial initiated. Abyss difficulty. You have 30 seconds to prepare. Black and red light surged along the borders of my territory. Abyss demons poured out endlessly, all of them 9-star Bronze. Since I hadn't upgraded the Heart of the Lord yesterday, not much had changed. There were just more of them. The demons roared, and war broke out. I, on the other hand, was a little bored. I sat down on the grass, opened a live stream, and entered the most popular channel. The comments scrolled by, and the content surprised me a bit, though I quickly understood why. Chasing trends. People in every world love it. The dimensional rifts just opened, and someone already has the nerve to pull a stunt like this. The streamer was broadcasting his invasion of a dimensional rift. His units were Lion Men, Tier 7 Orcs, a high-tier unit. No wonder he dared to explore. Beyond strong units, he also had 3 combat stat lines, each boosting strength, speed, and recovery by 5%. He'd labeled them himself. His talent wasn't bad either. Beast King talent, giving a 20% strength boost to Beast Form and Orc Form units, plus 5 loyalty points. Overlord level. A solid setup, all things considered. He'd opened a Black Iron tier rift into a barren world. Nothing but yellow sand and no sign of life. A world like that basically had 0 resources. Dead silent. The streamer spoke up. Folks, looks like my luck's not great. This world probably has nothing worth taking. Might have wasted a chance. But I'll search around anyway. Nothing else I can do. He sent his men to comb through the sand while holding out little hope himself. I gnawed on an earth spirit fruit and watched, bored, when the picture suddenly went wrong. A grotesque creature burst up from beneath the sand, its savage maw impaling a lion man. Blood sprayed everywhere. Enemy attack. The screen erupted into chaos. Countless horrifying creatures leapt from the sand, and a buzzing sound came from the sky as monsters the size of fighter jets dove down. They were as big as calves, clad in sand-colored armor, covered in bone spikes, their compound eyes glinting with cruelty. The ones in the sky were sheathed in green armor, forelimbs like scythes, cold and gleaming. He's finished. I recognized them. Any educated lord would never want to tangle with these. They were absolutely one of the top 10 enemies you never wanted to face. The Zerg, also known as the Ravager Swarm. The Zerg, the Ravagers, they were cataclysm-level beings, embodiments of destruction, death, and plunder, and their numbers were endless. Even if this world was only Black Iron level, the threat of the Zerg was far beyond what an ordinary Black Iron Lord could withstand. These Zerg were actually just a splinter branch forgotten by their main hive, yet even so their numbers were overwhelming. The mood in the comments flipped completely. The streamer's done. Just wait for death. Stop chasing Cloud. It'll get you killed fast. Maybe there's still a chance. Read a book and you'd know there's no saving him now. Dimensional rifts don't open and close on a whim. Once open, it's 12 hours. Invader or invaded, you have to ride it out. A legion of tens of thousands of lion men counts for nothing. Of all things, it had to be the Zerg. Just bad luck. Dimensional rifts carry risk. Open them with caution. Let this be a lesson. 12 hours is brutal. Let's just log off. Nobody believed in the streamer, and I had no confidence in him either. The most terrifying thing about the Zerg was their numbers. You couldn't kill them all. It never ended. In raw combat power, they were actually average. Their numbers were the real threat. That said, the Zerg had elites too. Every so often a variant emerged that was no weaker than a hero unit. Only one in hundreds of millions, but honestly there were quite a lot of these variants. On screen, countless Zerg tore up out of the sand, shrieking as they charged the Lion Man army. The sky was blotted out by flying insects, pressing down from every direction. The slaughter erupted in an instant. 12 hours. Way too brutal. For a newbie, this was basically a dead end. Not enough troops, weak defenses, limited strength. The Lion Men were tier 7, but they'd tire out too, and their levels were only Black Iron 7 to 8 star. His only hero, the Golden Lion Man, was just 9-star Black Iron. Against a tide like this, how long could they hold? Retreat. Everyone back to the territory, the streamer screamed. He'd never imagined he'd run into the Zerg. He'd only wanted to ride a trend and make a little money. The Lion Men roared, golden battle aura rising off them. That was an orc trait. More importantly, there was the shared orc talent, Berserk. A short burst of strength, but with heavy side effects. Once Berserk, they lost all reason, and afterward they were left utterly drained. Quite a few Lion Men had already gone Berserk, mindless, deaf even to their lord's commands. The ones still lucid fled back to the territory with him. Back home, the streamer's face was grim. The crisis had only just begun. Those bugs would eventually push through the rift gate and come for him. When that happened, he'd have only two choices. Give up his lord status and survive as an ordinary person, or fight to the death and maybe find a sliver of hope. Big shots in the chat. Anyone got a unit refresh recruitment card? I'll pay top dollar, please. His voice was low as he begged for help. I kept a straight face. He was buying cards like his life depended on it, trying to recruit more troops. One more unit meant one more shred of hope. Quite a few lords actually traded with him. The moment he got the cards, he recruited like a madman, Lion Man after Lion Man marching out of the barracks. I shook my head. These new Lion Men had loyalty of only 50 or 60, boosted to 65 at most. In a life or death moment, they smelled death the instant they stepped out, and their loyalty crashed. Even the way they looked at their lord changed. Units have minds of their own, and they quickly understood they'd been recruited just to die. If not for that Golden Lion Man being present, this batch would have already turned on him. The streamer understood too, that recruiting like this would eventually blow up in his face. But he had no choice. Survive first, worry about loyalty later. Roars and shrieks rang out. The instant the first bug set foot in his territory, his fate was sealed. More and more Lion Men fell as the swarm kept pouring in. Then the screen went black. I shook my head. That lord was either dead or had completely lost his lord status. Only those two outcomes. He had no way out. Nobody had faith in him. His talent and units, decent as they were still just average, not worth a major power-wasting resources to save during the newbie phase. His value wasn't high enough. No one was willing to take a risk for him. That was the world of lords. Cold and pragmatic. If his trouble had been a little smaller, maybe some major power would have been willing to help. Sure, they'd want something in return, but at least he'd be better off than now. Unfortunately, the crisis was too big, the cost of saving him too high. Not worth the price. The Zerg. My eyes flickered. If only I'd drawn a Zerg world. I had confidence in a Black Iron dimension. I could even push Lilith and the others straight up to 9-star bronze. Unlike other lords, I wasn't afraid of facing many enemies. The more, the better. By nature, my units meant sheer numbers were useless against me. Only high-quality enemies stood any chance of threatening me. An hour passed. I glanced at my units. Everyone had risen to 1-star bronze. Delmiz and Olids had entered the bronze tier 2, and their exclusive units had leveled up as well. Lilith and the others were the first to reach bronze, and now they were generally at 5-star bronze. The only catch was that leveling them up cost far more resources than ordinary units ever would. Ding. Void trial complete. Assessing. Ding. 0 casualties. 30,000 enemies slain. Rating SSS. Ding. You have obtained an SSS tier Abyss difficulty rating treasure chest. 10,000 more than yesterday. Yesterday, it was 20,000. Today, 30,000. Every void invasion escalated, mainly tied to the level of the Heart of the Lord. I hadn't upgraded it yesterday, and the numbers still climbed. If I had upgraded, the difficulty would only have been higher. Decompose. Ding. 30,000 corpses decomposed. Obtained 4,000 origin crystals. 4,000, not bad. I gathered up all the treasure chests. 8,000 bronze tier Abyss chests, all opened. High-grade meat, timber, stone, iron ore, copper ore, silver, gold, and steel, 10,000 cards of each. These would surely sell for a good price down the line. Selling now would only fetch a low price, so there was no need for the moment. High-grade meat was what my territory consumed most. My units kept growing, and the dragons especially had a huge appetite for meat. The pool of wine and forest of meat provided an endless supply, but the line kept getting longer, and every day it strained a little more. High-grade meat cards were absolutely not to be sold cheap. Once I finished tallying, I messaged Lin Xiao. She agreed instantly. I transferred over 2,000 crystals and would pay back the remaining 47,000 slowly. Paying it all at once would only spook her. She controlled the resources of thousands of lords, and she had a major trading guild behind her. I was just one person. Naturally, there was no comparison. With that handled, I called out Lilith, Talus, Ishtar, Pangelia, Keisha, Delmiz, and Olids. Lilith and Ishtar arrived first. Pangelia's massive form descended from the heavens, full of imposing presence. Talus and Keisha fell in close behind me, while Olids and Delmiz followed astride their Pegasi. Go inform your subordinates. In 1 hour, I'll open the rift gate. Prepare to march on other dimensional worlds. My tone was calm, but there was anticipation in my eyes. Excitement filled everyone's eyes. Marching on other dimensions was exactly what they'd been dreaming of. Among my units, aside from the Gene Guards and the Holy Angels, they were all war fanatics. The Gene Guards mainly protected me, and the Holy Angels were devoted to spreading the faith, eager to carry my radiance to every world. The Sin and Pureblood Fallen Angels were born for battle. The Black Gold Dragons were symbols of destruction, and the Valkyries excelled at Legion warfare. They practically existed for war. Day to day in the territory, apart from the occasional void trial, these combat units had long been bored out of their minds. Now that a chance to march had finally come, every one of them was itching to go. While everyone assembled their forces, I turned my gaze to the last treasure chest. Ding! Do you wish to open the SSS Tier Abyss difficulty rating treasure chest? Open it. Let me see what good things are inside. Purple Blueprint, Blackstone Battle Armor. Purple Blueprint, Blazing Flame Spear. God Tier Spiritual Root, Origin Divine Tree. Unique Tier Lord Exclusive Treasure, Immortal Soul Jade. The 2 purple blueprints, Blackstone Battle Armor and Blazing Flame Spear, needed a professional craftsman to forge, so I put them into my personal space for now. I had no craftsman capable of using blueprints, but these purple ones could produce at worst a gold tier weapon, and with luck, even a diamond tier one. Extremely valuable, a steady stream of wealth. For most lords, unit equipment was nowhere near as good as a divine artifact. My units came with divine artifacts built in, because I myself was a cheat existence. Other lords' units carried ordinary weapons that could be swapped out, and better weapons meant more strength. I stared at the blueprints, a little reluctant to sell them. Handing them to a subordinate lord would be a different story. A subordinate lord, put nicely, is a vassal. Put bluntly, it's basically a slave, with life and death entirely in the lord's hands. You think no one would want that? Plenty of people want to be the vassal of a powerful lord. The problem is, the lord has to find you worthy first. Being a lord isn't playing house. Kindness and the like have nothing to do with being a lord, especially a low-tier one. Even I understood that to rise, I had to climb over others. Hard work alone won't make you the one on top. You have to consume others to get there. Take your time finding one. These things are hard to make and the materials are expensive. I set aside the idea of hunting for a subordinate lord right now. If I ran into a suitable one, I could recruit them ahead of time. I looked down at the little sapling in my hand, glittering with golden light, its leaves pure gold and almost blinding. Name, Origin Divine Tree, God Tier. Trait 1, Origin Chi. Absorbs the Origin Chi of the Void, boosting the strength of the territory's units. Trait 2, Dimensional Ascension. Raises the spatial dimension of the territory. Trait 3, Foundation Anchoring. Stabilizes space and time. Trait 4, Attributeless Divinity. Can condense attributeless fruits of divinity, boosting divinity. Trait 5, Immortal and Undying. Fused with the territory. As long as the territory endures, the divine tree does not die. Note, a unique spiritual root, able to condense divinity, raise dimensions, and stabilize space and time. Truly a fine thing. My eyes were full of delight. The Origin Chi could boost my unit's strength, far better than relying on the pool of wine and forest of meat and the spirit source lake alone. With this tree, my units could level up just by idling in the territory. No matter a lord's tier, new recruits all start at 1-star black iron. Extremely weak the moment they emerge, and they must be trained. That was the hardest part for high-tier lords. With the Origin Divine Tree, I'd never have to worry about training troops again. The pool of wine and forest of meat, the spirit source lake, and the Origin Divine Tree, 3 layers stacked together. Before the diamond tier, leveling units would be no problem at all. The second trait, Dimensional Ascension, was even more absurd. Territory worlds have black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and other dimensions, and every tier changes the dimension. A black iron world's living beings cap out at bronze, while a silver world's far exceed black iron. That was the gap between dimensions. The same being, different worlds, and the potential was worlds apart. I'd surely face the matter of ascension someday, though for now it was still distant. The third, foundation anchoring, stabilizing space and time. Even with the side bulwark, I still wanted my territory to be more stable. The fourth, attributeless divinity, was simply monstrous. Divinity normally carries attributes, a product of a being's nature combined with rules, but attributeless divinity could directly boost divinity. Put this thing out in the open and the god-tier lords would fight to the death over it. Divinity could only be raised through long ages or by devouring rules of the same attribute. There was no shortcut through cultivation. The last one, the origin divine, tree lives and dies with the territory. Without hesitation, I planted the golden sapling beside the spirit source lake. The 2 to 3 meter sapling immediately took root, its golden leaves swaying in the wind as a mysterious origin chi spread outward. Origin chi combined with eternal light. I was so excited I nearly jumped up. My territory wasn't large, but it had every resource, many of them unique tier. Any other lord would be green with envy. Lilith and the others, still preparing for battle, felt the change in the territory too. These mysterious forces were slowly raising their strength. Divine Emperor, you truly are one favored by the eternal will. Lilith felt the unprecedented change and smiled from the heart. The other heroes felt power quietly growing within them too. My gaze fell on the final item, the Immortal Soul Jade. Immortal Soul Jade, unique, Lord exclusive. Trait 1, Soul Immunity. Immune to all soul attacks. Trait 2, Nurturing. Nourishes and strengthens the soul. Trait 3, Immortal Light. Divinity renders the soul immortal. This ancient jade radiated an immortal light, as rare in tier as the Divine King's vault, made specifically to guard the soul. What I feared most was soul-targeting attacks, curses, hexes, things you simply couldn't defend against. With this, I'd never have to worry about those insidious tricks again. System, bind the Immortal Soul Jade. Ding. Perform soul binding. Once bound, it cannot be traded, and it vanishes entirely upon death. Bind it, bind it. The ancient jade turned to light and merged into the center of my brow. Warmth spread through my whole body, radiating from the depths of my soul. If I could see my own soul space, I'd find a golden sun there, endlessly nourishing me. I felt clearer than ever before. Past memories surfaced vividly. A single thought could recall old times, no longer a blur. So comfortable. I couldn't help but smile. The Divine King's vault handled offense. The immortal armor handled defense, and now my soul had the Immortal Soul Jade guarding it. My sense of security was off the charts. I checked the time. Still an hour left. I let Lilith and the others rest a bit. A dimensional campaign couldn't be taken lightly. No matter how strong the units, failure was always possible. I watched the live streams while I waited. Most of the streaming channels were now pioneering dimensional worlds, with a small portion still doing their influencer routines. An hour later, Lilith, Talus, Ishtar, Pangelia, Keisha, Olids, Delmas. 7 figures appeared one after another. Is everyone ready? Divine Emperor, all ready. Above the territory, every type of exclusive unit stood in neat formation. Sin Fallen Angels, Pureblood Fallen Angels, Gene Guards, Light Dark Dragons, Primordial Black Gold Dragons, Holy Angels, Valkyries, and the End Moon Solemn, all in position. Dimensional Rift, open. Ding. Open it. The rift gate will remain for 12 hours. Please take note. Open. At the center of the territory, a dimensional rift tore open, 20 meters tall and 10 meters wide, a swirling vortex flickering with an ominous light on the grass. Divine King, I'll go through first. Olids requested, her Valkyrie Legion already fully at the ready behind her. I nodded. Battle intent flashed in her eyes. Riding her dragon-scaled Pegasus, she charged in like a white meteor, the other Valkyries close behind, their war spears like a forest as they surged through. A minute later, one Valkyrie returned. Divine King, it's safe. Everyone in. Hold position once you arrive. Lilith led the Sin Fallen Angels in. Ishtar, Keisha, and Delmas followed with their troops. Divine King. Pangelia crouched before me, gesturing for me to climb on. I didn't stand on ceremony and settled onto her back. Pangelia let out a roar. Black Gold Dragon guards clustered around us. Talus followed close with the Gene guards, and together we charged into the rift. After a brief moment of discomfort from the crossing, I stood on Pangelia's back looking at another world, full of green vegetation. Before I could take a closer look, a system prompt rang out. Ding. Data synchronization initiated. Ding. Reading world information. Ding. Synchronization complete. Treasure chest generated. You have 12 hours to explore. Ding. World information gathered. A technology-side black iron dimensional world. Due to an unknown cataclysm, all living beings went extinct. Only mindless mutant monsters remain. I rubbed my temples and looked around. Good news. This was still untouched virgin ground. If anyone had come here before, the system wouldn't have given the prompt. The data synchronization prompt could only be seen by the first lord to enter this world. A lord is, in essence, an extension of the eternal world will, which is why they hold the authority to open rifts. Fundamentally, lords grow stronger through the rules of the eternal world will, and the eternal world will, through its lords, continuously invades other worlds. This is an acknowledged truth across the entire world of lords. As for the purpose of the eternal world will's invasions, I wasn't yet qualified to know. The eternal world is vast, so vast that even gods can't traverse it all, its origin long beyond tracing. The existence of lords is, in a sense, a tool for the eternal world's expansion. Lords and the eternal world depend on each other. Whether being used or being schemed against, that's simply the nature of the relationship. So much for the good news. Next, the bad news. This world was technology side, which wasn't good for me. The treasure chests would only drop technology side items. Originally, there were no chests here at all. They only generated after I entered. Once I stepped into a black iron dimension, its rules were assimilated by the eternal world will, and only then did chests appear. But a black iron dimension's chests only produce items from its own system. Technology side yields only technology side. Nothing else. Technology side stuff is too low tier. A high tier world would be fine, but this was clearly a low tier one, not suited to me. Let's hope there are plenty of monsters. If I can't get good loot, I'll just treat it as a leveling map. This world's resources were still here. I couldn't develop them yet, but I might be able to later. Dimensional gate, anchor and seal this world. An ancient door descended, countless chains extending from it to lock down the black iron dimensional world. Ding. This dimensional world has been anchored. Ding. This dimensional world has been sealed. Anchoring was a trait of the dimensional gate. Even after 12 hours, I could enter at any time. Sealing meant this place became my exclusive territory. Other lords couldn't enter through rifts. To get in, they'd first have to locate this world, then break through the barrier by force. Simply put, once anchored and sealed, this place was my private backyard. I gave it a casual name. Tech Black Iron World Number 1. One for the first world I discovered, Tech for the system, Black Iron for the tier. Does this mean I can just keep claiming worlds for free? My authority combined with the dimensional gate seemed to let me keep taking new worlds without sacrificing spirit stones to open them. Even so, when a sacrifice was genuinely needed, I'd still do it. Just as I was thinking this, Olid spoke up. Divine King, enemies spotted. I followed her line of sight. A crimson flood surged into view, all of it twisted flesh. Some were covered in tentacles, some fused together, some merged with animals, forms of every kind. The one thing they shared was traces of humanity in their bodies. It made me think of flesh abominations, only these were far smaller. What on earth happened to this world? Could someone have been researching evil gods? With this many monsters, they'd either been corrupted or their genes had mutated. Mutation was manageable. Corruption would be trouble, meaning something that shouldn't exist had appeared in this world. The living beings were already wiped out. Why it had turned into this? I'd have to investigate myself. Go. For now, I had no unit capable of developing a world, so it would only serve as a leveling map. Pangelia, you go too. Set me down. Divine King, what about your safety? She asked, worried. It's fine. With all of you protecting me, what danger could there be? I won't wander off. She was silent for a moment, then set me down on the ground. Go, Talus. You and the gene guards go level up too. Before you leave, clear out the danger around me. Handle the rest as you see fit, and remember to bring back any treasure chests you find. Yes, Emperor. Pangelia let out a roar, her 8 wings beating as she soared into the sky. A terrifying dragon's breath swept across the land, reducing everything within 1,000 meters to scorched earth. The other black gold dragons went into action too. With me at the center, the terrain was utterly transformed. Mountains flattened, rivers cut off, valleys filled in, all danger cleared away. The gene guards weren't idle either, sensing carefully and leveling anything abnormal the instant they found it. Looking at the flattened 1,000 meters around me, I sighed. Destruction really is easier than building. In the distance, the sin-fallen angels, pure-blood fallen angels, Valkyries, and star gods began their assault. The crimson flood churned, yet it never broke through the barrier 1,000 meters out, held firmly at bay. Around me, star gods, Valkyries, dragons, fallen angels, holy angels, and Gene guards took turns standing guard, just in case. 3 hours passed. I roasted meat and drank wine, attended to by others. Life was quite pleasant, until a figure appeared before me, carrying a thick reek of blood. "You too go," Lilith said to the two holy angels at my side. They only obeyed me and Keisha, so they glanced at me first. "Go level up," I said mildly, and kept eating my roasted meat. "Yes, master." The two holy angels left. I looked at Lilith, who had returned. 3 hours of slaughter. The reek of blood on her was enough to make anyone's heart clench. No one knew how many she'd killed. Right now, she was already 9-star bronze, her strength absurd. "Lilith, how many monsters did you kill?" She smiled, crouched in front of me, took a piece of roasted meat, and flipped it over the fire with practiced ease. "I don't know the exact number, Divine Emperor, but I wiped out half a city." She said it lightly, and behind those words lay a carnage of millions of corpses. "You found a city?" She nodded. That was how she'd been the first to reach the peak of 9-star bronze. She'd slaughtered the monsters of half a city. Not an ancient one, but a modern metropolis, with at least a few million monsters inside. Killing half was no small number. Most of the monsters in this black iron dimension were black iron level, a few bronze tier, average quality that could only be made up for with numbers. What about the others? Still working hard to level up. "Divine Emperor, aren't you going to open these treasure chests?" She looked at the several dozen chests piled beside me, mostly black iron with a few bronze. I sat on a bronze chest, a little surprised. This was the first time I'd seen chests of such a low tier. In my territory, the lowest I ever opened were black iron abyss difficulty chests, all with abyss modifiers. These were just ordinary black iron and bronze dimensional chests. What they'd yield was nothing more than black iron and bronze tier goods, so I wasn't in a hurry to open them. "The chest can wait." "What exactly did you do to level up this fast?" I asked Lilith with a smile. She laughed sweetly, gazing at me with limpid eyes. "Your servant simply missed you, Divine King." I glanced at her and smiled. There must be plenty of good things in that city. "Then I'll go again once Pangelia returns, Divine Emperor." She nodded. I agreed and went on enjoying her service. To me, a black iron dimension was like a spring outing, easy and simple. As for why I sent Lilith instead of Pangelia, well, Pangelia was too big. Sending her into a city would only cause destruction and make searching for loot inconvenient. Lilith and the others were far better suited. Over on Pangelia's side, a dark crimson light of ruin bloomed across her body. Her 8 wings spread wide, and an endless glow of destruction swallowed the entire city. Below her lay a modern metropolis, its streets packed shoulder to shoulder with countless mutated creatures. Deep red light gathered in her mouth, and a pillar of it came crashing down, blotting out the sky. The dragon's breath swept across the streets, wiping out every living thing in its path and scorching deep trenches into the ground. A streak of silver-white light flickered inside one of those trenches. A flicker of surprise crossed Pangelia's golden eyes. With a single beat of her 8 wings, her massive body plunged down wrapped in destructive force, slamming the earth into a giant crater, cracks spreading out with her at the center. At the source of the silver light sat a small treasure chest. Beside it stood a steel-clad giant, over 4 meters tall, looking as if it had been forged from iron itself. It opened, eyes burning with blood-red flame, roared, and charged, its foot shattering the ground. Pangelia didn't care in the slightest. She raised a claw with cold indifference and swatted it away, sending it smashing through several buildings and burying it in the rubble. She reached out and snatched up the chest. Suddenly, a furious roar rose from beneath the debris. The steel giant's body twisted and warped, still struggling, still roaring. A look of annoyance crossed her face. She turned and let out a single breath of dragon fire that vaporized it completely, as if it had never existed at all. And just like that, the bronze 9-star mutant was erased. Chest and claw, she rose into the air and kept tearing through the city at will, which was also how she leveled up. At the same time, Ishtar ran into a real problem. In front of her stood a city made of flesh. The entire city had fused with living tissue, swelling and collapsing with each breath like a living monster. Countless wails of agony echoed through it. like some symphony of hell. Ishtar hovered in the air, her black wings woven from pure darkness, her eyes full of curiosity. Is this a living city, she wondered, or some kind of giant monster? What put her on guard was something else. She could sense a threat of danger, faint but deeply unusual. A dangerous aura meant something that could threaten her life. The whole flesh city, the buildings, the cars, everything, had merged completely with living tissue. Its surface was covered with countless twisted human faces, writhing and struggling to escape, yet never able to break free. That was the true source of that mournful, hellish song. Let's give it a try, she thought, watching with genuine interest. She gathered the purest dark energy in her palm, and a black beam of light punched through the surface of the flesh. A tremendous roar shook the earth, as if she had touched something forbidden. The flesh city churned, its surface heaving like storm-tossed waves, tissues surging and piling up. Monsters burst out from within, human shapes, beast shapes, half human and half beast, all stitched together from raw flesh, coated in slime as if newly born. In under a minute, they went from unable even to crawl to standing upright, the slime sloughing off as they transformed fully into bronze-rank monsters. Interesting, she thought. So this city is a monster hatchery? Mass-producing monsters right here? A strange gleam crossed her eyes. With one beat of her black wings, she turned into a streak of light and cut across the sky. The monsters stood atop the flesh city, staring blankly as she left, making no move to chase, as if they were guarding something. Meanwhile, I was out taking a stroll to help my food settle. The black iron dimension really was dangerous. It had actually managed to stuff me full, something that had never once happened back in my territory. Truly a rare thing. Okay, fine. The truth is I just accidentally ate a little too much and felt bloated. Lilith stayed by my side, wearing an indulgent smile. In her eyes, whatever I wanted to do, I could do. Right or wrong didn't matter. As long as I was willing, she would make it happen. And it wasn't just her. My other units were the same. Even Keisha. You think Keisha's absolute order comes from nowhere? I'm the core. Anything that works against me is heresy, and it must be judged and cleansed. Her absolute order is even more extreme than Lilith's. A black streak of light shot across the sky. Lilith frowned and looked up, then quickly relaxed. Not an enemy. Nothing that would disturb the Divine Emperor's rest. The light landed in front of me. Divine Emperor, Ishtar said, looking at me respectfully. What is it? I was a little puzzled. By all rights, she should still be out there building up her strength. How was she back so soon? I found something very interesting. You might need it, she said with a smile. What is it? Since she said I needed it but hadn't brought it back with her, was there some reason she couldn't? A flesh city. It can automatically hatch bronze-rank monsters, she said, her tone grave. Surprise flickered in my eyes. A place that could automatically hatch bronze monsters really would be useful. Where is it? How many can it hatch? Not sure yet, but the monsters really do hatch. The problem is the place is dangerous. Something in there could threaten even me, she said in a low voice. Threaten you? My expression turned serious. I knew her strength well. Anything that could threaten her was no small fry. In my territory, aside from Pangelia, who could suppress the other heroes, everyone else was roughly on the same level. Even Delmiz wasn't far ahead of the rest. If she said she'd run into a threat, then it was absolutely serious. Destroy it? My first instinct was to clear it out, but I dropped the idea just as quickly. Being able to threaten her didn't mean it could badly wound her. Maybe it was just some special kind of thing. And this was a monster factory, capable of hatching bronze monsters over and over. For a lord, that was a natural spot to level up units. I made my decision fast. Ishtar, don't go over there for now. Level up somewhere else. And tell the others to stay away. Understood, Divine Emperor. She nodded, glanced at Lilith, spread her wings, turned to light, and vanished. Divine Emperor, are you thinking of studying that place? Lilith suddenly spoke up. If that place can really produce bronze monsters at a steady rate, it's definitely hiding a big secret. But now isn't the time. We're not strong enough, and rushing in blindly is pointless. It won't be too late to go once you've all grown stronger. The most important thing right now was steady development, not reckless impulse. Hold the situation, build up slowly, and sooner or later that flesh city would be mine. There was no need to go throw my life away now. Wouldn't it be better to take it easily later? I trusted more in steady growth to crush everything in its path. Time slowly passed. As I wandered around my territory, the Valkyrie Legion returned in waves, riding their dragon-scaled Pegasi. At their head was Aredes, who had already reached the peak of Bronze 9 Star. Every member of the Legion she led had broken through to Bronze 9 Star, and they were dragging along a huge haul of spoils and treasure chests on ropes. God King. Eurydice glanced at Lilith, then turned and made her report. Sure enough, Lilith had been the first to hit the peak of Bronze 9 star, but the first legion to break through as a whole was Eurydice's Valkyrie Legion. Not bad. How did you pull it off? We swept straight through. Wiped out one city after another, Eurydice said bluntly. I was speechless. As expected, when it came to teamwork, the Valkyrie Legion came first. The original Sin and Pureblood Fallen Angel legions couldn't compare at all. A unit the system had flagged as specialized in legion warfare really wasn't just talk. Lilith's expression soured a little. The original Sin Fallen Angel Legion was the very first one I recruited, yet it wasn't the first to break through as a whole, and that clearly didn't sit well with her. Too undisciplined, she said, staring hard at Eurydice and the Valkyries, drawing in a sharp breath. I just smiled at her dark expression and said nothing. I'd always allowed healthy competition. They could compete, but no infighting. That was how they kept their fighting spirit sharp. My unit started off with absurdly high baselines, which actually made a lot of the legions lazy. The Valkyrie Legion showing up was exactly what was needed to stir things up and put pressure on the rest. Lilith was the first original Sin Fallen Angel to reach Bronze 9 star, yet even now no other original Sin Fallen Angel had reached that level. The reason wasn't just her subordinates. It had to do with her ability to command. I didn't blame her. Blame was useless for something like this. She had to figure it out herself. Divine Emperor, since Eurydice and the others are back, I should go whip my own units into shape. They're far too undisciplined, she said flatly. Go ahead. She nodded expressionlessly, spread her wings, turned to light, and disappeared. Eurydice then arranged for the Valkyrie Legion to stand tight guard around me. They were already Bronze 9 star. Because of my own level, they wouldn't be able to advance any further for a while. Unless I broke through the bronze rank myself, they would stay stuck too. I looked at the mountain of treasure chests, but wasn't in a hurry to open them. I planned to deal with them once I got back to the territory. Time passed. The second legion to advance to Bronze 9 star as a whole was the Gene Guard. That didn't surprise me. Their duty was to protect me, so while they might fall short of the Valkyries in legion warfare, their teamwork was very strong. What did surprise me a little was that the third legion to fully advance wasn't Keisha's Holy Legion, but Delmas's In Moon Legion. That legion was steeped in destruction and slaughter, and I quickly understood how they'd advanced. Through total destruction, leaving nothing alive. Night fell. The last Black Gold Dragon also reached the peak of Bronze 9 star, and at last every single unit under my command had reached Bronze 9 star. I stepped through the Rift Gate and returned to my territory. That enormous Rift Gate still stood in the center of the territory. It would last 12 hours and wouldn't vanish until tomorrow. For safety's sake, I didn't want anything sneaking in during the night. Eurydice, I'm leaving this to you and your legion. Yes, God King. She answered crisply, her expression brave and proud. Just wait until it disappears, I said, turning to look at the chests my units had brought back. Pangelia had brought back a single silver chest. After tallying everything up, 178 black iron chests, 45 bronze, and only 1 silver. I didn't think that was too few. My units had only explored a few nearby big cities. The rest of the land was still untouched. The other lords were in the same boat. There wasn't enough time to fully explore an entire dimensional world. The Rift Gate only stayed open for 12 hours before closing. The odds of opening a gate to the same world again were about as good as winning the lottery, unless you happened to be related to a certain director. So every lord was troubled by the time limit. There were only 2 solutions. Either you had enough forces to do one massive sweep, or you had some special means to extend the time. Or, like me, you had a dimensional gate that could anchor a location and keep exploring. The authority granted by a rift was random, opening a dimension whose rank matched the level of your lord's heart. Ding. Open 178 black iron chests. Open them, I said. I honestly had never opened chests this low-ranked before. A case of black stockings. A case of white stockings. A case of glossy stockings. A case of cute pearl lingerie. 10 gold coins. 1 origin crystal. I fell silent. What even was all this? Bad enough that I threw wild parties every day, but now this stuff was coming out of chests too? Did the system take me for some creep? Let me state one thing for the record. I am not old. I did a count. 20 cases of black stockings, 20 of white, 20 of glossy stockings, and 20 of cute lingerie, with each case holding 100 sets. I clicked my tongue as I looked them over, then quickly put them away. This stuff was bad for my grand and noble image. So few. Where's my lace? My garters? My prints? My gradients? Just these 3 types. 1 star, I sneered. Then I looked at the gold and crystals with equal contempt. A grand total of only 480 gold and 50 crystals, 10 gold and 1 crystal per chest. Pathetic. I'd never seen so few resources in my life. No wonder ordinary lords have it so rough. And these are chests brought back from a black iron dimension. The black iron chest from the void trial probably wouldn't even cough up a rotten stick. The haul was tiny, though that was only because my starting point was so high that it never felt like enough. I put the chests away. Better than nothing. Next I looked at the bronze chests. Ding. Open 45 bronze chests. Open them, I said, with a flicker of hope. Not for gold or crystals, but hoping something actually useful would come out. If even black iron chests could produce stockings, well, don't forget these were dimensional chests. It made sense for a tech-side world to spit out some curiosities. 10 origin crystals, 100 gold, a white blueprint, stockings. Total haul, 220 origin crystals, 2,200 gold, and 1 white blueprint. The gold and crystals I could live with, but what the hell was this white blueprint for stockings? Was I some kind of stocking fanatic? Name, stockings, white. Requirement, learnable by tech-side research units. Note, with this, you can produce all kinds of stockings. Remember, perverts are the primary force driving production. I quietly put it away and looked at the last chest, the silver one. Even though it was just an ordinary silver dimensional chest, it was still my first time opening one. Ding. Open the silver chest? Open it. A green blueprint, gene enhancement serum. Name, gene enhancement serum, green. Requirement, learnable by tech research units. Note, can enhance units of rank 5 or below. This was different from purple blueprints. Purple ones needed artisans, who were nearly impossible to recruit from the barracks. Tech research units, on the other hand, I actually had a real shot at. The Supreme Protocol could recruit every tech-side unit, so researching this wouldn't be hard. If I can get this researched, it'll be a cash cow that never runs dry. I gripped the blueprint, a little excited. It could only enhance rank 5 and below, but that was already plenty. In a lord's world, the lowest tier units were the most common. Almost everyone had a batch of them, either cannon fodder or grunts for chopping wood and mining ore. Being able to spend a little to enhance them would be great, of course. But if the cost got too high, who would buy? Cost is the key. I put the plan away. Cheap enough and buyers would never be a problem. Too expensive and it'd be no different from those worthless earth spirit fruits nobody wanted. Cost was a ledger every lord had to keep straight. If it ran too high, you cut it loose without hesitation, or you just take a loss. I stretched and opened the territory panel. System, upgrade the territory. I hadn't upgraded yet today. Ding. Consume 700 wood, 700 stone, and 70 spirit stones to upgrade. Upgrade. White light washed over everything, and the territory expanded. Territory now at level 8. The diameter grew to 1,700. Nothing else changed much. No big deal. Worn out. Finally done for the day. I yawned. Knocking around that dimensional world had really taken it out of me. Time to rest. Let's have some fun. Time for a banquet. My mood was great. Put the holy angels in black stockings and the fallen angels in white. That'll be a sight to see. Grinning, I headed off toward the feast. Banquet time. The bonfires were lit, a soft breeze blew, and the leaves of the divine tree rustled. Fallen angels danced in the firelight while holy angels sang hymns. I lost myself in it, unwilling to leave. Day 8 of the beginner period. I dragged myself out of the pile of women, one hand braced against my back, and staggered toward the chaos spring on unsteady legs. Really can't take it anymore. I've leveled up so much, and I'm still getting wrung dry. I tipped my head back and looked at the territory sky, bathed in eternal light. No wonder I can barely handle it these days. My face was full of helplessness, and I felt thoroughly put upon. This won't do. I've got to find a way to strengthen my constitution, or sooner or later they'll wring me down to a husk. I gulped down several big mouthfuls of chaos spring water to restore my vitality, and in an instant I was back to full health and bursting with energy, like I could take on 10 people single-handedly. System, open the daily combat power pack. 2 barracks refresh recruitment cards. 1 barracks upgrade card. Good luck today. 2 refresh cards and an upgrade card. Off to a great start. I laughed out loud. I checked my stockpile. 18 refresh recruitment cards, 9 upgrade cards. Keep hoarding them. Don't need these for now. My territory could just barely cover the daily recruitment, and I still had to upgrade once a day. I was in no rush to recruit troops. With the perk that let me spend freely, recruitment stayed a flat 1 gold coin, so I didn't have to worry about recruiting after the beginner period ended. That's why I planned to slowly raise the barracks levels first. Upgrade materials were easy enough to find early on, but harder later. I'd been holding off on using the upgrade cards precisely so I'd have them for when materials got scarce. If I burned them all now just to make things easy, what would I do later? I had to leave myself a way out, not just live for the moment. Back to reality, and on to the daily recruitment. At the Fallen Sanctuary, Fallen Angels, plus 30. Then I headed to the Supreme Protocol. Talus was already waiting. The two of us walked into the hall. At the very center, the surface of a giant white orb of light kept flickering with ones and zeros. Ding. Consume 30 gold for the daily recruitment? Recruit. White light rose, and anticipation flickered in my eyes. Suddenly a streak of gold shone through, and a tall figure slowly took shape. A gold-rank general. I stared in delight. As the light faded, a woman in a white lab coat and high heels appeared beside me. She had an intellectual air, wore half-rimmed gold wire glasses, and had her blonde hair tied up in a high ponytail. Calm-faced, hands in her pockets, she coolly turned her gaze on me. Talus watched the new hero without expression, not a ripple of emotion. Sia, greeting the Emperor. Sia smiled in greeting. I glanced at the other recruited units. They were all Gene Guard. Only Sia was special. Ordinary heroes like Talus and Lilith came with their own dedicated units, while special heroes only had themselves. Sia clearly fell into the latter category, otherwise new units would have appeared alongside her. Name, Sia, Black Iron, God rank. Unit, Mechanical Creator, Sia. Talent, Heart of Machinery. Skills, Upgrade, Modify, Develop. Dedicated Building, Tech Research Institute. Potential, Unknown. Sia was a mechanical creator, able to develop all kinds of mechanical technology. Her level and potential were tied to the number of mechanical creations, entirely up to her. The Heart of Machinery let her dominate every machine she created, and any mechanical creation could become one of her units. She had only 3 skills, but each was powerful. She had no divine artifact, but she did have a dedicated building, the Tech Research Institute. This was the first time I'd seen a unit come with its own building. Emperor, I need to construct my dedicated building before my abilities can be put to use, CS said with a smile. Fine. Stick with me for now, and we'll talk after I've recruited the rest of the crew. I'm leaving Talus and the others to you. Talus nodded. Sia looked her over, a strange gleam in her eyes. A gene creation. What a shame. This kind of modification isn't my specialty. Talus's pupils shrank as she stared at her, but Sia just smiled, completely unbothered. Sia, everyone in this territory is a comrade, I said, shaking my head. Emperor, I understand. I work with machinery. If we ever recruit those lunatics, though, then it's a different story, she said, hands in her pockets, looking at me. Lunatics? I thought of those maniac units under the tech-side lords, the virus types, the gene types, the modification types, and I felt my guard go up too. You do mechanical modification too, right? So, do you also need flesh-modified mechanical servants, my lord? No problem. But I'll have to build my institute first, she answered casually. My heart sank. As expected, Sia wasn't much different from those lunatics. We'll talk about that later. Let's go recruit the others first. I pulled her along and left the Supreme Protocol. I took Sia on a tour of the remaining barracks, and she greeted everyone with a smile. Dragons, holy angels, valkyries, star gods, all plus 30. Aside from Sia, I didn't recruit any new units today. Sia followed obediently behind, observing the territory with a researcher's eye. She found the new comrades fascinating, though what interested her wasn't their bodies but the way their power operated. She knew she was the newcomer, and that acting out would end badly for her, so she kept her curiosity in check and quietly trailed after me. I looked at the divine artifact summoning hall not far off. That's about enough recruiting for today. Just one thing left. I called Delmas over. Sia was a research unit, Talus a combat unit. In terms of raw combat power, I figured even I could take Sia one-on-one. At last I wasn't dead last in the territory, but second to last, and I felt a little smug about it. If I summoned something like a demon's sword, though, with no one around to help, I'd definitely be scared. Let's go. I took Sia and Delmas into the divine artifact summoning hall. Ding. Perform the daily summon. Summon. Sia studied the patterns on the altar with great interest, while Delmas stood behind me on guard, coldly watching it. The altar rose with golden light, and a crushing pressure swept through the whole hall. A golden throne appeared before me. Ding. You have obtained the golden throne. The golden throne? My head filled with question marks. What was this supposed to mean? Was I about to become the toilet king? What exactly are you hinting at? What are you mapping onto here? Name, golden throne, divine artifact. Trait 1, eternal. Sit on it, and your life is frozen at that moment. Even with one breath left, you won't die. Trait 2. Invincible. Sit on it, and all attacks are nullified, unless they surpass the limit of the Golden Throne. Trait 3. Intimidation. Releases an aura that has enemies' attributes and fighting spirit across the entire battlefield. P.S. The legendary Lost Golden Throne. Sit on it, and you'll never truly die. All attacks below Divine Artifact rank are fully blocked. Only a true king can sit upon it. This is way over the top. The first trait was just like the legendary Golden Toilet, holding on and refusing to die even with a single breath left. The second was true invincibility, breakable only by Divine Artifact rank attacks. The third was a full-field aura with no blind spots. With the Golden Throne, even a sneak attack couldn't kill me, and combined with the Chaos Spring Water, who could possibly finish me off? My smile grew more and more sinister. Now I had Defiance tier gear from head to toe. For offense, I had the God King's Armory. For defense, the Immortal Soul Jade and Immortal Armor. And now the Golden Throne on top. I was practically invincible, completely safe. I claimed it with a drop of blood and stored the throne in the God King's Armory. My strength was limited, so I couldn't unleash the Divine Artifact's full power, but the traits alone were enough. As for wicked things like the Demon's Sword, better to leave them collecting dust in the vault where they were safe. I wasn't short on ways to attack anyway. Let's go, I said to Sia and Delmiz, walking out of the summoning hall. Star-Lord. Delmiz gave me a cold glance, then shot a look at Enmoon Solemnity in the distance. Go on, get ready. The Void Trial is about to begin. She nodded, glanced at Sia, and left. Sia looked right back at her without any hesitation. I knew this one was itching to do research again, but Delmiz had a special status. How could I let her be studied so casually? If it weren't for me, Sia would have been dealt with long ago. I took Sia and sat down by the Spirit Source Lake. System, start the Void Trial, difficulty Abyss. Ding, Void Trial started, difficulty Abyss. You have 30 seconds to prepare. Black-red mist churned at the boundary, and a demon stepped through as the slaughter erupted. Lilith and the others didn't rush to attack. Instead, they let the new comrades level up to bronze rank before starting the encirclement. This had practically become the rule. Those who got rich first helped those who follow. Emperor. Sia swept a glance over the battlefield and lost interest at once. She had no passion for killing. Research was her only concern. She wouldn't have minded taking an abyss demon for an experiment, but she didn't even have an institute yet. Even the cleverest cook can't make a meal without rice, and she wasn't some immortal who could hammer out an aircraft carrier with a random mallet. What is it? Emperor, I want a dedicated institute. She pushed up her glasses. Your institute won't need a ton of resources, will it? Technology needs investment to produce results. It won't be much, she said, her smile brightening. I immediately felt something was off, a nagging sense I was about to get fleeced. I had her open the list, and the moment I saw the long string of materials, I nearly blacked out. You call this not much? Who do you take me for? Some rich pretty boy? Aren't you, though? She asked, looking at me in complete earnest. I was speechless, yet oddly a little pleased inside. But another glance at the list, and my heart went cold in an instant. Tech Research Institute. 100,000 wood, 100,000 stone, 100,000 iron ore, 100,000 copper ore, 10,000 steel, 10,000 gold, 10,000 silver, 100,000 origin crystals, 1 million gold coins. And this was only the basic institute. Upgrading it would take even more, a genuine bottomless pit. The other materials I didn't care about. What hurt most were the origin crystals and gold coins. Right now, I only had 112,080 crystals and just 1,027,710 gold. Building this would drain me on the spot, one night back to square one. Looking at the pleading in Sia's eyes, all I could do was grit my teeth and nod. She immediately smiled and threw her arms around me. Lord Emperor, you're the best. I sighed helplessly. She was one of my own, so I still had to spoil her. As long as she needed it, I'd sell the pots and pans to make it happen. I pulled 2 blueprints from my pack and handed them over. Can you learn these 2? One was the White Stockings blueprint, the other the Green Gene Serum blueprint. I can, though I'm not too familiar with the Gene Serum. I'm a mechanical specialist, so I can learn it, but progress will definitely be slow. It'd be better with a gene-type unit doing the research. And the stockings? Sia paused. She'd assumed I valued the Gene Serum most, never expecting it was the stockings I cared about. Stockings are no problem. Once the institute is built, I'll design an automated factory blueprint for you right away. You just build it. The Gene Serum isn't urgent. We'll deal with it later. Get the stockings researched for me first. I put the Gene Serum blueprint away. Sia opened her mouth as if to say something, then thought about my current units and let it drop. I couldn't use the stuff right now anyway. There'd be plenty of time to research it once I had a biology-type research unit. I lay down with my head on Sia's lap and opened the live stream. She leaned in to watch too, the two of us scrolling and commenting as we went. Over here it was carefree and relaxed. Over there at the territory's boundary, it was a bloody massacre. Leisure and slaughter playing out at the same time, an eerie mix. An hour later, the system chimed. Ding. Void trial ended, evaluating. Ding. 0 losses, 40,000 enemies slain, rating SSS. Ding. Obtained an SSS rank Abyss difficulty rating chest. It's over already? The 180 units I'd just recruited today had all climbed to the peak of Bronze 9-star. No surprise there. Forged against 40,000 Bronze 9-star monsters, they'd have to be hopeless not to advance. I hadn't leveled up my Lord's Heart yesterday, so the monster count had only gone up by 10,000. Nothing else changed. Break them down. Ding. Decomposed 40,000 corpses. Obtained 5,000 origin crystals. 5,000, not bad. I glanced at Sia, thinking that with luck this good today, the chest should be pretty good too. Every chest above the territory came floating over, packed thick and dense. A full 10,000 bronze rank Abyss chests. Ding. Open 10,000 bronze rank Abyss chests. Open them. 10 basic fire attribute crystal resource cards. 10 basic water attribute crystal resource cards. 10 basic thunder attribute crystal resource cards. 10 basic wind attribute crystal resource cards. 10 basic wood attribute crystal resource cards. 10 basic earth attribute crystal resource cards. 10 basic metal attribute crystal resource cards. 10 basic silver resource cards. 10 basic gold resource cards. 10 basic mithril resource cards. I watched the log scroll past. All 10 kinds of resource cards had come out in a full set. The upside was that these resources were practical. The downside was there were no origin crystals and no gold coins, so I was still flat broke. Sell the cheap stuff? Never. Even if I went broke out of my mind, I wouldn't dump it at a loss. 10 kinds of cards, 10,000 of each. I'd seen silver, gold, mithril, and the fire and water crystals before. The rest of the attribute crystals were much the same, each card trading for 100 units of resources. This was a bumper harvest, but what I really wanted was crystals and gold. It always felt like my stockpile was nowhere near enough to spend. I tossed all the cards into the warehouse, opened up Little Merchant, and sent a trade request. The other party agreed at once. I transferred 2,000 crystals over. A debt was still a debt, and it had to be paid. Still 45,000 crystals short. I closed the chat, feeling a bit of a headache. That left one last chest, the SSS rank Abyss rating chest. I stared at it, half wanting to laugh. Did this count as exploiting a bug? Then I shook my head. Strength was what mattered. Without strength, there was no bug to exploit in the first place. Ding. Open the SSS rank Abyss difficulty rating chest. Open it. A unit refresh recruitment card. A barracks upgrade card. A unit rank up card. A faith statue blueprint. Refresh cards and upgrade cards were common enough. The unit rank up card could raise the rank of any unit at tier 10 or below, which was extremely precious to ordinary lords. A tier 10 unit could be bumped straight to sanctuary rank, basically a free sanctuary rank unit. Unfortunately, all my units were god rank, so it was useless to me. Sold at auction, this card would fetch a sky-high price, but no one would ever bring themselves to sell it, because it meant the birth of a sanctuary rank unit. Even a divine lord wouldn't mind having one more. I decided to hold on to it. Useless to me, but the single most valuable treasure to someone else. The last item was the faith statue blueprint. It wasn't a unique wonder or a secret treasure, but its value was every bit as high. Its function was simple, collecting faith. A unit's loyalty could be converted into a lord's faith, but you needed a receiver, and the faith statue was that receiver. Without it, an ordinary lord couldn't directly wield the power of faith. Only gods could absorb it directly. In the lord's world, the faith statue was also called the godhood statue. With it, you could set foot on the path to becoming a god. If becoming a lord was the start of the path to godhood, then having a godhood statue meant the road was basically laid out before you. All that remained was to slowly gather faith, convert it into divine power, ignite the divine fire, condense a divine spark, and carve out a divine kingdom. Name: Faith Statue. Materials: 1 million wood, 1 million stone, 1 million iron ore, 1 million copper ore, 100,000 steel, 100,000 silver, 100,000 mithril, 100,000 gold, 100,000 white jade, 1 drop of Lord's blood, 1 million origin crystals, 10 million gold coins. Note, a faith collector. The path to godhood opens, and no rival stands ahead of you. I quietly put the blueprint away. This thing is way too expensive. The cheapest material on the list is literally my own blood. The Lord's blood was just a single drop, used to claim ownership and make the statue take my likeness. The other materials made my head hurt just looking at them. Build it or not. Of course I'd build it, just not now. I didn't have the money, and I didn't have enough white jade either. Besides, I was still black iron rank, 10,000 miles from godhood. Building it now, all it could do was collect faith, which I couldn't even use yet. For other lords, collecting faith was hard. They got stuck on loyalty. By the rules, different loyalty levels converted into different amounts of faith. 60 points gave 1 per day, 70 gave 2, 80 gave 5, 90 gave 10, and 100 points gave a full 100. 199 were only 1 point apart, yet the difference was night and day. 100 meant that no matter how outrageous the task I gave my units, they would carry it out without hesitation, fanatically, even if it did tremendous harm to themselves. 99, however high, was not absolute. Loyalty short of absolute was absolutely disloyal. My unit's loyalty was fixed and would never drop. That was the biggest difference of all. Other lords had to do everything they could to provide for their units, while in my territory, it was the reverse. The units provided for me. The gap opened up in an instant. The faith statue can wait. I can't even get enough white jade right now anyway. I looked over at Sia. You eat one bite at a time, and you walk a road one step at a time. The faith statue couldn't be built anytime soon. Rather than hoard materials and scrape together money for something temporarily useless, I'd be better off building Sia's dedicated building first. The Tech Research Institute was the key to a steady output of resources. Emperor? Sia looked at me, still wearing that same smile. I know. I sighed. This was unavoidable. It had to be built sooner or later. Without her dedicated building, her abilities couldn't be put to use. Crafted by hand. Not realistic. It still came down to the institute. I opened the warehouse and pulled out 10 high-grade wood, 10 stone, 10 copper ore, 10 iron ore, 100 basic steel, 100 silver, 100 gold, 100,000 origin crystals, and 1,000,000 gold coins. Here. I gritted my teeth as I handed it over, the pain written all over my face. The resources I didn't mind. It was the origin crystals and money that hurt, and I hadn't had much to begin with. Now I was scraping bottom. 15,080 crystals left, 21,990 gold. Ding! Your hero unit will consume to construct the dedicated building, Tech Research Institute. Do you agree? Agreed. White light gathered in Sia's hands, and a research institute full of modern high-tech style appeared. One main building, 2 annexes. Emperor, you can place it in the territory. I nodded expressionlessly and set it in the back row behind the barracks. I could reposition it anytime anyway. The 3 buildings rose from the ground, the main one 3 stories tall, an annex on either side. The footprint wasn't large, maybe 400 or 500 meters. The territory was too small, so the buildings automatically adapted to their optimal state. Otherwise, a god-rank barracks at full size would probably take up an entire world. Name, Tech Research Institute, Basic. Trait 1, doubles tech development speed. Trait 2, doubles tech upgrade speed. Trait 3, raises the rank of tech creations by 1 level directly. Upgrade. 1 million wood, 1 million stone, 1 million iron ore, 1 million copper ore, 100,000 steel, 100,000 silver, 100,000 gold, 10,000 basic alloy, 1 million origin crystals, 10 million gold coins, 10 seeds of technology. Every trait was incredibly strong. Faster development, faster upgrades. Develop a handgun, and you could quickly iterate a stronger version. The third was even more absurd. A bronze rank blueprint from Sia would turn straight into silver rank. Now that was broken. Cleaned out my whole wallet to build it, but it's worth it. Then I saw the resources needed to upgrade it, and my face fell again. Who could afford resource amounts like that? There was no way to upgrade it at all. Emperor, may I use the territory's resources? I've found quite a few that could be used for research, Sia said. I eyed her warily. She had no dedicated units, but when it came to spending money, she was without a doubt number 1 in the territory. I can give you warehouse access. Use the resources freely, but I want to see results. Emperor, I won't disappoint you. Just wait and see. Then I'll trust you. I smiled. The resources were already sunk in. Backing out now would just be a waste. Sunk cost, right? Interesting. She was a god-rank hero unit. She wouldn't let me down. Ding. The rift gate is closing, settling accounts. I looked over at the closing rift gate. Time's up already. But shouldn't this gate have closed long ago? It was only closing now, more than 20 hours later. I flipped through the system log. First time exploration of a dimensional world, progress 1%. Rift gate duration extended by 12 hours. So that's it. No wonder it only vanished now. I hadn't noticed at the time. It was the chime that made me realize. Wait, exploration progress only has to hit 1% to extend the time? I was a little stunned. That was way too easy. Just clear a few more cities. Why had no one ever mentioned this? The other lords would probably be furious at me. Ding, settlement complete, exploration rate 3%, obtained a basic black iron dimensional chest. Black iron was the rank, and dimensional meant the world. This chest was extremely rare. A world only had 4 of them. Basic required passing 1%, intermediate needed 40%, advanced 70%, and the sole unique chest required 100% exploration. Dimensional chests were far from easy to get. I'd known about them for a while, but using exploration rate to extend the rift's duration was news to me. It turned out only strong lords could pull it off. Telling those who couldn't was pointless. Once you had the strength, you'd understand naturally, so no wonder word never got around. I'd missed the prompt because at the time I'd been out having fun with Lils. But it wasn't too late to know now. The world was already anchored, the entrance sealed. The chest would be mine sooner or later. More importantly, only the first lord to reach a given exploration threshold could obtain the dimensional chest. If I hadn't taken it, other lords could at most grab whatever was left, and the basic one would definitely be gone. But now every chest in this world had fallen into my hands. I'd carried off the whole pot. Forget snatching chests, the other lords would have trouble even getting in. A world only has 4-dimensional chests, no matter how high ranked the world is. My smile widened. Far more precious than ordinary chests. As for whether they beat the SSS chest, each had its merits. The SSS came at most 30 times in a lifetime, and once the beginner period ended it was gone for good. The dimensional chest was really the MVP settlement chest, and its contents were all tied to the world's rank. If you could fully explore a world of platinum rank or above, the rewards would be beyond imagination. Ding. Open the black iron dimensional chest. Open it. A cyan blueprint, liquid robot. A cyan blueprint, artificial intelligence. 2 cyan blueprints, see ya. Can you use them? Emperor, I can learn them, and I can build these even without blueprints. Having them just saves trouble. She nodded. If you need it, Emperor, give me 2 hours and I can put together factory building blueprints. Want them? I froze. 2 hours to whip up factory blueprints? So this was a god rank research unit. I was in love. Sure. Sia learned the blueprints and headed into the institute. I looked the place over and decided it was dull. The thinking work went to her. I was a marshal general, not fond of research. Right, the territory has a civil officer now. I'll ask her later how to develop the world. No rush. We'd talk tonight. World number 1 was marked. I could enter any time. System, upgrade the territory. Ding. Consume 800 wood, 800 stone, and 80 spirit stones to upgrade. Upgrade. White light washed over everything, and the diameter grew by 100. Territory now at level 9. Area 1,800. Nothing else changed. As long as it was enough, the rest didn't matter. I stood at the edge of the territory, watching quietly. In the sky, the Valkyries patrolled on their Pegasi, while dragons lounged lazily on the grass basking in the sun. Fallen angels and in-moon solemnity chased and roughhoused. Holy angels strolled at their leisure, and the Gene Guard sat in a circle sampling delicacies. On the lake's surface, snow-white figures drifted in and out of view amid laughter. Everything was peaceful. Lilith, Talus, Ishtar, Pangelia, Keisha, Arides, Delmas, get ready. In 1 hour we open a new rift gate. Yes, the 7 answered in unison. In the institute, Sia lifted her head for a glance out the window, then buried herself in her work again. She had a stocking assembly line and a liquid robot factory to build, but her first priority was developing artificial intelligence so the research could run more efficiently. I floated on the spirit source lake, talking to myself. I've got to find a chance to set up a hot spring. Soaking in the lake every day isn't ideal. Beside me, a fallen angel affectionately fed me a bite of meat, and I lay back and enjoyed it. Worth noting, there was no milk here at all. An hour later, the unit stood assembled before me. Dimensional rift, open. A whirlpool-shaped rift appeared. Arides was the first to charge in on her white Pegasus, the other Valkyries close behind. In under a minute, one Valkyrie returned to report it was safe, and only then did Lilith and the others pass through the rift. I stood on Pangelia's back and looked out, nothing but endless yellow sand. So I really did land in this world. My eyes narrowed slightly. This was exactly that desolate, insect swarm occupied world from the livestream. Anchor. Lock it down. Golden battle armor gleamed across the sea of sand. A vast phantom of the dimensional gate surfaced above the world, then faded, sealing the entire world completely shut. These bugs. This world was drained of resources, leaving only the insect swarm and a dead, silent desert. Even the land's energy sucked dry. The swarm were natural plunderers. Find a world, and they'd devour its resources clean, sparing not even a spark of life, until all that remained was a wasteland of death, turning into a mote of dust in the eternal world and vanishing for good. I wonder what this place used to look like. In the sky, Eurydice cut through the heavens on her Pegasus and landed before Pangaea. God King, we found a rift entrance up ahead. Looks like a dead territory. Oh, a thought crossed my mind. Could this be that unlucky streamer's territory, somehow not fully collapsed yet? Pangaea, take the Dragon Legion and hold this spot. Don't let the swarm break into our territory. Understood, God King. Lilith, Talus, Ishtar, Keisha, Delmas. Each of you take a legion and stand guard. No need to explore, just keep the swarm out. Yes, there was nothing worth scavenging in this world. The only value might be the bugs and the chests, and there was no need to waste time. It was already anchored, and I could enter any time. The rift gate wasn't under my control yet, so lingering too long would just force me to split forces to guard the entrance. Better to hold off for now and cut down the risk. Eurydice, take me to look at that territory. Of course, God King. She pulled me onto the Pegasus. My lord, please hold on tight. Careful not to fall. Got it. I wrapped my arms around her waist without hesitation. The Pegasus beat its wings and soared high, heading straight for the rift gate. Before long, a pitch-black rift appeared, the Valkyrie Legion already waiting. You went in and looked already? My lord, I've scouted inside. Total ruins. The whole dimension is slowly dying. Take me in for a look. Ding. You have discovered a dying territory. Ding. Occupy this ownerless territory? I didn't answer right away. I looked around. Blood everywhere, broken walls, collapsed arrow towers, all telling of a fierce battle once fought here. None of this was of any use in my own territory, but on an ordinary lord's grounds it was the foundation of defense. Now it was all rubble, the edges still crumbling. It wouldn't last another day or two before it disappeared entirely. Let's go in for a look. Eurydice took me straight to the center. This place was utterly destroyed, every building toppled. Even that Tier 7 orc barracks was ruined beyond salvage, not even worth recycling. With the barracks gone, everything came to nothing. Aside from bloodstains, there wasn't even a corpse to be found on the ground, probably dragged off long ago by the bugs as resources. Let's go to the exit. I was a little disappointed. I'd thought I could scoop up a bargain, but the swarm had picked it clean. When it came to stripping the land bare, the swarm were the most ruthless. They could squeeze oil out of a stone. We reached the exit. System, occupy this territory. Ding. Please choose the occupation method. 1. Merge. 2. Subsidiary territory. Subsidiary territory. I didn't hesitate. Ding. Please leave this territory for now. Eurydice, out first. We passed back through the rift into the sand world, and a stream of white light flowed into my body. Ding. You have obtained a subsidiary territory, unnamed. Ding. The subsidiary territory gate is now open. At least I picked up a free subsidiary territory. A new panel had appeared on the Lord's heart at my wrist, dedicated to the subsidiary territory. It couldn't share my perks, could only be upgraded on its own, and needed extra resources besides. But for something I got for free, it was plenty. Eurydice, let's head back. We returned to the rift entrance. Lilith, did any bugs show up while I was gone? Divine Emperor, no. They've probably all scared themselves into hiding. She looked out over the sand with a smile. I nodded. Let's go. There's nothing here. Back home first. Eurydice pulled me straight back to the territory, the others returning one after another. I stood in the territory looking at the rift gate, a playful glint in my eyes. An intelligent swarm? A shame it's useless. The whole world is sealed off by me. Contacting the outside is flat out impossible, let alone getting out. The dimensional gate seal was extremely strong, locking down even space and time. This world had been completely severed. Unless I lifted it myself, no one was leaving. Any being capable of breaking through this gate wouldn't be hiding and keeping its head down. The swarm was naturally mindless, knew no fear, and only followed orders blindly. To rein in that killing instinct meant there was a special bug directing things from behind the scenes. But it didn't matter. Once the rift gate closed, I'd have every chance to deal with them. Pangaea, station 2 dragons here. Any bug that comes out, kill it, no mercy. Pangaea nodded. Everyone else, scatter, go have fun. There's no rush to explore this world. The legions dispersed, and I made my way unhurriedly toward the Lord's manor, Aretes at my side. Subsidiary territory gate, open. A gate of light surfaced, and I stepped through with Aretes. Inside the subsidiary territory there was nothing but the Lord's manor, empty as far as the eye could see. Subsidiary territories generally came from three sources. First, ones like mine, picked up before they finished dying and put straight to use. Second, taken by force from attacking another lord. Third, secured through a contract. Mine was a lucky salvage, spun off from the main territory and remade from scratch. It might once have been forest and ocean, but now it was all grassland, just like the main territory. Name, unnamed, level 3, diameter 1,200 meters. Buildings, subsidiary Lord's Manor. Warehouse, 120 square meters. Upgrade, 300 wood, 300 stone, 30 origin crystals. I felt a little glum. I'd come too late. This territory could originally have reached level 5 or 6. Now only half was left, and one more day and it probably would have been done for. This territory will be called Primary Productive Force. I thought for a moment. From now on, all the Techside factories go here, as a subsidiary territory. I swept my eyes over the land with its lone Lord's Manor. This way, once the beginner period ends, there's an account I can give, and it's the best cover too. No worrying about others barging into my main territory. The more I thought about it, the more satisfied I was. It's settled. This place is my tech industrial park from now on, called Primary Productive Force. It has to have factories, or the name wouldn't fit. I turned and headed back to the main territory, the gate of light closing behind me. Aretes showed no reaction. Subsidiary territories enjoyed none of my wonders or perk bonuses, no eternal light, no origin energy, none of those powerful perks. She'd stay away from it if she could. Today's business is done, finally time to rest. So tired. I stretched and headed for the Spirit Source Lake. Aretes followed behind, her armor vanishing, and the two of us entered the lake together. Inside Yishio's territory, Yishio gazed at the several thousand dragon-slaying heroes he'd amassed, feeling more confident than ever, certain he could break into the top 10 in combat power during the beginner period. It was leagues better than his last life spent 10 years as a farming lord, back when all he could do was grow vegetables and fruit for powerful lords. A trace of worry crossed his eyes. So you should have developed advanced robots by now. By my timing, it'd be right about now. Should I go buy a few to use as cannon fodder? He wavered for a while, then gave up on the idea. He planned to take Su Yi on as a subsidiary lord, so going to buy from him seemed inappropriate, and Su Yi might not be willing to sell anyway. Forget it, leave it. Yishio looked toward his Dragon Slayer Legion and was about to open a rift when a thought suddenly struck him. He arranged 3 sixes on the ground with gold coins, recalling the superstition an interdimensional traveler had mentioned, that your very first rift could land you in a super bonus world. He had no idea if the trick worked. He knelt 3 times and bowed 9, expression solemn as he paid his respects. Dimensional rift, open. A black iron-colored rift appeared. Just as he was about to send the Dragon Slayers in, his territory was suddenly enveloped in an overpowering stench of sulfur, and a mass of demons came charging through the rift. Yishio's face went green, and he couldn't help recalling Su Ye's bragging in an old interview. Screw you, what nonsense was Su Yi spouting? And I actually believed it. He knew perfectly well it had nothing to do with Su Yi, that it was purely his own bad luck landing in a demon world, but blaming someone else always felt better than blaming himself. Even though the arrivals were all lesser demons and imps, Yishio's head was still spinning. Black iron rank he could handle, but what about the bronze rank demons? Helpless, he spammed the chat channel. Buying unit refresh recruitment cards, top prices. Meanwhile, I sneezed and was caught by Aretes, ripples spreading across the water. God King, are you all right? She asked with concern, her face flushing. I rubbed my nose and laughed. I'm fine. Wonder who's talking about me. Then I dove straight into the water, and Aretes' face went even redder. Yishio, on the other hand, had run into terrible luck. Where he'd been all fired up to invade and seize resources, now he was reduced to desperately defending his territory, and it stung. This was exactly why so few lords risked opening a rift in the early stage. It was pure luck. Good luck opened a bonus world, rich in resources. Bad luck ran you into something like the Swarm, which there was simply no withstanding. The demon world he'd hit wasn't too bad, all things considered. Compared to the Swarm's mad fight to the last frenzy, demons at least felt fear. As long as he held under the pressure, he had a chance to hold on, and their numbers were fewer than the bugs, giving him a buffer. Yi Xiu had chosen this moment to open a rift hoping to beat Su Yi and cut off that resource-rich dimension first. He knew it was a gamble, but without betting everything, he had no chance of surpassing the other lords. Running into a demon world instead was rotten luck. Now all he could do was grit his teeth and use his hoarded resources to buy refresh cards at top prices, the expense enough to make him choke. If he couldn't hold out 12 hours, he was finished. There was no retreat in this life-or-death battle. The bigger headache was loyalty. After the ordeal of the rift, units died and loyalty plummeted, some of them starting to grow war-weary. Once anti-war sentiment appeared, the consequences only got worse. This was why many lords, after a single failure, plunged straight to rock bottom. The units no longer trusted the lord's command, and the rift was hard to mend. Still, exploring dimensions really was the one shot at a comeback for many lords. People with their backs to the wall could only gamble at all. Yi Xiu had gone all in this time too, his goal the final settlement ranking at the end of the beginner period. He understood that strong units alone weren't enough. Among hundreds of millions of lords, he wasn't the very top tier, and only more resources could make him stronger. The Rift Gate was the one shortcut. The final beginner period ranking was multidimensional, and the higher you placed, the better the rewards. On my side, I was lying leisurely on the grass while Eurydice gently gave me a massage. A figure walked over and crouched in front of me. "Emperor, the things you wanted are done." Sia handed over 2 blueprints with a smile. I opened my eyes and looked at the green and purple blueprints. A stocking automated production factory and a liquid robot automated production factory. That fast. She said that with the blueprints, designing the factories wasn't hard. Work out the calculations and it came together quickly. Having handed them over, she got ready to stand. "Where are you going?" "The Institute." Hands in her pockets, she walked off without looking back. Name, stocking automated production factory, green. Requirement, 10,000 wood, 10,000 stone, 10,000 iron ore, 10,000 copper ore, 1,000 origin crystals, 10,000 gold coins. Note, originally a white blueprint, upgraded to green by the Tech Research Institute. It can not only produce all kinds of stockings, but comes with a few special functions. Upgraded to green with special abilities on top. Pleasant surprise. Name, Liquid Robot Automated Production Factory, purple. Requirement, 100,000 wood, 100,000 stone, 10,000 iron ore, 10,000 copper ore, 10,000 silver, 10,000 gold, 10,000 basic alloy, 10,000 origin crystals, 100,000 gold coins. Note, originally a cyan blueprint, upgraded to purple by the dual boost of the Tech Research Institute and the Mechanical Creator. It can automatically produce liquid robots on par with Tier 10 units. I frowned. Liquid robots were strong, but the materials were too hard to gather, especially the basic alloy, which could only be synthesized or pulled from chests. CS should be able to synthesize basic alloy, right? I'll ask her later. I put this blueprint away. I couldn't build it for now. The stocking factory and the liquid robot factory both weren't item blueprints, but building blueprints, which was why they ate up so many materials. The downside was the heavy material cost. The upside was that once built, as long as you had materials, they could keep producing endlessly. Better not put the liquid robots up for sale. Too high-end, a waste. I got up from the grass and headed for the Institute. I planned to talk with Sia about making something cheap and mass-produced. Ordinary lords could afford it, so it would sell well, and I could earn a little on the side. Low profit was fine. What mattered was that it sold. In the Institute, Sia saw me arrive with Eurydice in tow, a flicker of puzzlement in her eyes. Back so soon after just leaving, was there a problem with the blueprints? It didn't quite seem like it. "Emperor, is there something wrong with the blueprints?" "The blueprints are fine. In fact, they're too good. The liquid robots are well designed, but ordinary lords won't want to spend the money, and they can't afford them either." Sia paused. So it wasn't the blueprints. It was that the lords were too poor. She thought it over. A liquid robot was equivalent to a Tier 10 unit. Manufacturing 8 resources, priced low it ran at a loss, priced high no one would buy. A genuine headache. "So what do you have in mind, Emperor?" "Simple. Make some cheaper gear, focused on cheap raw materials and good value for money." She noted it down carefully, then asked if there were any other requirements. "Durability isn't the point. Mainly cheap, good value for money." "Understood. I can develop it quickly. Can you develop basic alloy?" "No problem. If you need it, I'll research it as soon as I can." She pushed up her glasses. "As soon as you can." I got ready to leave. "Then I'm off. Don't forget the banquet tonight." Leave the professional work to the professional. My job was to be a good client, raise requirements when I had them, and otherwise serve as a mascot, eating, drinking, and having fun without getting in the way. Arides, let's go take a look at the second territory. A gate of light appeared, and the two of us stepped through. In the second territory, I pulled out the stocking automated factory blueprint. Ding! Consumed the green blueprint, stocking automated factory blueprint, along with 10,000 wood, 10,000 stone, 10,000 iron ore, 10,000 copper ore, 1,000 origin crystals, and 10,000 gold coins. To build a stocking automated factory? Confirm. The green blueprint turned to light and vanished. One use of this was enough. If I ever wanted to expand it later, I'd just have Sia handle it. No difficulty at all. A factory model appeared in my hand, various stocking styles hanging on the outside. Not bad. I casually placed it into the subsidiary territory. A factory rose from the ground, fully automated production. Stocking automated production factory, silver rank. Automated production, customizable, able to randomly attach low-tier perks. The materials it needed were silk and origin crystals, 100 pairs per batch. Silk, in the Lord's world, is like wood and stone. You can get it anytime. I didn't think much of it. What genuinely surprised me was the origin crystals. Still, being able to attach perks made the consumption reasonable. I was mulling over whether to produce 100 pairs first, then took a look at my crystals and gold and decisively closed the panel. Resources were tight. No more waste. Getting the factory built was enough. Production could wait. 2 days ago, I still had over 100,000 crystals and 1,000,000 gold. And today, I'd nearly gone bankrupt. Save where I could. Poor. Truly poor. I took Arides back to the main territory, stretched, and wandered over to the origin divine tree, poking around here and there like an idler, until I ended up at the spirit source lake. The territory really needs more entertainment. I muttered, looking at the Gene Guard, in-moon solemnity, fallen angels, holy angels, and Valkyries in the lake. Emperor, come down and play. Voices called out, dual invitations coming one after another. Here I come. I dove straight into the spirit source lake, laughter all around, warmth wrapping me up, utterly comfortable. One word for it, bliss. Night fell, and the bonfires were lit once more. I dragged Sia out of the institute, and she looked a little helplessly at the black iron wine in her hand and the roast meat in front of her. I sat beside her laughing heartily, raising my cup for a drink. The territory had a great atmosphere, all the various units getting along as equals, and I as their lord held no bias. Lilith draped an arm around Sia with a mischievous grin. You're the star today, so cheer up. Sia struggled a moment, then finally gave up resisting and went with the flow, enjoying it. The Swarm Dimensions Rift Gate had passed the 12-hour mark. Exploration progress 0, no reward, Rift Gate closed. I was in the middle of enjoying a drink when I heard the prompt and paused, then let it go. It was already marked anyway. I kept on. A white dawn arrived. I woke with vacant eyes, feeling hollowed out, and climbed out of the pile of beauties over to the Chaos Spring, staring at my haggard reflection. I have to quit drinking. I vowed silently. A few gulps of spring water, and I was back to full health. Much better. Face washed, I toured the territory in high spirits, striding toward the barracks with a swagger. Fallen Angels plus 30, Gene Guard plus 30, Dragons plus 30, Holy Angels plus 30, Valkyries plus 30, Star Gods plus 30, 180 units total. Satisfying, but no hero recruited, which was a bit of a letdown. System, open the daily combat power pack. 100 origin crystals. Is this the guaranteed floor? 100 crystals. Are you brushing off a beggar? I felt something was off with my luck today and decided to keep a low profile, not too cocky, a serious look on my face. Delmas. Behind me, she nodded. This was my arrangement, rotating one person a day to accompany me and build rapport, started just yesterday. With her along, I felt a lot bolder. I entered the summoning hall and looked at the altar. Ding, perform the daily summon. Summon. A blood-red light shot straight into the sky. I instinctively took a step back, and a chaotic, evil, ominous aura spread out from Delmas. As the blood light dispersed, an ancient sheet of parchment appeared. Name, Demon's Contract, Curio. Trait, grant a wish, 3 times. P.S. Crafted by the hand of a certain demon overlord. You may make 3 wishes. Free things cost the most. The price behind it was set long ago. Dare to give it a try? Dance with the demon. A chill ran through me. A demon overlord, 3 wishes. It clearly wasn't anything simple. Would I ever use it? Seemingly not, but if I ran into real trouble it might just save my life. Can it be traded? If I sold it, someone would surely snatch it up. Curios had no rank. What mattered was the trait, some absurd, some worthless. Forget it. Better to have it than not. I tossed it straight into my personal space to collect dust. I would never use this thing. If a demon overlord got its eye on me, that would be trouble. Anyway, I looked at it. It seemed like a trap. Delmas, let's go. The things summoned from this place were getting more and more outrageous. Back in the territory, I leisurely ate my breakfast, in no rush to start the void trial, while I opened my friend chat to see if Little Merchant had contacted me. She had, sent past 1 in the morning last night, probably while I was having a good time. Little Merchant, my lord, do you have anything to sell? Business has been hard lately. I'm buying up the unit recruitment cards and barracks upgrade cards you wanted. Today was day 9 of the beginner period. Some promising lords had basically stabilized their development. Still, only a tiny minority dared to actively explore rift gates. The situation was unstable, and if something went wrong, there'd be no rescue, so those second-generation lords wouldn't take the risk. For them, surviving the beginner period meant their family would back them. For now, they could only rely on themselves, so they played it safe. Who actually needed to gamble? Ambitious commoner lords like Yi Xiao, unwilling to settle for mediocrity. Only they would fight for their lives. I took stock of my supplies. I had plenty of resource cards. The only things I could sell were stone and wood. The rest I didn't plan to part with, and of those two, I still had plenty myself. The unit upgrade card in my hand was useless to me, but Lin Xiao didn't have anything good to trade for it right now, so I set it aside for the time being. Interdimensional Traveler, I've got some high-grade resource cards here. How many can you take? Little Merchant, I can take them. What kind of resource cards? Interdimensional Traveler, wood and stone. What's the price? Little Merchant, big shot. I'll be honest. The market price is 100 origin crystals per card. I'll give you 90 and take 10 as my cut. How's that? I was a little surprised. Not that the price was low, but that she was being fair. Market prices were all suppressed by the merchant guilds, and the system trade hall was basically monopolized, the prices whatever they said they were. Selling on my own, I couldn't move anything at all. Without connections or backing, who could fight the guilds for business? I'd figured she'd offer 80 at most. Looked like I'd underestimated her. Interdimensional Traveler, sounds good. I pulled out the high-grade wood and stone cards and sent a trade request right away. Lin Xiao opened it and froze, her mouth forming an O. 600 cards, 300 each of stone and wood. She'd assumed I had a few dozen at most. Interdimensional Traveler, after deducting the crystals I owed you, you only need to give me 9,000 origin crystals. Little Merchant, got it, big shot. Trade complete, 9,000 crystals in hand. A satisfying deal. Right now in the beginner period, a lot of resources were being dumped at low prices, and high-grade cards at 90 each were something ordinary lords simply couldn't buy. Once out of the beginner period, they'd only be beaten down to 50 or 60 by the big guilds, and the ruthless ones would even force purchases at 20 or 30. Little Merchant, pleasure doing business, big shot. If you get good goods, remember to come to me. I can help you get barracks refresh recruitment cards and upgrade cards too. Interdimensional Traveler, pleasure doing business. Any tech side weapons I want to sell later, I'll just go straight to her. A long-term partnership wouldn't be bad. It wasn't that I didn't want to sell goods myself. First, I get noticed by the big guilds, and could I outplay them? If they wanted to find me, they'd dig me out sooner or later, and with any suspicion they'd act, never mind evidence. Second, wanting to hog all the profit was too risky. There was more money in this world than you could ever earn, and without the ability to eat alone, you'd die fast. Third, I needed a reliable backer. Little Merchant was the biggest merchant lord among this batch of newcomers, with a very strong force behind her. By day 2, she'd sorted out connections, channels, and resource collection. The waters ran deep. She was useful to me, and to her, I was a reliable ally. The big guilds had more than one heir, all in competition with each other. As long as I could produce something of value, the two of us could bind ourselves together tightly. She needed me to prove my worth, and I needed her to back me up. Mutual benefit. More importantly, I needed a public identity, and a tech-side lord fit the bill perfectly. In this world, the most frightening thing wasn't being found. It was disappearing completely. When even god-tier powerhouses couldn't find you, everyone would naturally suspect you had a big problem. Being discovered wasn't scary. The real danger was that from start to finish, no one could trace you at all. Before I became a lord, I was just an orphan in the main world. The beginner period would eventually end, and I was still far from invincible. When that stage came, I had to have a reasonable identity to blend into lord society. Hiding for a while was fine. Hiding forever wasn't. The path to godhood was long, and before I had absolute power, I could only play by the rules. I stared at the territory and made my decisions. First, concentrate strength on developing the tech side factories. Second, Produce as many tech weapons as possible to cover for the existence of Lilith and the others. Third, demonstrate value, to lay the groundwork for future cooperation with Little Merchant. From now on, the territory's resources tilt toward the tech side, everything centered on technology. Lilith and the others' existence had to shift behind the scenes. It was only day 9, but I had to prepare ahead. Acting now left room to patch the gaps later. Done eating? I looked at Delmas. She nodded and walked out of the feast with me, heading straight to muster in moon solemnity. Lilith and the others were all ready too. System, start the void trial, difficulty abyss. Ding, void trial started, difficulty abyss. You have 30 seconds to prepare. Boundless black-red mist shrouded the boundary, and an abyss demon walked out. Still bronze 9-star, but far more of them than yesterday, and noticeably faster too. Something's off. I frowned. Abyss difficulty naturally rose over time, but today's numbers and speed were clearly abnormal. I sat cross-legged on the grass, wheat juice in one hand, my expression grave. In just 10 minutes, the abyss demons in the territory plus the dead numbered at least several thousand, double yesterday's. Way over the top. Don't tell me the will of the eternal world has its eye on me. I felt a little guilty. With 5 minutes left, a demon wreathed head to toe in black flame walked out of the mist. Name, Abyss Flame Demon, Silver 1-star, Tier 10. Note, an Abyss Flame Demon is no longer cannon fodder. It's a core force of the Abyss. I fell silent and looked down at my own level, Black Iron 6-star. A Black Iron rank lord running into a Silver rank monster. The Flame Demon had just bared a savage expression, ready to charge into the territory, when cold sweat suddenly beaded on its forehead. Its crimson eyes went dull first, then stared at me in shock, taking in the units in my territory. Primordial Black Gold Dragons, Original Sin Fallen Angels, Pure Blood Fallen Angels, Holy Angels, In-Moon Solemnity, the Gene Guard, Valkyries on Dragon-Scaled Pegasi. Its heart hammered, cold sweat pouring down. It must have come to the wrong place. The mountain of demon corpses piled up in the territory, and the powerful auras nearly made it unable to stand. A world-shaking dragon roar, and the 8-winged dragon descended from the sky as a streak of black light, pinning the flame demon flat to the ground. It struggled desperately, demon fire blazing, but couldn't budge the mountain-like claw. Pangelia suppressed it with a single claw, her cold golden eyes looking down, black-red light gathering in her mouth. A point-blank dragon breath blasted its head to pieces. A silver chest dropped to the ground. I watched without a ripple. However much damage a silver 1-star could reduce, before the ultimate dragon of the end, it still had to die. Ding. Void trial ended, evaluating. Ding. 0 losses, 80,000 enemies slain, rating SSS. Ding. Obtained an SSS rank Abyss difficulty rating chest. Just as I thought. Today's 80,000 invading monsters, double yesterday's, and a silver rank flame demon showing up. Tomorrow would definitely be harder. The one consolation was that all the newly recruited units had risen to the peak of bronze 9-star. Break them down. Ding. Decomposed 80,000 corpses, obtained 10,000 origin crystals. Crystals up by 10,000. I let out a slight breath of relief. Delmas returned without a sound. I nodded in acknowledgement and kept tallying the chests. 20,000 bronze rank Abyss chests, 1 silver rank. A bumper harvest, and that silver chest was my first time seeing one. Ding. Open 20,000 bronze rank Abyss chests. Open them. 10 basic aluminum or resource cards. 10 basic mithril resource cards. 10 basic silver resource cards. 10 basic gold resource cards. 100 origin crystals. 1,000 gold coins. Aluminum or resource cards came out too. 50,000 aluminum or cards from 5,000 chests. 30,000 each of mithril, silver, and gold from 3,000 chests each. 300,000 origin crystals, and 3 million gold coins from 3,000 chests each. This is basically getting rich overnight. Resource cards mattered, but crystals and gold were the key. Now the Liquid Robot Factory is only short on basic alloy. I wonder if CS produced it yet. I put all the resources into the warehouse. That left one last silver rank Abyss chest. First time opening one, full of anticipation. Ding. Open the silver rank Abyss chest. Open it. 10 intermediate fire element crystal resource cards. Intermediate fire element crystal. I was a little disappointed. Same as the basic ones, all fire element. Just that an intermediate card gave 1,000 units. Not bad, better than nothing. I consoled myself and put it away. The last one, the SSS rank Abyss rating chest. Open it. 1 barracks refresh recruitment card. 1 barracks upgrade card. 1 unit rank up card. One hero recruitment card. Unique wonder, world guarding Great Wall. Another unique wonder. I grinned. The refresh card, upgrade card, and rank up card were all practical, but what drew me most was the hero recruitment card. It could directly get me a hero unit. Refresh cards and upgrade cards could occasionally still be bought on the market. Only the hero recruitment card was regarded as a priceless treasure by nearly every major lord. Each additional hero meant a step up in strength, and sometimes even the formation of a whole new unit legion. I had 6 God rank barracks: Fallen Sanctuary, Supreme Protocol, Origin Dragon Nest, Holy Hall, Valkyrie Sanctuary, and Starfall Sanctuary. Using it on any of them wouldn't be a loss, and that was exactly why it was so hard to choose. I'll ask everyone's opinion tonight. Recruiting has to wait until tomorrow anyway. I put the card away. Next I looked at the new wonder. World Guarding Great Wall, unique. Trait 1, Immortal, fused with the territory. As long as the territory endures, the wall cannot be destroyed, and it can be hidden. Trait 2, Iron-Blooded. Units fighting spirit surges, morale never falls. Trait 3, World Guarding. The territory is absolutely free of natural disasters, suppresses space and time, and can stack with other perks. Trait 4, Blood Battle. Units' stamina, mana, and spirit all recover at full speed. Trait 5, Limit Removal. When territory unit losses exceed half, recruitment limits are immediately lifted, allowing unlimited recruitment. Trait 6, Growth. However large the territory grows, the wall can extend just as far. 6 traits, Absurd. First, as long as the territory stood, the wall would never truly be destroyed. Second, morale never waned. Even down to a single soldier, they'd fight to the last moment. Third, it could stack with the bulwark of size, making the space-time barrier even sturdier, plus immunity to natural disasters. The Blood Battle aura was practically a cheat, units never having to worry about stamina, able to cast skills endlessly as long as they had mana. The 5th trait was powerful, but the threshold too high. Half your units lost. Unless you deliberately provoked a god, you'd never see it. The 6th trait was blunt and simple. However large the territory, that's how long the wall. I placed the model into the territory, and a golden great wall coiled around it like a true dragon, head meeting tail. 50-meter-high walls, 100-meter-wide passages, the golden bricks glittering with immortal radiance. Gazing at this golden great wall, I was reminded of the towering walls in Attack on Titan and couldn't help but marvel. A flick of thought, and the walls vanished, shifting into a state bound to the territory, able to appear anytime, while the auras remained ever present. That's about it. Ding. Consume 900 wood, 900 stone, and 90 spirit stones to upgrade the territory? Upgrade. White light washed over everything, and the territory expanded rapidly. Territory now at level 10. Diameter 1900 meters, nothing else much changed. I casually pulled up the territory level ranking. First place had already climbed to level 19. Why hasn't this person upgraded? Being stuck at level 19 definitely had a reason. Reaching level 20 was a major hurdle. Hit black iron rank and void creatures would attack in a frenzy. Not enough troops to hold, and you were done. Withstand it, and your territory officially advanced to black iron rank, and you'd earn a reward from the will of the eternal world. So basically no newcomer dared to upgrade now, except a cheater like me. During the advancement, void creatures swarmed in. Weather it, and you gained. Failed to hold, and you'd be eliminated. The better you performed, the richer the reward. I was rather looking forward to what good things I might get on the day I hit level 20. Advancing to black iron rank put no pressure on me at all. But no rush. There was no order to it anyway. Whenever I upgraded, it was the same. Still early. By the old routine, rest an hour first, then open the rift gate. Delmas, let's go. She nodded and followed, the two of us heading toward the Tech Research Institute. Sia had been busy all last night, and I wanted to see what she'd come up with. The moment I entered the institute, an electronic female voice sounded. Welcome, Emperor. Welcome, General Delmas. I paused, looking at the futuristic hall. You're the artificial intelligence? What's your name? Emperor. I am Artificial Intelligence Zero, edited and created by creator Lady Sia. I opened the warehouse and glanced through it. Not a single resource had gone down, which made me even more curious how Sia had pulled it off. Where's Sia? Emperor, Lady Sia is in the 3rd floor office. The elevator is ready. Your Majesty the Emperor and General Delmas. Shall you proceed to the 3rd floor? Let's go. The elevator rose automatically, reaching the 3rd floor in under 10 seconds. The whole floor was styled as a spacious office area. CS seated at a computer, busy at work. I leaned over for a look at the screen and couldn't understand a thing. Emperor, is there something you need? Sia pushed up her glasses. I glanced at the computer, then looked back over the territory, feeling the two just didn't fit together. Nothing, just dropping by. Came to see you too. Sia said no more and pulled out several blueprints. These are the things you asked for. Take a look, see if they suit. 5 blueprints: Spirit Source Grenade, Spirit Source Rifle, Spirit Source Robot, and a basic alloy automated production factory. No rank, an ordinary white building, exactly to my specifications, cheap, practical, and mass-producible. You put these together in a single night? I was busy with Zero the whole time. With the Tech Research Institute, whipping up low-tier blueprints like these is fast, done in under an hour. Nicely done. I kissed her right on the cheek. Sia's face flushed a little. She stole a glance at Delmis, who was spacing out beside us, then quickly turned back to me. Emperor, is there something you want to do with the computer? Can I play games? I felt the itch. There are no games, but if you'd like, I can have Zero design a standalone game. There are plenty of free computers on the second floor. Want to give it a try? I thought about it and shook my head. This was Sia's workplace, after all, and playing games here just felt inappropriate. Then you get back to work. I won't disturb you. Only once I was out the door did I take a careful look at the blueprints. Spirit Source Rifle Automated Production Factory, white. Requirement: 10,000 wood, 10,000 stone, 10,000 iron ore, 10,000 copper ore, 1,000 origin crystals, 10,000 gold coins. The materials were reasonable enough. I opened the subsidiary territory's gate of light and took Delmas in. The territory held only the Lord's Manor and a lone factory. I built decisively, a flash of white light, and the factory model appeared. Spirit Source Rifle Automated Production Factory, bronze rank. Trait: Autoload. The weapons could reload automatically. Ordinary power, but efficient and durable. The other buildings cost about the same, and I built them all without hesitation. Spirit Source Grenade Automated Production Factory, bronze rank. Trait: Power amplification, doubling destructive force, and it could use different attribute crystals to make burst, freeze, gravity, thunderstorm, and various other grenades. Spirit Source Robot Automated Production Factory, bronze rank. Trait: Self-destruct, blowing itself up in self-preservation when about to break. A self-destructing truck would definitely be fun to use. Basic Alloy Automated Production Factory, no rank, no trait, but able to synthesize all kinds of basic materials. 5 factories, plus the earlier stocking factory. The ranks weren't high, but the functions were practical. I just didn't know how they'd actually perform. Should I give production a try? I fixed on the rifle factory and walked in, all modern assembly lines inside, and went straight to the control panel. Make 10 first. A rifle took 1 unit each of wood, steel, iron ore, copper ore, and origin crystal. I fed in all 10 units of materials. The machines roared, and 10 Spirit Source rifles were laid out neatly. I grabbed one. The body had heft, shaped like an AK, with a matte finish. Name: unnamed, bronze. Trait: Autoload, refills 1 spirit power round per second. Ammo: 30 of 30. Durability: 50,000. PS: a black iron rank weapon, the product of technology combined with origin crystals. Much better than a fire poker. Technology combined with origin crystals. So this is a mechanical creator. Fantastic. I clicked my tongue. This rifle will be called the Type S1. The S was the first letter of my name, the 1 for first generation. Come on, Delmis, let's look at the other factories. I reached the Grenade factory. The ratio was different. 1 wood, 1 iron ore, 0.1 attribute crystal, 0.1 origin crystal, where 1 unit equaled 10 of the 0.1s. I fed in 10 units of wood, 10 units of iron ore, 1 unit of fire attribute crystal, and 1 unit of origin crystal. 10 grenades appeared, red from head to toe. Name: unnamed, bronze. Trait: Power amplification. Attribute: Fire. Blast radius: 6 meters. PS: a one-time consumable, considerable power. Swap the attribute crystal, and it makes different attributes. Interesting. This one's the Type S1 explosive grenade. I reached the robot factory. The ratio was 10 to 10 to 1 to 1 to 1 to 1. I fed in 10 iron ore, 10 copper ore, 1 steel, 1 gold, 1 silver, 1 origin crystal. 10 robots appeared, 1 meter 75 tall, steel-framed, encased head to toe in metal. Unnamed, bronze, self-destruct trait. No equipment, tier 3 unit strength. They could mine ore, chop wood, and fight, practically all-purpose. I smiled. At last I had laborers. The factories had always been short on manpower, and these all-purpose robots were just right. Give them materials and leave the rest to them. All I had to do was check the work. From now on, you're called Type S1 robots. 2 to a group, stationed to guard each of the 5 factories. Understand? Yes. The 10 robots answered in mechanical voices. Stockings, rifles, grenades, robots, basic alloy, 2 per factory. I settled my resources. Very few cards were used, and I put everything I'd broken open into the subsidiary territory. Wood 9,980, iron 9,880, copper 9,890, steel 80, gold 90, silver 90, fire element crystal 99. Leave these here for now. Produce more later when I need it. I opened the gate of light back to the main territory. The rifles and grenades I stored in my personal space. No rush to produce basic alloy. Today's rift gate hadn't been opened yet, and a free daily use couldn't be wasted. Delmas, go get ready. She nodded and went to muster in moon solemnity. Bored, I opened the chat channel and found someone spamming it. One Leaf Knows Autumn. Buying unit refresh cards, top prices. One Leaf Knows Autumn. Buying unit refresh cards, top prices. One Leaf Knows Autumn. Buying unit refresh cards, high tier. Spamming from yesterday into today. Most likely his territory got invaded after opening a rift, and he had no choice but to buy cards at top prices. No strength and still putting on airs. Truly biting off more than he can chew. I closed the channel right away. Meanwhile, Yishio's territory was piled with corpses. After a day and night of bloody battle, the good news was that every surviving soldier had advanced to bronze rank. The bad news was that they'd been nearly wiped out. Here's how it went. Yishio opened a rift and the demons invaded en masse. He killed as he defended, taking down plenty, but slain demons dropped no chests. Still, his exploration progress hit 1%, and the rift gate's duration was extended by 12 hours outright. Where he'd originally only needed to hold for 12 hours, he'd endured a grueling 24. Yishio's eyes were bloodshot, sleepless through the night, glaring at the rift gate, hatred surging even as he forced himself calm. Round after round of fierce fighting had hollowed out his reserves. Only a handful of elite units survived, all advanced to bronze rank, true veterans of 100 battles. He'd also gained a black iron dimensional chest, which counted as his one consolation. Fortune and misfortune intertwined. That was Yishio's situation now. He'd pulled through on both strength and luck, but plenty of trouble still lay ahead. I lay lazily on the grass, soaking up the sun, my units long since assembled. Delmas walked over to my side. All gathered? Yes, Star-Lord. Then get ready. Dimensional rift, open. I stood up, and a huge rift gate appeared in the territory. Orides led the Valkyrie Legion charging in, and a moment later, one Valkyrie returned. Safe. Lilith and the others escorted me through. After a wave of dizziness, I arrived in a new world, dim and deathly still. The sky was blanketed with black mist, the earth scorched black, vegetation withered, the whole world seemingly on the brink of destruction, as if it would crumble the next instant. Ding. Data synchronization initiated. Ding. Reading world information. Ding. Data synchronization complete. Chest generated. You have 12 hours to explore this world. Ding. World information gathered. This is a mysterious black iron dimension. Affected by an unknown cause, all living things here have died, withered into utter silence and extinction. Another new world? Anchor. Lock it down. A vast phantom of the dimensional gate instantly shrouded the entire world, sealing it completely. That done, I took the Legion back to the territory. Explore? No need. Exploring only extended the rift gate's duration, meaningless to me. What I needed more was to discover new worlds, then anchor and lock them down, nothing more. Back in the territory, I had the Holy Angel Legion guard the rift gate to prevent any unexpected creatures from crossing over. Safety first. I never minded the trouble. Once the others left, I looked over the 3 worlds I'd anchored. World 1, Tech Side, Black Iron Tech Dimension World. World 2, Yellow Sand Swarm World. World 3, Dead Silence World. Labels set, I lay back on the grass, my head on Delmas's lap, and thought about my next move. 2 choices. 1. Upgrade the Lord's Heart, push it straight to bronze rank in one go. But the Void Trial difficulty would spike, and I'd very likely face high-rank silver monsters. Would my troops be enough? 2. Hold off, letting the difficulty rise daily but stay manageable. Current forces: Fallen Angels 410, Gene Guard 220, Ultimate Dragons of the End 190, Holy Angels 190, Valkyries 120, Star Gods 120. It looked like a lot, but each trial meant facing tens of thousands of enemies, and a bronze rank abyss might even bring hundreds of thousands of silver monsters. Nowhere near enough. The key was whether I could grab the SSS Abyss rating chest. That was what I cared about most. Even using up every refresh recruitment card in hand would only add a few hundred units. Far from enough. Delmas, let me ask you something. High risk, high reward, or low risk, low reward, which would you pick? She paused, thought it over seriously. The first. Oh, why? Star-Lord, please trust us. For us, there's no risk in this world. Her voice was gentle yet confident. I froze, looking at her beautiful face, and suddenly laughed. I'd been too cautious, too afraid of losing the advantage right in front of me. My Star-Lord, I don't know what you're worried about, but up to now, we've never once fought at full strength. She said it calmly, a note of pride in her tone. I closed my eyes, recalling the auras of the God-rank barracks and wonders, and suddenly felt a lot lighter. This was just a trial. What was there to fear? When I opened my eyes, a sharp glint flashed through them, then faded back to laziness. Then let's give it a try. The 20 refresh recruitment cards I'd hoarded, it was time to use them. I had 6 God-rank barracks, Fallen Sanctuary, Supreme Protocol, Holy Hall, Origin Dragon Nest, Valkyrie Sanctuary, and Starfall Sanctuary. The barracks upgrade cards I'd hold off on. Those were a late-game safeguard. Materials could still be bought now. Using them later, when upgrade difficulty was high and materials couldn't be bought, was the most cost-effective. The hero recruitment card I decided to use on the Supreme Protocol. On the surface, I was a tech-side lord, and recruiting another research hero like Sia would be a big win. 20 cards, keep 2, 18 left, 3 per barracks, 90 units. Is this my current limit? I walked toward the Fallen Sanctuary. Lilith, Ishtar, come help. I took Lilith, Ishtar, and Delmiz into the Fallen Sanctuary and immediately used the refresh recruitment cards. Fallen Angels plus 90, Gene Guard plus 90, Dragons plus 90, Holy Angels plus 90, Valkyries plus 90, Star Gods plus 90. The hero recruitment card I'd hold for now, tomorrow's business. The recruiting I'd just done hadn't produced a hero either. Once done, I surveyed the territory. Upgrading now affected everything at once, and beyond upgrades, feeding was a hassle too. The dragons in particular consumed the most. Relying on the feast alone, they couldn't finish queuing to eat in a whole day. That was exactly why I only sold wood and stone cards and never meat cards. Units all had to eat, and they'd act up if not fed enough. When numbers were low, it was fine, but now with so many I couldn't keep up, and the meat cards I'd hoarded earlier became especially precious. My units wouldn't rebel if underfed, but they really would starve to death. Don't let the God rank fool you. They still had to eat. God rank was only potential. It didn't mean invincible right now. Formidable in combat, but not yet gods. That was the reality. The hard part for newcomer lords was being unable to feed their units. A few thousand units meant a frightening daily food consumption, and many people dumped resources cheap precisely because they couldn't afford to eat. One meat card was 1,000 tons of meat, and the dragons alone needed 2 or more a day. All of them primordial dragons that ate even more than ordinary ones. You eat one bite at a time, and you walk a road one step at a time. The freshly recruited troops made the territory a good deal more crowded, especially the primordial black gold dragons, huge in size and large in number, making the whole territory feel cramped. System, upgrade the territory. Ding. Consume 1,000 wood, 1,000 stone, and 100 spirit stones. Upgrade. Upgrade. Ding. Consume 1,100 wood, 1,100 stone, and 110 spirit stones. Upgrade. Ding. Consume 1,200 wood, 1,200 stone, and 120 spirit stones. Upgrade. Ding. Territory raised to level 13. Diameter 2,300 meters. I nodded, satisfied. This range is enough for now. At that moment, 7 figures appeared before me at once. Lilith, Talus, Ishtar, Pangelia, Keisha, Aredes, Delmas. Divine Emperor, the original Sin Fallen Angel Legion, is assembled. Divine Emperor, the Fallen Angel Legion, is gathered. Emperor, the Gene Guard, assembled. Master, the Holy Angel Legion, is in position. God King, the Primordial Black Gold Dragon Legion, awaits orders. God King, the Sky Patrol Hunt Legion, is assembled. Star-Lord, the In-Moon Solemnity Legion, is gathered. Each of the 7 heroes led several hundred units, the legions taking initial shape. Wait, I need to upgrade first. System, upgrade the Lord's Heart. Ding. Consume 600 origin crystals. Upgrade. Ding. Consume 700. Ding. Consume 800. Ding. Consume 900. I climbed 4 levels straight up, warmth surging through my body, the diamond-shaped mark on my wrist transforming continuously until it lit up with a bronze glow. Ding. Lord's Heart advanced to bronze 1 star. Ding. Remaining perk draws, 4. Ding. Talent, Supreme Sovereign, Trait 2 awakened, Supreme Fate. I opened my eyes and laughed. Bronze 1 star now. With the breakthrough, the bottleneck for Lilith and the others vanished, their limit rising to Silver 9 star. Time to get down to business. I looked at them. I'd reached bronze rank, and next it was their turn to level up. Dimensional Gate, Open World 2. A huge gate of light appeared above the territory, leading to the Yellow Sand Swarm world. Aside from the holy angels guarding the Rift Gate, everyone else goes in. Slaughter, plunder, bring back the chests, explore that world. Come back once you've reached silver rank. Go. Lilith spread her black-purple wings and charged into the Dimensional Gate first. Ishtar, Talus, Pangelia, Keisha, Aredes, and Delmas followed with their respective legions, and the fighting erupted at once. The territory suddenly went quiet. Only the 2 holy angels guarding the Rift Gate left. Sia was still in the Institute. She didn't like fighting, nor did she need it to level up. Those 2 holy angels would rotate out once Lilith and the others advanced. No big deal. I sat cross-legged on the grass and opened the talent panel to check the new trait. Talent traits weren't fixed. Not every advancement brought one. Awakening a second trait at bronze rank was a first, meaning I'd gain a new ability with each major rank I climbed. The first trait, Echo of Strong Fortune, had given me my current strength. What was the second? Supreme Fate. Your fate is supreme above all. No being can deduce or discover your territory. As long as you don't wish it, no one can find your existence. I let out a breath. This was exactly what I needed most. I had a second territory, but before there'd still been a risk of being deduced. Now I never had to worry about anyone scheming against me in the shadows. And with the second territory, it was double insurance, letting me stay hidden while calmly showing off the new territory. Even if someone suspected there was a problem with my territory, they couldn't deduce a single clue. Even if they tried to deduce my true main territory, the talent would leave them without a trace. My biggest hidden danger was solved just like that. Unless I chose to expose myself, no one could trace my real territory. A Techside Lord plus a talent that hid the territory made me a completely threat-free existence. Who would care? Basically a built-in max-level protection buff. Now the territory is a lot safer. A sharp light flashed through my eyes. From now on, even if lords came to visit, I could openly show off the second territory and receive them there. It dispelled suspicion while letting everyone believe I was just an ordinary Techside Lord. I wasn't paranoid, just forced to be careful. Every year, there were so many newcomer lords, and only a scarce few truly rose. Most were wiped out by the major powers. In the eyes of established forces, a newcomer genius was fat meat. Once targeted, you could die at any moment. A genius was, in the end, only a genius. Without growing up, it amounted to nothing. This world had no shortage of geniuses, but few endured into true powerhouses. Those old money aristocrat lords, capitalists, didn't even begin to describe them. Cruelty was long since routine for them. I put away the panel and settled on it. I was a Techside Lord, my talent named Concealment. Its sole function to hide the territory. But my word alone wasn't enough. I also needed a witness. I thought of Little Merchant. She was perhaps the most suitable one. Once the beginner period ends, I can invite her to visit. Relying on myself wasn't enough. I had to let someone from a big guild see with their own eyes that I was a harmless small lord, at most a nouveau riche upstart. No threat to old money aristocrats. Just as I was thinking it, the friend chat popped up. Little Merchant. Big shot. Do you still have any good stuff? Resource cards, maybe? Haha. Looked like she'd made a killing off those 600 cards. But I didn't care. She was a merchant. How much she earned was her ability. Once sold, it was hers. You think you could pull it off? Not even grasping that is the real foolishness. I was about to reply, none, when I suddenly remembered I still had the rifles, grenades, and robots. Interdimensional Traveler. Resource cards are gone, but do you want these? Type S1 rifle image. Type S1 grenade image. Type S1 robot. I sent the stat images straight over. Lin Xiaoxiao was sitting in her chair, swinging her fair little feet as she waited for a reply. Seeing the message, she shrieked. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. She'd seen plenty of tech weapons, some even more monstrous than these, but right now it was the newcomer lord period. At this stage, rifles, grenades, and robots were all extremely rare, and their stats were strong too. The only thing to consider was the price. Right, and poor lords could grit their teeth and afford them. Too expensive, and however good they were, they wouldn't sell. Little merchant, big shot, good stuff. How much are you planning to sell for? If I may say so, I'd advise against pricing too high. Little merchant really wasn't simple. As a big guild heir, her eye was spot on. Ordinary merchants only wanted to jack up prices, overlooking that most buyers were ordinary lords. Interdimensional traveler. Oh? What's your thinking? Little merchant. Big shot. If you trust me, don't rush to sell now. Wait another 11 days. Little merchant. In 11 days, the beginner period enters its countdown. A lot of lords will push with everything they've got, and that's the best chance to make money. Little merchant. For now, just produce. Make as much as you can. There'll definitely be buyers by then. If no one buys, I'll buy them back at double the price. How's that? True enough. From day 20 of the beginner period was exactly when lords made their final sprint. Accumulate resources for the first 20 days, then explode in the last 10, practically the standard operation every year. Selling this stuff then would earn a big pile, and prices would rise too, though not too outrageously. Interdimensional traveler. If it were you, how would you play it? I cared a lot about her answer. It would shape our future trust and how we'd work together. Little merchant. Big bro, the stuff is yours, you set the price. I'll sell it for you, 90-10 split, 90 for you, 10 for me. How's that? Interdimensional traveler. Why? Little merchant. No special reason. I'm just bullish on you. I'm a big guild heir. I need reliable partners. She was that direct. Interdimensional traveler. My name's Su Yi, Techside Lord. Just call me Su Yi. Little merchant. Lin Xiao Xiao, one of the heirs of the Empire's Apocalypse Merchant Guild. My heart jolted. I'd known her family had backing, but not that it was this big. The Apocalypse Merchant Guild was one of the Empire's 8 great guilds, spanning countless lord worlds, centered on the demon capital, backed by a vast family with more god-tier lords than you could count, already in existence when the Empire was first founded. Interdimensional traveler. 90-10 is too much. 50-50. You handle raw materials and sales channels, I handle tech and production. 50-50 profit. How you sold it was your business. I just wanted half, on the condition you shield me from trouble, which was nothing at all for a big guild heir. What I wanted was a backer. Money wasn't the most important thing. Only a strong backing meant safety. Little merchant. Sure, big shot, pleasure doing business. When you've got better weapons and gear down the line, let's keep working together. Interdimensional traveler. Pleasure doing business. I'll send you the materials shortly. Set the prices yourself. Little merchant. Got it, big shot. I closed the chat, not the least worried that sending her the materials would get them pirated. These weapons were only needed by low-rank lords, their value limited, and offending a promising stock like me simply wasn't worth it. Besides, the factory blueprints were specially researched by Sia, not pulled from a chest. Even if others knew the materials, they couldn't produce them, unless they too could get Sia to design for them. These were my exclusive limited items, so I dropped my guard completely, handed over the recipes freely. If someone could produce them, I'd take the loss. Lin Xiaoxiao wore a smile. She wasn't stupid, and she had no protagonist's halo. There was only one reason she invested in Su Yi, her talent, fortune investor. She could observe anyone's wealth fortune with her eye of fortune, rated across 7 tiers: gray, white, cyan, blue, purple, gold, and red. Out of billions of newcomer lords, she picked Su Yi for one reason. He possessed red wealth fortune. Gold she'd seen before. Red belonged to Su Yi alone. The Eye of Fortune could only see the wealth fortune of lords at her own rank or one rank above. She didn't know Su Ye's exact strength, but Su Yi would surely be very rich in the future. Linking up with him meant she'd definitely make big money, and that was why she'd reached out first, even flattering Su Yi. Getting on good terms with Su Yi meant an endless stream of money. Why offend him? More importantly, she wasn't the only big guild heir. Others could do the same. Offending Su Yi had only downsides and no upsides. There were plenty of people willing to work with him.